ODI series win after exactly 12 months. A complete team performance. Nigar Sultana Jyoti led from the front with Farzana Haq hitting a 50 and runs from Sharmin Akhtar Supta and Jyoti getting their 40s. Ireland had their moments, Amy Hunter getting 68 and some great catching from captain Gabby Lewis, but they have a lot of catching up to do. This was one of Bangladesh's better performances this year as they try to turn around 2024 after some disappointments in the past. Ireland had Amy Hunter scoring some runs. Bangladesh bowled tightly to get them restricted to 193 for 6 before chasing it down in 43.5 overs. Farzana Haq, 50 of 89. There was some good bowling from Laura Delaney, some wickets from Orla Pendergrass, but generally it was Bangladesh who led the show. Hello and welcome to the third ODI of the Senora Ireland Tour of Bangladesh, powered by 𝗃𝗺cie. A bright and sunny day here in Dhaka, the Sher-e-Bangla National Cricket Stadium in Mirpur looking picture perfect as the two teams enjoy the sunlight and train themselves into readiness for the third ODI. Earlier, the teams arrived in their respective buses. Not a lot of traffic today in Dhaka for the teams as they come with a cup of coffee in their hand, getting ready for what would be another exciting encounter between Bangladesh and Ireland. Ireland has enjoyed their stay in Bangladesh, having even taken a ride of the rickshaw inside the National Stadium's premises. The series started with Bangladesh winning by 154 runs in the first ODI, followed by a 5-wicket win in the second ODI. Now we have the third ODI. We move on to Sylhet on the 5th of December to play 3 T20s on the 5th, 7th and 9th. We move to the pitch report for the third ODI.
All set for the pitch report of the third ODI between Bangladesh women and Ireland women. Now, thing to notice first is that it is a used surface. Pitch number 3 of the Mirpur Sher-e-Bangla, it is the wicket that has been used in the past 2 ODIs as well. So let's see how it looks like. Still a fair bit of green tinge on the surface all throughout, but here you can see some footmarks. Here, there, there. But one might say it's the full-length area, perhaps too full, so we might not be seeing too many deliveries pitching over here, and the marks have been covered well with some grass cuttings and perhaps some sawdust as well. Good job done by the groundsman. However, as this is a used surface and 4 innings will be played, continuing with the 2 innings in the previous match, 1 day of rest and the 2 innings today, it just might signal that it might get weared out a little in the second innings, the second half, so it might play slower and lower as the day progresses. As far as the boundaries are concerned, to my right is a 62 meter, the shortest boundary. The rest are 65 altogether. Now, as far as first innings averages are concerned, before this series of 16 matches, the first innings average was 147. However, the past 2 innings, the first innings average has been 222. Gives me a feeling that anything of the past 2 innings average, which is 222 and above, is going to be a good score. Win the toss, have a bat first, and get your spinners on in the second innings to play tricks in the batters' minds.
Bangladesh are enjoying a bit of with a bit of a football, so 𝗏 Mustari there. It has been quite a nice weather for them as they limber up for the third game. Ireland also enjoying the sun for a change. They've come from a very cold country back home, so the sun will be a welcome change for them. No Jahanara Alam throughout the series so far. We will find out whether she makes it to the third ODI team or not. And of course, there's Rumana, the leg spinner. Everyone getting ready for what promises to be another exciting game and unlikely to be treated like a dead rubber. Ireland would also love to leave their mark in Dhaka. They haven't won the first two matches. They would like to win a game here after 8 years. There's a few things that they need to correct, one of them being their batting. Fielding has been quite good. Their bowling has been mostly accurate, although they haven't got the required breakthroughs when they wanted it. We now head over to Mazharuddin Omi for the toss.
It's toss time of the third and final ODI of this series between Bangladesh and Ireland Women's. I've got the two captains, Nigar Sultana Jyoti, Gabby Lewis, and match referee Akhtar Ahmed Shipar. Jyoti, spin the coin, please. Heads is the call. It's a head. Gabby, what have you decided and why?
We're going to have a bat today. We felt like it was the right decision the other day. I think we just maybe we're 20-30 runs short, so we're looking to put a good competitive score on the total this morning.
Right, we have seen the progress on your batting from the first ODI to second. What are the areas you mentioned previously, but specifically any areas you want to work for the third ODI?
I think it's just continuing what we were looking to do, keep adapting and, you know, keep taking on the game as best as we can, maybe taking those little risks when we need to. But yeah, I think nothing changes. I think we just go back to our processes and hopefully we'll get a competitive total on the board.
Any changes in the playing 11?
Yes, we've got Cara Murray and Alana Dalzell coming in for Ava Canning and Laura Delaney.
Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you. Best of luck.
Jyoti, would have batted us as well?
Yeah, definitely, because seeing our batters, how they have got the runs, and I think, yeah, we would love to bat first.
You mentioned about this series, even after winning the series, each match is important. With the third ODI coming up today, it will surely help you for the coming days as well.
Yeah, definitely. See, these 2 points is very valuable for all of us. We know that, and we already got the series, but still I think it's a very important day for us, all of us, because we know the each and every point's value for us, and you know, we just wanted to play as a team and we wanted to improve ourselves.
What are the changes in the playing 11?
So we are going with the same 11 because we don't want to take any risks, and how they have been contributing for the team, and we wanted to continue that.
Thank you very much, Jyoti, and all the best.
Thank you.
Right, so the news from the centre is that Ireland have won the toss and they have decided to bat first.
Ireland have won the toss and elected to bat first. They've made 2 changes to their 11 from the second ODI. They've brought in Alana Dalzell and the leg spinner Cara Murray in place of Ava Canning and Laura Delaney. Bangladesh, meanwhile, go unchanged with Farzana Haq, Murshida Khatun, the usual opening pair, followed by Sharmin Supta, the captain Nigar Sultana Jyoti, and the all-rounders coming in Shorna Akhtar, Rabia Khan, Fahima Khatun, and then you have the one seamer in Marufa Akhtar. As the Bangladesh team gets ready to get in the middle, I welcome my co-commentator Somonnoy Ghosh to kickstart this game between Bangladesh and Ireland.
Very good morning, Isam, and very good morning all. The 2 match officials on field, Sue Redfern and Shathira Zakir Jessie on the screen, celebrated her birthday just a day ago during the second Women's ODI of this Senora Ireland Tour of Bangladesh, powered by 𝗏𝗚ci. The home team with the team hurdle smiles. The spirit needs to be, seems to be right in that camp. Well, they will want to make amends. The other camp, the Irish openers and Sarah Forbes in the 2 other ODIs got starts, couldn't convert. That will be, I'm sure, in her mind, along with the Irish captain, Gabby Lewis. And as Isam already mentioned, no changes in the Bangladesh side. And again, going on to emphasize and highlight the fact, the importance of the ICC Women's Championship in order to qualify for the World Cup next year, scheduled to be in India. Yes, all smiles, but she did mention during the toss with Mazharuddin that they did not want to take any risks. Your thoughts on that, Isam?
Absolutely. This is 2-0 up. The situation might look like dead rubber, but despite being 2-0 up, this is very important for Bangladesh to keep motivating themselves and make it 3-0 because they need these 3 results to go their way, and then they have more results to take care of in the West Indies. So West Indies being a slightly superior opponent, Bangladesh would love to make it 3-0 in Dhaka.
Surely. And go on with that, the away conditions. The fair bit of breeze flowing in. Yes, it's a sunny morning here in Mirpur, Dhaka. We see Marufa all set to start the proceedings from the far end, from where we are seated. Sue Redfern on screen. And it's interesting how, particularly in the previous match, in most occasions, Marufa started from that particular end. I think it has something to do with the wind. She's a natural in-swinging bowler, gets the ball to come in. We're all set and ready. Marufa to bowl. And right on the money.
Yes, Marufa Akhtar has spent a lot of time here at the Sher-e-Bangla National Stadium, and they spend a lot of time in the middle as well, so they know exactly which end suits them. Marufa has always bowled from the what used to be known as the Mirpur Thana end. That end probably suits her in terms of the ball moving into the batter, because that's one of her bigger strengths. And she has always looked comfortable bowling from that end.
You played with the angle, and Sarah Forbes is off the mark, and so are Ireland.
Sarah Forbes has seen Marufa drifting that ball into her pads. That's the way usually Marufa's way of operating with the brand new ball. And Sarah was quite ready to turn it around with no square leg inside the circle. There was a single there.
Gabby Lewis. Oh, bit of a bounce from Marufa.
Yes, a bit of bounce and a bit of extra movement. Gabby Lewis was squared up. Lucky for her, it hit her bat. It could have been flush in front of the stumps if it had hit her pads anywhere. But the bounce was quite true, and that should encourage Marufa to bowl maybe slightly faster at this stage.
Fuller, good-looking stroke. Well, timing not there, but it always gives you a boost of confidence when you hit a ball straight, and even better if you time it.
Absolutely. Batter looks for that drivable length towards cover, toward extra cover, or towards mid-off. Best if it's towards mid-off. They can show the full face of the bat, and if it hits the middle, that sweet sound gives you that bit of confidence, that tiny bit of confidence that it's going to work for you today.
Just a bit short on that occasion, but Gabby Lewis allowing it to pass by. Well, on 2 occasions she was out in single figures, was the Irish captain, Suzanne Redfern from England, officiating this ODI series all throughout.
And of course, Shatira Zakir Jessie, a former Bangladesh cricketer who's now started her umpiring career a few years ago, and she's doing quite well.
Sarah Forbes looking for the single, bit of a confusion. Throw not up to the mark, and thankfully for Ireland women. First over done with, it's 2 without loss. Bit of a discussion going on in the middle of the pitch along with the two match officials, 𝗏𝗃 and 𝗏 Redfern. TV umpire Mohammad Kamruzaman was on field in the previous match. Back to the box in front of the TV, and the match referee 𝗏𝗃 all throughout the ODI series. Not sure what the conversation's about, but yeah, that allows us a bit more time. It's the same pitch, same wicket, pitch number 3, used one, and just having a chat with the coaches that they think that it might play tricky in the second innings.
Has been the case in the first 2 matches as well, where I wouldn't call it tricky. You need a bit of challenge as a batter, and 𝗵𝗺 obviously brings that challenge to most batters in terms of playing spin. I felt that when Bangladesh chased down Ireland to 193, that was a good pitch ultimately. They did fend off the Ireland bowlers quite well.
Sultana Khatun with the second over. Played in the gap, will get a single. Sharing the new ball yet again with Marufa. This is what happened in the last delivery of the previous over. Run out opportunity.
Yes, not a great throw. Could have caught her short, and a bit of the backup also wasn't that great, but no harm done for Ireland.
So there's a slip in place, and the two fielders during the power play outside the circle, a deep mid wicket and long on for the off spinner. Given the responsibility with the new ball, she's bowled well as Sultana. Got a couple in the previous match, but going back to our conversation, batters need to bat with certain responsibility. For the ones who don't know, Isam is a spinner himself, so and he's also got the experience of bowling here in 𝗵𝗺.
Of course, with the new ball in 𝗵𝗺, you have to be quite accurate. It's a good wicket early in the morning, especially if you're playing in one of those squares that's towards the west side. Defends the ball there, and it will be someone like Sultana Khatun obviously has a lot more experience than I have of bowling in 𝗵𝗺, and she exactly knows where to bowl. Probably she knows every blade of grass of this pitch, so she knows exactly what to do. Not much of a bowler who tends to try to take wickets with a bit of flight, but tries to be very accurate.
He's looking for the gap. Nicely played. Well done by Fahima at short fine leg. More of a backward square leg sort of a position. Pretty square, isn't she?
Yes, she has packed that leg side. She's got 5 fielders on that side.
The tight bowling, just the single of the first delivery. Just a 1 run of the Sultana Khatun over. It's 2 without loss after 2 overs. 𝗵𝗺 Sher-e-Bangla National Cricket Stadium, beautiful drone shot. Yes, it is a weekday, just past 10 in the morning, and as we come closer to the stadium, we can see the practice facilities in the academy ground, the new facility being built on the right bottom, as you can see, as the citizens pass by comfortably. Bright sunlight is on. Has witnessed plenty of games. Just in perhaps a technical difficulty on the ground concerning the advertisement mat. needs to be rectified. But in the meantime, just to throw out an interesting stat, before this series, 16 women's matches have been played here, international. First innings average was 147, but referring to the past two ones, the average first inning score is 222.
No, that's the improvement at the Sherabangla National Stadium that we have seen during the men's test match as well against South Africa, Bangladesh, South Africa. The wicket tends to play a little, there seems to be a little bit of seam movement at the early hours, but then it moves into slightly better areas for the batters where they tend to score a lot more. We saw how Bangladesh scored 250 in the first match of this series, and quite comfortably, I might add. They scored boundaries. They've never scored so many boundaries. And with all due respect to Ireland, Ireland is a very good bowling attack. They tried to keep Bangladesh quiet, but ultimately it was a good batting wicket. A good batting wicket, which Ireland couldn't take much advantage of in the first match. But then when they came back to bat in the first game, they adopted a bit of a Bangladeshi blueprint to bat. They could have scored 200 plus, but I think 193 for them was a huge improvement compared to the 98 allowed in the first game. And now they're batting first again. So winning the toss and batting first in Mirpur wouldn't have been the case maybe 2 or 3 seasons ago, but now a better pitch, better square, a lot more bounce, not much of lateral movement, but it still is good for batting.
It surely is, particularly in this series. The captains have preferred to win the toss and have a bat, and it was well justified by Bangladesh in the first women's ODI in this series. Having said that, just need to come to the fore. Ireland women under their head coach Ed Joyce has been there quite a while, and is someone who believes in the process, wants the girls to believe in the process rather than just the results.
A lot of good results, though, for Ireland recently. They've defeated Sri Lanka in a one-day series. They've beaten England in an ODI. England is one of the top sides in the world. Here comes Marufa.
A bit of a short third for her. Fahima was standing there, and Jyoti just asks her to move away from there. Moving to a point position. I had the pleasure of doing commentary with Ed Joyce's sister, former Ireland women's captain Isabel Joyce, the twins Isabel Joyce and Cecilia Joyce, both played for Ireland. But again, these are not familiar conditions for them. Bit of a back of a length, and you believe that the openers are being too cautious?
I think Marufa has bowled 8 deliveries so far, all on the mark, and you had Sultana Khatun bowling that 1 over quite accurately. So there wasn't much of a room for the Ireland openers, Gabby Lewis and Sarah Forbes, to flay out, maybe open up a little bit. There hasn't been that opportunity, and that's great for Bangladesh, starting off with such a strong attack.
Again, outside the off stump, but she's keeping it around the back of a length line. Now, the 2 fielders outside the circle for a deep third and a deep backward square leg.
Yes, that means she's trying to bowl a conventional length, making sure the batters tend to drive and protecting her edges for the third man. And because she can deliver the ball swinging into the batter, she has that backward square leg, which will protect her from that extra boundary.
Yeah, kept low. Not sure, I'm not entirely sure if that was very slow off the hand, but it did keep low. Bit of a shy at the stumps, just threatening the batter was Fahima.
Yes, a bit of a awkward bounce for the keeper there. The batter didn't also know what was going on, so they didn't run the bye in the end. They could have. I thought the ball got away from Jyoti and there was no fielder around.
Again, keeps low, but this time plays it with the angle yet again, does Sarah Forbes. Again, the ones who follow know, others who don't. It's just interesting to bring up that Ed Joyce, someone who's played the World Cup in the men's game for 2 different countries, switched to England, 2007, 2011 back to Ireland, the head coach of the Irish team. Certainly has immense experience. Good delivery and a good forward defense from Gabby Lewis. Yet to get off the mark though. 3 done, 3 without loss. Sultana will continue. The Irish openers in the previous 2 matches, some did not get the starts they would have liked. 9 for 1, 10 for 1. The max they batted was for 3.4 overs. Hence, probably they're trying to see it out.
Exactly, it was Sultana who got the first breakthrough in the previous ODI, and I understand the need to play out overs, but then at the back end of the innings, you regret the number of overs you've played out at the front. It's already the 4th over. Gabby Lewis is still not off the mark. She's had a horrendous time in the first 2 matches, I would say. She got 2 great catches, which means that she's seeing the ball well, but she hasn't scored any runs.
Plays it late on this occasion. Does Sarah Forbes. Needs to be wary though.
Wonderful length from Sultana Khatun there. The batter caught in the crease, not knowing which way to go, and then just keeping it out of the way of the stumps. Sometimes batting is all that is, you know. Keep it away from the stumps.
Well played, but the patience is oozing in the approach over here with the field restrictions. You need to see some optimism though.
Absolutely, it's a one-day international. You'll have to score runs at some point. A forward defense is nice to see, as we just saw. A maiden over from Sultana Khatun there. 3 for no loss after 4 overs.
Yeah, Marufa will continue. Again, that length delivery angling in, and the bounce is something which is not giving confidence to the batters.
Not at all. They have been caught in the crease against Sultana Khatun. One thing I've interestingly observed this morning is Nigar Sultana Jyoti not taking off her helmet. Perhaps the incident in the first over of the second ODI where the ball went between her legs and hit the helmet, costing 5 penalty runs. She hasn't taken a chance today. She's still standing back, but with wearing her helmet.
Nice looking square drive, pierces the gap and will run away. Optimism from Gabby Lewis brings up her first runs in style through a boundary.
The first time that Gabby Lewis has really opened her arms and uncurled it to play a drive. Slight bit of room for Gabby Lewis to do that. Marufa Akhtar earning for the first time in the match in a 3rd over. Was a beautiful shot through point and cover for 4.
You're just earning a little bit in terms of line. But she's coming a long way forward, is Gabby Lewis. and just have a feeling that she's also initially standing just on the edge of the crease.
Yes, perhaps the bounce is something that she has to get used to. It hasn't been great, as we were discussing in the combo just earlier, that outside the off stump as well, there's not much room for her to cut that ball or play that cut shot. So she has had to improvise slightly with her positioning in the crease.
A good-looking defense, right underneath the head.
The difficulty, Shamanai, with playing this sort of technique is you are susceptible to that LBW decision if the ball, curves back at the right angle or the right moment for Mahroufa Akhtar. That's what she's trying to do, because you could see Gabby Lewis's leg stump when she's defending that ball coming across. That leaves her a bit in risk.
Comes a long way forward yet again, takes a couple of steps, and just goes on to show that the pitch perhaps is on the slower side. The bounces of worry as well, but till now she's dealt with it well.
She has dealt with it well, and it's a signal of what we might have to expect from the rest of the day, with a lot of spinners in play. Already Sultana Khatun is in the attack, and she usually opens the bowling, but Mahroufa must be thinking that how many overs am I going to get on this wicket?
A good comeback from Mahroufa Akhtar in the over, despite going for a boundary in the second delivery. After 5 overs, Island women are 7 without loss.
Sultana Khatun is ready to start off. An appeal from Sultana Khatun, but I think it hit her high on the pad there.
Yeah, pitching just outside the off, sharp bit of turn and fair bit of bounce, would have definitely gone on to miss the leg stump as well.
Edged through a vacant third man field position there, almost at the boundary, but a nice recovery there, a nice throw coming in.
I think it was Rabia making the chase, bit of relay fielding on display, but umpires will confirm one of the better fielders in the Bangladesh side, and I think she's done the job pretty well. It's all about the front left foot she had, and the last minute jump, sort of a hop, sort of like a frog jump. The fitness does help. Now TV umpire will confirm. Might not be a boundary, but at the same time, the umpires will want to make sure that the batters have run properly and touched ends, crossing the crease on the respective ends. Seems to be good, as her front foot was away and not hitting the boundary wedges. Better be sure. And this replay just going on to show that it's off the outside edge, but this one's just to confirm if the batters have, batters are short of the crease or not. And this one seems to be that Sarah Forbes is guilty of being short of the crease. This angle should confirm it. It is on the line. It does get on the line, but does it cross it? Is the question.
Lots of questions for the umpires to deal with. That one delivery, it looks like, to me, it looks like it probably is inside. It's for the third umpire to make that call.
TV umpire Mohammad Kamruzaman just wants to ensure that. Oh, was that off the bat? Well, the gestures, the body language suggests it perhaps was.
Yeah, it looked like off the inside edge onto the pad. Jyoti couldn't cover that bit of area there. And she is out. She is gone. An excellent delivery from Sultana Khatun there, outside off stump. The batter tries to drag it with a sweep shot, perhaps in frustration, perhaps trying to make sure that the runs start flowing again. Took the inside edge and was bowled.
Sultana Khatun yet again has the first laugh. And Sarah Forbes, after just edging it in the previous delivery, has to depart in the next. Here it is, right outside the off-stump corridor. She had to reach out for it. Down on one knee for the sweep. The ball perhaps just holding a bit on the wicket, on the pitch, and ricocheted off the bat inside edge. Goes on to dislodge the bails as Sarah Forbes, she goes for 5 of 18. Ireland are 9 for 1. So, wicket in the 6th over. A bit late in comparison to the previous two matches for Bangladesh, but early enough. It's within the power play. And thanks to Samit Qasim, our fellow commentator, for just adding that they've lost the first wicket. The same score they'd lost the first wicket in the previous match, which is on 9.
The opening partnership continues to keep Ireland on the back foot as the batter turns it around. Fine leg. Farzana Haq-Pinky retrieves it and they take 2 runs.
Another 2. And that will end the over. Ireland are 11 for 1 after 6. Both the bowlers opening for Bangladesh have enforced 15 dots apiece. Comes down the wicket. Does Gabby Lewis, outside edge. Deep third is there. She'll need to be happy with the single. Amy Hunter is the new batter in for Ireland and already off the mark. And got a good 68 in the previous match.
Gabby trying to force the issue. She was stuck at 4 for a while. Now she's played 17 deliveries for her 5. Not much of a movement in the run rate column there for Ireland. Maruf Akhtar has been quite accurate. So has been Sultana Khatun, who took the first wicket in the previous over.
Yeah, full, nicely driven. Beats the fielder at cover. Farzana Haq-Pinky does some work, well recovered. Batters are happy for 2. Perhaps they could have pushed for a 3rd.
They could have pushed for a 3rd, and also Bangladesh should be running in pairs as well. You could see Pinky running towards that ball, but she should have had a partner running with her to retrieve that ball and That's where Ireland probably missed out on the third run. There we see the first wicket. Sarah Forbes trying to play the sweep shot. Sultana Khatun using all her experience. And I was mentioning that she probably knows exactly how to bowl. Drives the ball there. Amy Hunter towards mid-off. No runs. As I was talking about Sultana Khatun now fielding at deep third, she has that knack of picking the first wicket, and with that bit of hard length she bowls, but this one was slightly outside off stump, flighted, and she could understand that the batter was not keen on driving her or taking any risk against her, so she tried to force her into that shot.
Again, yeah, she did have to reach out for it. And the ball holding and doing enough to not make it easy for the batter. Amy Hunter solid with the defense. Now 68 of 88. She hit 8 boundaries in the previous matches. Someone who likes to sweep play the sweep shot. I'm sure Bangladesh would be aware of it.
Bangladesh would be aware of it, and that's where Sultana Khatun comes into the picture. Marufa's job would be to hold it, just like she was bowling her previous 3 overs. She's continued to bowl well, just 3 runs of this over. She'll have the holding role. Again, a tough length to get away. It looks like a short ball because Amy Hunter does go back into her crease to manipulate that delivery into maybe a single, but Marufa is quite accurate, and the bounce is also not something that she can still trust. Amy Hunter, that is.
And it's not shy of pitching it a bit short. Angled in. Fielders placed just for that nudge. So single not allowed. 3 runs of this Marufa over. After 7, Ireland women are 14 for 1. Welcome back to the Mirpur Sher-e-Bangla National Cricket Stadium. The third and final ODI of the Senora Ireland Tour of Bangladesh ODI series powered by 𝗂𝗎ci. Bangladesh have already won the series 2-0. Batter uses the feet, comes down the wicket, but this one by no means is a dead rubber.
Excellent bowling from Sultana Khatun. You could see how Gabby Lewis, despite being at the wicket for 7 overs, has very little idea of what really to do with this bowler. Again, drives it to mid-off. Not much power behind the shot. Sultana Khatun must be enjoying this stint. She's already bowled 3 overs, 2 dot balls already in this over, 5 for 1, not letting the Ireland batters take over.
Now she plays it late, plays it well, and will go for 4. She plays it with the turn. Now the 2 fielders outside are deep mid-wicket and long on. So the protection there was inside the circle. All she had to do was beat those fielders.
And all Sultana Khatun had to do was avoid the commentator's curse.
But this is credit must be given to Gabby Lewis on this part. You know, the previous two occasions she played with the front foot. And back to the front foot yet again.
Gabby Lewis perhaps is thinking that she has to wait for the bad ball. That's all she has to do right now. She cannot really do much of the front foot against Sultana Khatun. There you go. Another half appeal, slightly hitting on the higher side of Gabby Lewis's front pad. Nothing from the keeper there. And you could see that Sultana, her appeal was slightly based on the fact that it turned and struck on the front pad. No, that was quite high as well.
The leg stumps exposed. Varying her pace smartly is Sultana. Just a boundary of this Sultana over. 8 done. 18 for 1 are Ireland women, and that calls for change in the commentary box. May welcome Mazhar-Uddin Omi along with Samit Qasim.
Right, it's been a quiet start for the Irish batters, but a tight one, I must say, by the Bangladeshi bowlers. As Ireland skipper Gabby Lewis winning the toss and electing to bat for the third and final ODI of the series. A very good morning to all our viewers and a very good morning to my fellow co-commentator Samit Qasim. Samit, good to be back.
Great to be back, Mazhar. Thank you very much. And a bit, as you mentioned, a bit of a slow start for Ireland so far. But unfortunately, in that slow start, they have lost a wicket so far, not being able to blend the caution with keeping the wickets in hand, as they also struggled to in the last match.
It was in the air, just falling short of the fielder at short mid-wicket. Shorna diving in front. A very good effort in the end, must say.
Once again, Marufa continuing her line of just bringing the ball back into the batsman, the batter, and just lobbed it up in the air very close. The fielder just died on her at the end, but a very valiant effort. Very important match, this one, Mazhar, even though the series is over. As another one is defended into the offside. Even though the series is over, as our co-commentators mentioned earlier, very important to make sure you get maximum points here, as this is an ICC sanctioned match, and these points do go towards World Cup qualification.
Definitely, Sami, that skipper Nigar Sultana Jyoti mentioning the fact each points matter for them. Despite winning the series, they're looking for these 2 points from this game. Swing and a miss. And as the direct qualification for the next year's ICC ODI World Cup in mind, there are still 2 positions left for the top 6 teams to qualify directly for the World Cup. And Bangladesh are desperate to make it.
Just played away, deliberate edge there, guided down to the deep third for another single. 1 ball left in this over, only 1 run from it so far. Gabby Lewis is back on strike. Amy Hunter at the other end, who has so far been the most impressive of the Irish batters, an excellent 68 in the last ODI. Out for a duck in the first match, but perhaps a bit unfortunate in the first match to go out early.
Again, trying to play across the line. Gabby Lewis has been patient throughout her innings so far. 9 of 23, end of 9th, Ireland 19 for 1. Last over before the first power play. Ireland 19 for 1 after 9. They've already lost Sarah Forbes, their opener. Sultana Khatun removed the opener early on as she continues.
Apart from the one loose delivery that she just dragged down a little bit and Gabby Lewis was able to pull it away for 4 runs, This has truly been an exhibition on how to bowl with the new ball for a spinner by Sultana Khatun.
Attempt at reverse, straight to the fielder. But the idea is there, using the feet. And she loves to play those sweeps and reverse sweep. We have seen quite a lot of that in her previous innings. Plays that again, straight to the fielder. Sultana Khatun, I must say, she's been terrific throughout the series, including this one today. She's picked up 6 wickets at an economy just over 2. Outstanding with the new ball, providing those early breakthroughs. Change of field there for Amy Hunter. Short third comes in, packing that offside region after those 2 reverse sweeps played by the right-hander.
Sees the field has been stacked a bit more to the offside, attempts to work it a little bit more to the leg side, plays it down to long on for a single.
But Gabby Lewis, before this game, she needed 7 more runs to go past Claire Shillington to become the 2nd highest run scorer in ODIs for Ireland. And she comes down the track, piercing the gap and finds the boundary. She's in a roll today. Captain has to lead from the front.
Shot of the morning so far, Mazhar. Beautifully played by Gabby Lewis. Came down, met the ball at the pitch, caressed through the covers. Lovely stroke for 4.
She's now already the 2nd highest run getter in ODIs for Ireland. She's gone past Claire Shillington, who's got 1,276 runs in 79 innings. Miriam Greeley is the highest run getter for Ireland in ODIs with 1,412 runs in 73 innings. And that brings the end of the over, end of the power play. Ireland 24 for 1. Confirmation, power play done and dusted. The template has been a slow start in the power play. We have seen in the first 2 matches, Ireland scoring 37 for 2 and 35 for 1 in their 2 power plays they played in this series so far. Keeping wickets intact will be the key.
Absolutely, wickets in hand will be crucial. Along with that, also making sure you pace the innings at the right tempo. Ireland had 2 different experiences in the first 2 matches. In the first match, they lost all their wickets cheaply, out for 98. In the second match, they did manage to bat out the 50 overs. They only lost 6 wickets, but not nearly enough runs on the board. So they'll be looking to find a better balance today between the 2.
Change of bowling. Experienced vice-captain, left-arm spinner, Nahid Akhtar comes into the attack, replacing Marufa. Another prolific performer for Bangladesh with the ball. Picked up 4 wickets so far in this series with an economy just below 3.
Bowled beautifully in the first match to take 3 for 23 from just 9 overs.
Gabby Lewis, the most run scorer for Ireland in ODI since 2021, including the first 2 matches. She has scored 1,064 runs in 31 innings. Scored 9 50s during this period. Recently appointed as a permanent ODI captain, in fact, all-format captain for Ireland. As experienced Laura Delaney handed over the baton to Gabby.
Slight misfield there at cover, just through the legs of the fielder. Single taken because of the error. One ball left in this over for Nadia Akhtar. You were mentioning Gabby Lewis. Gabby Lewis comes from a cricketing family in Ireland. Her sister plays T20 cricket for Ireland, has made a few appearances. Her father was a cricketer, and her grandfather also was a cricketer. So runs in the family here for Gabby Lewis. 11 overs gone. Ireland are 26 for 1.
Just to inform our viewers, Ireland skipper Gabby Lewis winning the toss and elected to bat. Bangladesh have already sealed the series in this 3-match ODI series, but there's a lot to play for both the sides. Skipper Nigar Sultana Jyoti replaces Sultana Khatun to Rabia, the leg spinner. She's got a slip in place, long off and deep cover, with deep square leg and deep mid-wicket as well, patrolling the boundary line. You mentioned about Gabby's family deeply rooted to cricket. Her sister, Robin Lewis, is a left-arm spinner. It runs through the family, as you mentioned, and almost all the Irish cricketers somehow related to cricket from their family background, whether they're brothers or maybe father, grandfather, as you mentioned. Pretty interesting.
That one really pushed through by Rabia. And yes, as you mentioned, Ireland, a lovely little cricketing community, as I like to say. Everyone seems to know everyone. You'll notice if you ever watch Ireland play abroad, they always have a small group of traveling fans, usually family members. It's a lovely thing to see. And you genuinely hope that a community like that, a fraternity like that, can eventually grow into a strong side. This is why it's always good to see countries like Ireland coming up in international cricket in both the women's and the men's version of the game.
Tucks it away on the onside, will take a single. They've got a very good cricketing culture in Ireland, and this is one of the reasons why the families urging their kids to play this sport. Last ball of the over. It's been a quiet one so far from Rabia. Playing those sweeps pretty often, Amy Hunter. That's her go-to shot. End of the over, just 2 from it. Ireland 28 for 1 after 12. Spinners are in action for Bangladesh from both the sides. Nahida comes in from the far end now. Rabia just bowled her first over in the previous one. Gabby Lewis taking her time, but making sure Ireland go on to post a good total on the board. Swept nicely. There's 2 fielders in the deep. She'll have to settle for 1.
Ireland will want to make sure that they do not let the Bangladeshi spinners bog them down too much here. Yes, it is important to be cautious and keep wickets in hand, but at the same time they should look at how the Bangladeshi batters in the previous matches took took plenty of runs off the spinners. Some wickets were lost, but the run rate in limited overs cricket, as we always know, is such an important factor in the game. And Ireland right now moving along at a very, very slow pace. Just over 2 runs and over. They will slowly want to change that.
It's a challenge, I must say, Samit. Teams like Ireland coming in this sort of conditions, it's very difficult compared to what they have in Ireland. Tougher conditions, weather, pitch. You have to adjust and adapt quickly. We have seen the progress of the Ireland batting compared to the first ODI to the second. They started to get that vibe. And the template, oh, it was in the air for a while.
That was driven quite uppishly over cover. Maybe the fielder was in with a chance. Might have even got her fingertips to it. We'll have to take another look as it went. Oh yes, through the hands, in fact. That will go down as a chance, you must feel, for the Bangladeshis.
Fielding's been good so far in this series for Bangladesh. They've set a very good standard. Compared to the past, they're much quicker and faster now. They've worked on their fitness. Swept, oh, just missed that stump by a whisker. Amy Hunter needs to be careful. End of another tight over, just 2 from it. Ireland 30 for 1 after 13. It's been a very good year for Ireland in the ODI. Throughout 2024, they've won a series against Zimbabwe, away from home, winning a series against Sri Lanka at home. Was there a catch?
That looked like another half chance there for Bangladesh. We'll just have to take another look at that. Again, driven a little uppishly through the covers. This time, yes, definitely that went in and out of the fielder's hands. A diving effort, but again, when you are trying to improve the standards of your fielding, those are the chances you hope to see taken. As this one misses the attempted sweep of Amy Hunter. Both bowlers now will feel that they should have wickets in their wicket column, but both are still wicketless in this match. Ireland living dangerously.
Two opportunity missed in 2 overs. Shorna, the fielder this time, at cover. She's a very good fielder generally. But yeah, rightly pointed out, Samit. If you want to set a good standard, you need to grab those opportunities.
Gabby Lewis now just getting a bit more comfortable with the sweep shot. Initially was missing a few, maybe bottom edging a few, but now seems to be middling them. There is protection in the deep for the sweep shot, but it's a good way to rotate the strike.
Playing the sweep pretty often, Amy Hunter, and it's a very good option, I must say, with Rabia bowling in that length. 3-4 runs of the over after 14, Ireland 34 for 1.
See there the partnerships for Ireland. Partnerships so important in this format of the game. Their opening stand 9 runs. They haven't gotten past 10 yet in this series. And still unbeaten, the second partnership, 25 off 50 deliveries. As Nadia Akhtar continues.
Brings that reverse sweep to perfection and will fetch a boundary. Amy Hunter, she's using her feet really well, sweeping those deliveries, and this time it's the reverse sweep that brings her the boundary.
Excellent shot from Amy Hunter there, carrying on her form from the second ODI into the third, and she will be such a crucial aspect of this Irish batting performance today. Excellent shot, reverse sweep. The first boundary after 25 deliveries for the Irish side. And they will need a few more of those if they want to improve on their total from the last match.
Good cricket. Single taken after that boundary, and after that boundary it forced skipper Nigar Sultana Jyoti to remove that slip and place her at short third man region. It was a very good shot. She made sure it goes behind square.
Nicely swept away again, and this one will again reach the boundary. Gabby Lewis, as I mentioned in the last over, is middling her sweeps now. She's timing them and placing them now as well. This one beat the despairing dive of the fine leg fielder, and 4 more runs for Ireland.
Boundaries coming thick and fast now for Ireland. Second boundary of the over. We mentioned about the drop catches. Might cost Bangladesh. Both the batters got an opportunity and now capitalizing onto it.
Very good point, Mazhar. When you're 2-0 up in an ODI series like this, you might get a bit complacent sometimes. Maybe at the time they didn't think they were as important, but now as these two develop into scoring more freely, they might regret those catches, those dropped catches down the line.
You can see the field, Samit. There's no fielder at short mid-wicket. There's a mid-on and short fine leg with 2 fielders in the deep on the on-side, deep mid-wicket and deep square leg. So Nahida must bowl outside the off-stump. And with Gabby Lewis and Amy Hunter both playing the sweep really well, it will be important for her to bowl outside the off-stump and force the batter to play more onto the offside. End of the over. A decent one for Ireland.
Rabia continuing here. Batsman just needs a moment, or as someone sprints in front of the side screen here in front of us.
We mentioned about the direct qualification for Bangladesh to the upcoming ODI World Cup. In mind, each points matter for them. Just having a look at the points table of this championship. Australia, England, India and South Africa are already through. Sri Lanka played 24 matches. They've got 22 points. New Zealand, 20 of 21 matches. Pakistan, 17 points of 24. West Indies, 14 points in 18 matches. And Bangladesh, with these 2 wins, they have 17 points now. So the tour in West Indies, the series against the host, will be very crucial from Bangladesh's point of view to cement a place in the top 6 to directly qualify for the upcoming ICC ODI World Cup, which Bangladesh will surely be desperate to make it.
Absolutely, Mazhar. And it's not always necessarily about the history or the quality of a side, but just a country of Bangladesh's stature and standing in international cricket. 160 million cricket fans in this country. It is definitely a country that would expect to be at all the major international tournaments.
And they've shown great progress, I must say, over the last couple of years, Bangladesh. Yes, the last series against Australia was not the best of those, but the progress is there. They've managed to beat South Africa in ODIs. Someone like Pinky scoring 100 in South Africa. The likes of Sharmin Akhtar making a comeback, batting really well in this series. Skipper Nigar Sultana Jyoti now can play her own natural game. So yeah, complementing each other will be the key. End of another over, Ireland 46 for 1 after 16.
Mother, we've been discussing throughout this stint how important these matches are for qualifying for the World Cup. And speaking of the ICC, this is the first women's ODI to be played under the new ICC president. Mr. Jay Shah took over the presidency yesterday. And an interesting snippet from his press conference yesterday, he said, "We are at a critical juncture with the coexistence of multiple formats and the need to accelerate the growth of the women's game." As another one is swept away for a single. Just going back to that point, when you're talking about growing the women's game, it is really teams like Bangladesh, Ireland, the West Indies, Pakistan even. These are the teams who are perhaps at the second tier of women's international cricket, who it is important for the ICC to see them progress and provide some more healthy competition for the traditional powerhouses in the format.
Faima Khatun, the new bowler for Bangladesh, leg spinner, experienced campaigner. Missed that outside edge. Very good points, Ahmed. In fact, ICC already started working on that, giving more exposure to the teams. They have increased the number of teams to the World Cup from 8 to 10 this time. Nice use of the feet. So yeah, it's very important for the growth of women's cricket to expand the territory. You never know. We can have a 12 team, 14 teams World Cup in future.
As Fahima Khatun continues, another single played into the deep on the offside. Lovely to see two leg spin bowlers bowling in tandem. Not something you see often in international cricket, especially as followers of Bangladeshi cricket in any men's or women's. It's not something we get very often, so this is really a treat for us.
Leg spin is a different art. It's a difficult art. It's a rare breed, I must say. Another good over from Fahima. After 17, Ireland 49 for 1, and it's time for the players to have a drinks break. been a good comeback for Ireland after losing their opener Sarah Forbes. Skipper Gabby Lewis and Amy Hunter putting up a 40-run partnership so far of 68 deliveries. And it's important for the visitors to prove a point after losing the first two matches and also the series. They've shown great improvement, must say, from the first ODI till now. They've coped well. The two batters out there used their feet, played those sweeps and reverse sweep to perfection, faced the Bangladeshi spinners very well so far. They're taking their time, but slowly but gradually looking better. Rabia Khan to continue, gave away 9 runs from her 3 overs. One of many leg spinners in the Bangladesh team. That sweep comes again from Amy Hunter.
Mazhar, as you mentioned a few times already, for a team like Ireland in a match like today, once the series is already lost, it's really all about progress. And they seem to be listening to what you're saying because they are making progress. Comes down the wicket, just off a leading edge a little bit, down to deep extra cover, single taken. And the progress has been good. In the last match, in the second ODI, they lost their second wicket at 35, and the run rate was a bit slower than it is today. So again, they're making progress, and they look set to go past that 194 they managed. This one's hoiked away, but not timed at all. Straight to the fielder at mid-on on the bounce.
It's a test for temperament, skill, game sense, how they adjust and adapt to the condition. As you mentioned, they have done well so far. The hunger is there. They've got a good bunch of cricketers. A young team, must say. Average age of this team is just below 23 years. Playing that way outside the off stump, dragging 2 onside with that sweep. Skipper Nigar Sultana Jyoti must find a way to stop those sweep shots. They've been playing this pretty often now.
Yes, they're getting comfortable with the sweep. Maybe the Bangladeshi bowlers can think about some slight adjustments in line and length to try and put them off their rhythm. Again, an attempted sweep. This one was missed. This one was missed perhaps because this was a little further outside off stump, flighted a bit more in the air, and didn't quite get around it as another over comes to an end. And we have a change in the commentary positions here. Shamon Noy coming back, and will be joined by Miss Saba.
Fahima Khatun continues as Amy Hunter gets a single of the first delivery of this over. Thank you very much, Samit Qasim. And yet again, it's a pleasure to be joined by Nusrat Sabah Firdaus. Oh, just past the outside edge, was looking for the cut. Very good morning to you, Sabah.
Very good morning to you as well, and a very good morning to our viewers as well. We're here at 18 overs 2 ball, and it's 53 for 1.
Not shy of using her feet is Gabby Lewis. Seems to be much more confident today.
We've seen a rather slow start from the Irish team this time, and as expected from this pitch actually. Especially when you lose Sarah Forbes in the earlier times of the innings. you have to play very cautious. And Gabby Lewis is actually leading the way for her team. And we expect a longer innings from her. So does her team as well.
Yet again, using her feet, taking a few steps forward. I think it's the slowness of the pitch which is prompting her to do that, to come down the wicket, Gabby Lewis.
She might also use it as a strategy to come down the pitch and just making the bowler bowl short balls and just taking advantage of that ball and playing big shots.
Hence, now there is a long on. Mid-on has been pushed back. Now she comes off the back foot and places it nicely. Despairing effort in the deep by Shorna Akhtar, I think, and she gets a boundary, does Gabby Lewis, to end the over. That's a good strike.
Good one from Gabby Lewis, just played along the turn, and it goes for 4. And there was a fielder in the deep, Shorna, but the ball was very fast and it raced towards the boundary.
And that also ends the over, 57 for 1. Oh, appeal. Appeal from Rabia and given. Went for the sweep, did Amy Hunter, and missed it altogether. In the process, Bangladesh would hope that Rabia did not hurt her shoulder, but Amy Hunter would be disappointed because she got her eye in.
That's clever bowling from Rabia. She knew that Amy Hunter and both Amy Hunter and Gabby Lewis are trying to play that reverse sweep and sweep. So she just changed the pace of her bowling, bowled her quicker, and over there, Amy Hunter lost the timing, and she loses her wicket to Rabia Khan.
Perhaps too full to sweep. It was plumb in front. Gone for 23. Ireland are 57 for 2. Rabia Khan's 50th wicket in international cricket, 17th in women's ODIs. Here's the delivery. Pitching around the off-stump mark and straightening enough. Missed it altogether with Amy Hunter. That's the danger of sweeping, particularly when the deliveries are full. I think 𝗿𝗲-𝗂𝗽 is the new batter in. She batted pretty well. The second women's ODI in this series, got 37, was there in the middle for 72 deliveries. And she formed that partnership with Amy Hunter, but replaces her today. Full Rabia going all in attack. There's a slip in position also.
Starts with the dot. 𝗿𝗲-𝗂𝗽 on strike. Did you actually know that 𝗿𝗲-𝗂𝗽 was once an aspiring footballer who played under 17 for the Ireland team, and later she decided to focus on cricket and made her debut in 2019.
It's nice. He's a gifted athlete. Seems like he's a tall customer. Quick single taken, good calling. So 2 tall batters in for Ireland. 𝗿𝗲-𝗂𝗽 off the mark. Rabia Khan from Borishal bowling now. Superb fielder. Got 2 run-outs in the previous match. Inspired by Fahima Khatun, who's bowling from the other end. Oh, using her feet but not entirely timing it. And such an inspiring story, Sabah. that you're inspired by someone, but you're in the side together, and now bowling in partnership, your inspiration from the other end, you from the other. One came back in, nicely dealt with from the back foot. Will get another single. The Irish captain to end the over. A wicket taking over for Bangladesh. 20 done. Ireland are 59 for 2. Yeah, start right at the top from Gabby Lewis, unbeaten still, but they need a partnership to go on. Spin bowling coach from Sri Lanka for Bangladesh. Now Nahida, change in bowling. Sweep. And that reaches the ropes as Sue Redfern umpire signals that it is a 4. Welcome boundary for Gabby Lewis.
Gabby Lewis with that sweep didn't get all of that in that shot, but it touched it. She used it actually touched her gloves and didn't get much of that, but she managed to raise it for 4.
Yeah, quicker, but this time adjusts the line.
Nahida Akhtar currently holding the 10th position in women's ODI bowling ranking.
Outside edge, beats that fielder at short third. We might see another boundary. We do. 2 boundaries of the 3 deliveries bowled by Nahida in this over, both behind the stumps. Different directions though.
This time again, didn't get much of it, just outside edge, and it races for 4.
She's mixing it up, is Gabby Lewis, and seemed intentional, this one, Saba. Played off the back foot, just opened the face of the bat very late.
Norris, come on.
So turning out to be a good over and picking the tempo up is Gabby Lewis. Ireland captain, 7 boundaries for her in this match already. Oh, bit of an inside edge, but thankfully for her on the pads. What that does is releases the pressure of 𝗿𝗲𝗃 Prendergast.
As I was saying, that Nahida Akhtar is currently holding the 10th position in women's ODI bowling ranking. She's the only Bangladeshi in top 10, has 57 wickets to her name.
Oh, turn on this occasion. Beats the batter. Was a tough one for the keeper as well, but applauded by Nahida. Judging by Jyoti's reaction, did that have a bit of bat on it? This will confirm. I think it was just the turn. Not sure if there was any bat on it. I think it's just the turn. Good delivery to end the over. After 21, Ireland are 67 for 2. Rabia Khan to continue from the media end. Oh, off the back foot, 𝗿𝗲𝗃 Prendergast. Not much of an appeal. And just have to remember that it's quite the similar fashion. Stuck deep. Amy Hunter lost her wicket.
Was going down the leg. right back to Rabia Khan. And before I go, I have a question for my co-commentator. I've been asked a few questions in the last 2 matches, so it's my turn. You have done commentary for a while now. What has been the most memorable experience for you?
It's been a good journey, and it's been a blessing to be able to follow the passion. Hence, almost every match is special, every series, tournament. Oh, quicker delivery from Rabia, well bowled, the googly again. However, if I had to pick, I actually have been blessed to do 2 away series as of now, except for the home ones I do here, BPL as well. Got to work with some legends, big names. But if I had to pick any, I would pick Bangladesh. Was playing against Ireland in England last year at Chelmsford. And I happen to be, fortunately, the only voice from Bangladesh representing. So that was really memorable, with Bangladesh also performing well. Got to work with the likes of Alan Wilkins, Niall O'Brien, and Isabel Joyce, former Ireland women's team captain. Ends the over. Thank you, Saba, for the question. Ireland are 68 for 2. Five bowlers used so far by Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the Bangladesh captain. Wickets shared by Sultana Khatun and Rabia as of now. Neither still got plenty of overs to bowl. So does Fahima. And she's been brought back into the attack. So it was just a single over by Nahida from that end, giving it a bit of flight, known as the Professor. As there is a change in bowling, there is a change in the commentary box as well. Welcoming back Samit Qasim, looking sharp today.
Thank you very much, Shamunnoy. As Orla Prendergast takes strike. Played away for a single. Impressive player, Orla Prendergast, from the first 2 matches. Opens the bowling, bats high up in the order. Got 37 in the last match, along with 1 for 16. And that's cut away for another single. Ireland rotating the strike here. They just lost Lindsay Hunter, who's a very important, Amy Hunter, very important batter for them. So they will now look to rebuild following the loss of that wicket.
He played with soft hands and doing the right thing, which is to rotate the strike, and things are not easy. Now Fahima, known as the Professor within her teammates, is known to be mentally quite strong, always open for constructive criticism, no matter whoever it comes from. And just mentioned earlier that she's been an inspiration for so many, and one of them already in the side and proving her worth, Rabia Khan. Always a positive story, isn't it, Samit?
Absolutely. It's so important for young cricketers when they come into a side to have mentors and role models to look up to, not only as players on their performances on the pitch, but also for how they handle themselves off the pitch, how they conduct themselves. And Fahima Khatun is a great example for young Bangladeshi cricketers who are looking to make the grade at the international level. End of the over there, 73 for 2 after 23 are Ireland.
Change of ends. Change of ends for Nahida. We see the Irish camp, the dugout. They surely want to make a comeback with respect to the ICC Women's Championship. Right at the bottom of the table are the Irish women.
Dropped into the leg side for a single. Nahida does the fielding off of her own bowling. So far, the most expensive of the Bangladeshi bowlers so far. Her first 4 overs went for 21 runs. She'll be looking to tighten things up here a bit in her second spell, especially now that Amy Hunter is gone. Amy Hunter, someone who did play her a bit quite comfortably.
Gabby Lewis is still there. It's a nice looking sweep shot. But Rabia is there, deep mid-wicket. Now bit of a yes and no, bit of a confusion in the middle. Oh, throw wasn't the best of throws. Nigar Sultana Jyoti had to run a fair bit away from her position to collect that throw, while the Irish batters were stuck in the middle.
Absolutely. The batter was nowhere in the screen, and in fact, the throw was poor. Jyoti was not in the right position to actually even, at the beginning, she was already in front of the wickets. Not the best display of fielding there from Bangladesh. They should have at least put the batter under pressure.
Sweeps it again, connects it better, and that races away for 4. Gabby Lewis, sort of a replay of a shot, but much better. Moves on to 46.
8th boundary of the innings for Gabby Lewis. And she is really sweeping the ball fantastically today, making sure she picks the right length to play the sweep shot. We saw Amy Hunter earlier making the mistake of trying to sweep one that's too full, but Gabby Lewis has really waited for the right opportunities. This one played away into the offside, defended. Very good batting from Gabby Lewis, following up the boundary with a solid defensive stroke.
She's leading from the front, isn't she, in this match? Gabby Lewis, so young, but no short of experience. Trying to manufacture that, place it into a gap not found.
No shortage of confidence either for such a young cricketer and a ground like Mirpur to be sweeping this comfortably against a very accomplished spin bowling attack. It's been an excellent display so far from Gabby Lewis.
Conceded only 3 boundaries in the previous 2 matches. Nahida has gone for a few more already in this match. 5 to be specific, courtesy of her stats guru, Rifat Emil. Flighted delivery, straight to Shorna. No runs there, but a good over for Ireland. 24 done, 80 for 2.
Five bowlers used by Bangladesh so far. 4 spinners and Marufa Akhtar at the top of the innings. Only Sultana Khatun and Rabia amongst the wickets so far. 1 for 14 from 5 for Sultana Khatun. 1 for 15 from 6 for Rabia. Nadia going at over 5 runs and over, the most expensive so far, Nahida. Beg your pardon. As Fahima Khatun continues for her 4th over, none for 13 so far.
Giving it a bit of flight, not much pace on offer. Now Fahima made her women's ODI debut back in April 2013 versus India in Ahmedabad. And in the middle had suffered through an injury. Ankle injury, and that required her
to adjust her action before she would use a bit of a jump before bowling the delivery. And as you can see, not much turn on offer. She used to get a bit more perches with her previous action. Part and parcel of the game, how well you come back, especially after an injury.
Absolutely, the resilience needed to come back from a blow like that, especially when you have to change your bowling action, just shows how dedicated she is to the sport, dedicated to her country, and dedicated to putting in good performances. This one is cut away for another single. Well collected and a good throw this time, although no pressure on the fielder this time to put in a good throw.
Now Gabby Lewis just a hit away from her first half century in Asia. The previous best was 39. Of course, her career best in women's ODIs, Gabby Lewis, is unbeaten 96. Came against Zimbabwe. And also for a winning cause. No runs on offer. Have to wait for that 50. 25 overs done, 81 for 2. Yeah, the ICC Women's Championship standings, and this series is a part of it as well. Bangladesh, after the win in the previous two matches, have crossed the West Indies women and moved on to the 8th position with 17 points. That's whom they tour in the next series. Ireland right at the bottom with 8 points. Change in bowling. Sultana Khatun back into the attack. Now this Sinora Ireland Tour of Bangladesh, powered by 𝗏𝗏𝗏. This series is very, very important for both the teams, but from the home side's perspective, Samid, that's a good stroke. We'll get a couple. Even though they've ensured the series with the 2 wins, this one's very important as well, as they will be playing away with a stronger opposition in the form of West Indies.
No less important than the first 2 matches, really. In a series like this, it's not really a series. It's just 3 matches, 2-1, 3-0. The real factor is the points that you get, as that one's just blocked away. So it is very important, especially as you mentioned. You can see here the standings again. The next series for Bangladesh is against the West Indies. A win here will give them a little bit of a gap in the table between them and the West Indies, as this one's again hoiked away on the leg side for a single. So as they are playing the West Indies after that, is direct competition, playing the team below you in the table. And as you can, if we went back to the standings, you'd see Bangladesh have played much fewer matches than Pakistan, who are only a few points above them. So a real opportunity to rise up in the standings. Reverse sweep attempted there, missed it. Again, this one was a bit too full for the reverse sweep. There, as you see, Pakistan have played 24 matches and are tied on points with Bangladesh. So a win here for Bangladesh would already take them above Pakistan. And then they have the 3 matches against the West Indies. Another reverse sweep. This time she's got a hold of it. This one will run away to the boundary for 4. Gabby Lewis reaches her... Yes, Gabby Lewis has reached her first international 50 in Asia. A wonderful innings from her today. Played and 50 runs, scored with 9 boundaries now, almost all of them from either the sweep or the reverse sweep. She had 1 cover drive that went for 4 as well. Very good knock from the young captain today in her 49th ODI.
Yeah, valiant effort in the deep by Marufa, it seems. Now she jumps over. Now that gives me a mixed signal. Even though 4 has been signaled, that looked otherwise. That looked otherwise. Very clever shot. Reversed. No fielder there. Short third. Marupa had to run. Now did the ball cross over the rope in the process? The half century has already been celebrated.
I'll tell you what, Shamunnoy, they are keeping that as a boundary, but that looked like quite a fantastic effort from Marupa Akhtar down there, and maybe was worth another look, but 4 given and milestone reached for Gabby Lewis.
And that brings up the 10th half century for Gabby Lewis, a women's ODI career. 10th half century for the Ireland captain, leading the way. And just mentioned unbeaten 96 versus Zimbabwe in Harare back in 2021. Came for a winning cause. From Ireland's perspective, they would hope that they produce something similar here today, as Orla Prendergast takes the single and gives a strike back to the captain.
Uses her feet as Gabby Lewis comes down the wicket. Straight into the, along the ground. Too long off for a single. Gabby Lewis has paced her innings beautifully today as she looks to move on from this 50 and maybe get a bigger score for Ireland.
Bit of a yes and no. Orla Prendergast, the strikers, and Gabby Lewis was looking for the single, but rightly avoided it. The Irish batters mainly doing the job of slowing down the runs. Fahima. Well bowled.
Another good partnership developing here for Ireland, 33 off 46. The last partnership was also worth 48 runs, so this is important. In the previous matches, they lost wickets in clusters, which made it hard for them to go on, as this one's again cut away for another single. As the over comes to an end, 27 overs gone. Ireland are 91 for 2.
Amy Hunter has looked good in this series but couldn't convert in this match. 6 overs between Rabia and Sultana Khatun. Now Nahida from the media end. There is a deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket for Orla Prendergast. Deep extra cover. And Sultana at long off. She pushes there, takes a single. So I just get a feeling that they've got hold of this, the two batters, particularly Gabby Lewis. Sweeps again, bit of a top edge, perhaps off the gloves. Not much in it, will only get a single. But Ireland do need Gabby Lewis to play a long innings.
Absolutely, I think she is definitely the key here for Ireland. Her and Orla Prendergast has had a good series so far. She's got 37 runs in the last match. And partnerships are really the key. The partnership already at worth 36 runs. They'll be looking to grow that. And they'll be looking to bat towards at least the 35th over or beyond that to put Ireland in a strong position to kick on.
Yeah, outside the off, bit of turn from Nahida.
Good ball, good ball.
Full.
That's the way, that's the way.
Very, very smart bowler is Nahida Akhtar. Plenty of experience. One might say one of the leaders in the bowling side. Shobhana Mustari has been pushed down to long on. And Jahanur Alam in for someone, substitute fielder. Oh, played, launched. Did it go all the way? No, it didn't. But looked a clean strike for 4.
Picked up on the length of that ball quite early, did 𝗂𝗚𝗃𝗏𝗏. Confidently slogged away just inside the rope. That nearly went the distance. And also not much element of risk in that, as it was placed well between the two fielders in the deep. As another over comes to an end, Ireland are 97 for 2 after 28 overs.
Oh, that one kept low inside edge and gets the big wicket. Does Fahima Khatun. Gabby Lewis looks frustrated as Fahima celebrates with Rabia. The important wicket of the Irish captain.
Massive blow there for Ireland as a partnership was developing. Just kept low. She's looking to cut it away. Very unexpected that it kept that low, really, and just off the bottom edge of the bat onto the stumps. Might consider herself a bit unfortunate there, Gabby Lewis, after playing such a good innings. Just got one that kept low, and really wasn't much she could do about that. Already had the cut shot premeditated.
Gone for 52 of 79, and Ireland are 97 for 3. Yeah, was thought of coming onto the front foot first, then shift back to the back foot. It's the slowness of the pitch and how it kept so low, getting the inside part of the bat, only to go on to hit the stumps. Now that gets Fahima the first wicket, her first wicket in this series. And what a wicket to get it. And right at the time the team needed it. As we just mentioned how well Gabby Lewis was batting, and Ireland would want her to carry on as long as possible.
The professor has given an exam that was too hard. Good Gabby Lewis to pass. As 𝗂𝗚𝗃𝗏𝗏 comes to the crease, about to face her first delivery from the wicket taker and partnership breaker, Fahima Khatun.
𝗂𝗚𝗃𝗏𝗏 now has to get her eye in. Sometimes one gets two. Will depend a lot on 𝗂𝗚𝗃𝗏𝗏, how she relaxes, releases the pressure of 𝗂𝗚𝗃𝗏𝗏. Now that's a good looking stroke. Through mid-off and cover for 4. Way to bring her first runs of the match.
What a way to get off the mark that was. Lovely stroke through the covers for 4 runs from 𝗂𝗚𝗃𝗏𝗏. And as you said, one often does bring 2. In the second ODI, Ireland, as soon as they lost their 3rd wicket, 4th wicket went off the next ball. But 𝗂𝗚𝗃𝗏𝗏 making sure that's not the case today. A lovely drive.
It takes pace off. It's clever bowling from Fahima.
First left-hander to come to the crease for Ireland today so far. So something different for the Bangladeshi bowlers to contend with. And Ireland will want to make sure that they take advantage of having this left-right hand combination at the crease. They'll want to stick around for a while because this will make it harder for the bowlers to settle into a good rhythm.
Nigar Sultana Jyoti still has options. It's a luxury the Bangladesh captain has. Still hasn't bowled Shorna Akhtar today. The off-spinner Sultana Khatun still has 4 overs, but she uses her quite often in the last 10 also. Shobhana Mustari, we saw her being used in the previous match. The 100's already up, by the way, for the Ireland women. 101 for 3.
Field change as the fielder at cover point is being moved back for Leopold, perhaps as a result of the lovely cover drive she played earlier. This one's just off the pads, no run. End of the 29th over. Ireland 101 for 3.
And just as we spoke about it in the previous over, we see the introduction of Shorna Akhtar for the first time in this match. Quickly shifted onto her back foot. Didn't quite get hold of it, Orla Prendergast, but manages a single. Now, she was run out in the previous match. Looked good before that TV umpire, Mohammad Kamrul Zaman. Another leg spinner. Got the luxury of having 3 leg spinners in the side. Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the Bangladesh captain, getting her field right. Wants deep cover to come a bit squarer. Flighted. Oh, nicely driven. Finds the gap. 4-4. Leah Paul, who's gifted us 2 lovely cover drives so far, moves on to 8.
Most of Ireland's boundaries today coming off of the sweep shot, but Leah Paul has come in and decided to show us that no, this is a team that can play to all parts of the ground, and 2 lovely cover drives. The timing and placement on both of them absolutely outstanding as she moves on to 8 off just 6 deliveries.
If field being adjusted one more time. Now deep extra cover comes inside the circle. Long off moves a bit wide. Flighted again. This time she hits straighter. That fielder, Shobhana Mustari, will get a single.
She's looking very confident on her front foot, is Leah Paul so far. Early stages of her innings so far, though. She'll want to make sure she's there for quite some time. This one is just defended back to Shorna Akhtar.
Shorna Akhtar picked up the wicket of half-century Amy Hunter in the previous match. She's been brought on. Oh, this is a quick single taken. Oh! Now, Jyoti couldn't pick it up. Direct throw, and I think this was Rabia Khan. Now, did she manage a direct hit? Or was it the gloves of the wicket keeper? Now, TV umpire Mohammad Kamrul Zaman has to do the job, as signaled by on-field umpire Sue Redfern.
Direct hit, and I think she was a goner, but as you said, not sure that was cleanly taken by Jyoti behind the stumps. We see here, batter still not in the frame. Throw comes in now. That's a tricky one. We'll have to look at that again. There.
They're going frame by frame just to ensure. Now the ball hits the stumps, and at the same time the gloves, did they disturb the bails, would be the question by the TV umpire. Now the batter is nowhere near the crease. Good throw in. Jyoti behind the stumps. Different angle on offer, but that doesn't provide much to the aid of the TV umpire. Again, the question would be if it was the ball which dislodged the bails, or was it the gloves? Even if it was the gloves, the wicketkeeper would have needed to take the ball in hand and uproot the stumps. But by that time, as the batter was already in motion, might have reached, but think the ball has done enough and ball has hit the stumps initially. And there's confirmation from TV umpire Mohammad Kamrul-Zaman, confirming that ball had hit the stumps to dislodge the bails, and that would be the wicket of Leah Paul, who's gone run out by Rabia Khan.
A lot of deliberation there, but I do think ultimately that the third umpire has reached the right decision. I think the ball hit the stumps just before Jyoti's gloves did, just milliseconds in it. But I do think the right decision was made there. Not, especially given the way these two had already started their partnership, really no reason to take that single there, Shaman, that they were scoring quite freely. Orla Prendergast is the batter dismissed for 18 from 35 deliveries. She'll be disappointed after a good showing in the last match. And it's now 107 for 4.
Down the leg, appeal. Una Raymond Hui is the new batter in. As Shathiraja Jesse signals it's a wide. Shorna looks astonished. Samit, your take on this?
May have actually brushed the gloves, but hard to see at this speed. But umpire deciding that didn't catch anything. Oh, and uppishly driven away here through the covers, just out of the despairing dive of the fielder. They'll get a single for that. That was maybe a quarter of an opportunity there for the fielder. Oh, just couldn't get her hand to it, but risky batting here from the new batter who's just come to the crease. Might be better suited to playing the ball along the ground in the early stages of her innings. Just as you can see, inches away from the outstretched hands of the fielder.
Quick single taken. Quick single taken by Una. The first delivery. Another change in bowling. Rabia Khan having an impact through a run out. This is the third time she impacted 2 run outs in the previous match. And in total, Ireland women have till now suffered from 5 runouts. Perhaps signals that they need to work on their calling a bit.
Calling and definitely judgment. At least in this last instance here, there really was played away there for a single. And as you said, a lot of runouts, and the one we just saw now, really no need to force that single. It was played straight to the fielder inside the circle. Even if it wasn't a direct hit, maybe the keeper would have had time to collect and take off the bail. So really putting themselves in danger almost needlessly sometimes, the Irish batters here. And as they're looking to put a score on the board that will challenge these Bangladeshi batters, they will want to avoid that for the rest of the innings. 20 overs left in this innings now, just under 20 overs left, 111 for 4.
Flatter delivery from Rabia. But again, just need to bring up the fact that the fielding on display by the Bangladesh women have been superb, been great. Rabia Khan, yes, but even Jahanara, who just throws it now in the first match, picked up a stunner. We mentioned how Marufa gives it her all. At times we forget mentioning Jyoti as well, how good she is behind the stumps. Tight, ends the over. 3 singles of it, 31 done. Ireland women are 112 for 4. The captain Gabby Lewis having a chat with the head coach Ed Joyce. This is her innings. She played superbly, did Gabby Lewis, for a 52, 9 boundaries. Back live again as Shorna continues to bowl. Initially took a bit of a time, did Gabby Lewis. In the gap, running the first one hard, but Jahanara is equal to the task, denying the second. Now this has been the innings, of the back foot, pulled it away, came to the front foot, hit it over covers, but preferred the sweep shot, didn't she? But really liked how she transferred her weight, at times front foot, at times back foot. So whenever the bowlers were thinking, that's well played. Of the full toss, couldn't make. Oh, bit of a confusion. Was going for the second. Was Ola Prendergast and denied by Una Raymond Hui. We mentioned how many runouts we've seen. Nahida has one of the best arms. Throws in. Thankfully, she was sent back in time. Oh, quicker.
Again, confusion in the Irish ranks when it comes to running between the wickets. And this is something they really need to try to cut out. This one is swept away, but straight to the fielder at short fine. No run on offer there. Gabby Lewis, as we saw earlier, was chatting there to her coach. Still beautiful bit of bowling there. Batter beaten, all ends up as another over comes to an end. 32 overs bowled. Ireland are 144. 114 for 4, sorry.
Calls for a change in the commentary box. Mazharuddin Omi along with Mohammad Isam as the players take drinks.
There's wickets intact for the late launch in the innings. They're 114 for 4 after 32 overs. Prendergast once again looking good for 20 of 38 deliveries. Una Hui on 4 of 10. Fahima to continue from the far end, as I'm joined by Mohammad Isam.
Thank you, Mazhar. A bit of a tough outing for Ireland so far. They had a bit of a partnership in the middle, but now they've lost their way slightly coming to the 31st over. Now it's 114 for 4 in 32 overs. Orla Prendergast 20 not out. She has her eye in, but now has to see through till the end with the rest of the middle and the lower order.
Have to start off again after the break. We have often seen those breaks forced to lapse of concentration for the batters. Straight to the fielder. They need to build up a partnership with some. They still got 17 overs to go, including this one. Nicely played. One bounce over to the fence for 4. That's the power 𝗿𝗲𝗂𝗂 possesses with the bat for Ireland.
Yes, excellent shot using her own strength, because it was a flighted delivery from Fahima Khatun. Just lofts it towards long on, avoiding the fielder. One bounce into the fence for 4. A much needed boundary. And as you were just saying, Mazhar, that immediately after a drinks break, and there she goes again. She flat bats it towards long on. As you were saying, Mazhar, that it's slightly tricky to start off the innings again after a drinks break. Sometimes they lose a wicket right away. But Orla tried to loft Fahima straight away and was quite successful.
Una Hui make a comeback to the side after 6 years during the series against England in September. Was migrated to Australia, played for Melbourne Stars, replacing Meg Lanning. Worked as an exercise scientist in a radiotherapy clinic in Melbourne.
There comes Mazhar with his excellent knowledge of the Ireland team. No, it's quite interesting about Una. She obviously wasn't playing for Ireland for a while. Just returned recently and have already made her way into the team.
Una Hui. 5 of 12, end of the over. It's the last ball of the previous over. That was too close and kept a bit low as well. At one point, Nisam, you thought she's bowled.
Yeah, it looked like that she inside edged into the... But look at how close it was. She went deep into her crease trying to cut that ball, which wasn't there for the cut, for the square cut. No harm done. Ireland 121 for 4 after 33 overs.
Shorna to continue. You've surely noticed some odd balls keeping a lot low. We've seen in the last ball of the previous over, it also kept low. Short ball. Couldn't capitalize it.
That could have been close too. Ireland already having that communication problem in the middle. Slightly better throw may have resulted in a run out here. The batter not in the frame. Way closer than we thought, Mazhar.
Quick run taken again, pushing the fielders hard. At times taking those extra bit of risk. You can feel the intention there, rotating the strike, pushing the fielders. But at the same time, they need to be very careful.
As you just mentioned, I think the urgency that we're seeing outside, it's mainly because of how the pitch hasn't really given them that confidence with the bounce and the slight bit of turn.
Too full to play that shot, and Shorna strikes again. Bowled her 𝗿𝗲𝗂𝗂𝗂. It was too full to play sweep. And Shorna strikes for Bangladesh, removing the dangerous 𝗿𝗲𝗂𝗂𝗂.
Flighted delivery, she went for it. Not there for the slog sweep or the traditional sweep as well. Celebrations from Nigar Sultana from behind the wicket. We are having a look at that replay again. It was very full flighted delivery. A huge mistake from 𝗿𝗲𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂 as she falls for 27. Ireland are now 123 for 5.
Just when Ireland were looking to build up a partnership, Shorna Akhtar had other ideas. We have seen the Irish batters play those sweep shots pretty often in this innings. Arlene Kelly, the new batter for Ireland. Oh, extra bit of bounce.
Ball warning. You know, you could almost hear Nigar Sultana say that out loud. Excellent delivery from Shorna Akhtar. Pitched slightly short, turned, bounced. She's getting it all. Another excellent delivery there to end the over. 123 for 5, Ireland after 34 overs.
A 123 for 5 after 34 overs for Ireland. They've just lost Orla Prendergast after scoring 27 of 45 deliveries. And two new batters at the crease for Ireland. Once again look to rebuild the innings. 16 more overs to go from here on. They've posted 193 in the second ODI, batting first. Sultana Khatun back into the attack. Bowled well. Picked up a wicket, conceding 12 runs from a 3 overs. That was Shorna. Sultana Khatun bowled 6 overs, picking up a wicket, giving away 21 runs. Unahui to face Sultana.
Sultana continues to bowl where she left off in her first spell. Excellent bowling from her. Starts off with a delivery that slightly moved towards her pads, to the batter's pads.
In the air. Fielder coming in and takes an easy catch in the end. Fahima, the fielder at long on, running towards her left and completes a very good catch as Sultana strikes yet again for Bangladesh. All of a sudden, Ireland losing track in the middle, losing 2 wickets in the last 2 overs, and this time it's Unahui.
Ireland seems to be in big trouble now. 123 for 6. They were 97 for 2 at one point. So 26 runs for the last 4 wickets. Here we see the shot from Unahui. Not a lot of power in it. She did try a similar shot in the previous over, but this one reaches Fahima, who moves quickly. Celebrations from Sultana Khatun. She picks up her second wicket. Ireland 123 for 6.
I'm sure the crowds will enjoy how the Bangladeshi bowlers and fielders manages to come back after a decent start by the Irish batters. All of a sudden, they removed 2 Irish batters in quick succession and put them under tremendous pressure. Sultana is an asset for Bangladesh. Bowls with the new ball, comes in the middle overs. Once again, picking up those wickets when it mattered the most. New batter in for Ireland. Good ball first up. Elena Dalzell, the new batter, makes into the playing 11 today. Smashed a boundary of the last ball against England to win that game by 3 wickets. A win against England after 23 years.
She's now in a very difficult situation, a very different situation from the one that you just mentioned. Mazhar, this is her first outing in on this tour. She's come in with Ireland in all sorts of trouble at 123 for 6.
The motto for Sultana Khatun has always been wicket to wicket. Targeting the stump and let the batter do a mistake. Even if it's nothing there on the surface, it's very crucial for her to bowl onto the stump. End of a brilliant over from Sultana Khatun. A wicket. 35 overs gone. Ireland 123 for 6. Elena Delzel, the new batter for Ireland. In fact, both the batters just came into the crease. Shauna to continue. Flighted delivery. Just going back to Shauna, her uncle Jahidul Islam Jewel introduced her to cricket. She was the best spinner in the 2017 Roby spin hunt. 𝗂𝗲𝗃𝗍𝗂𝗃 actually introduced her to Dhaka Premier League. She's got huge impact among many of those players in this team. Great prospect, Shauna.
Master, you'll remember back in our playing days, umpires used to be the main scouts. They used to tell the selectors, they used to tell team officials about new players. Given how women's cricket functions in Bangladesh, it's important for senior figures like 𝗂𝗲𝗃𝗍𝗂𝗃 and others like Salma Khatun to introduce new players that they can find in league matches or wherever they see them.
True, very true, Isam. It's also their responsibility to bring out new skills, new talents. Rumana Ahmed is another former captain who has helped a lot promoting youngsters. You mentioned Salma Khatun, a legend of a game for Bangladesh, inspired thousands of girls to play cricket in this country.
I'm sure if you ask many of the current players, heroes or looking up to mentors would be figures like Salma and Rumana, who have been the pioneers of women's cricket in Bangladesh.
Very tight bowling by Shauna. It's never easy for a leg spinner to maintain the line and length properly. They tend to give away one or two odd bad deliveries in an over, but Shauna so far has been terrific.
Another good ball to round off her fourth over. Ireland stuck in the 30 over mark. Now 126 for 6 in 36 overs.
Irish dugout. Still a learning curve, I must say. That's the wickets that fell today. Sultana Khatun right on the money, and then Rabia Khan picking up a wicket. That one kept a bit low by Fahima. And then there was the run out there. Good fielding by Rabia. And then Sultana Khatun back live. Experienced campaigner. We spoke about the run out. 2 in the first game, 1 in the second, and now in this game as well. Quite a few of those. Playing across the line, too full to play that shot. Shauna striking for Bangladesh. Spinners has always been dominant for Bangladesh over the years.
And you can check the trend of many of these dismissals, inside edges, trying to play the sweep shot, trying to play the slog. So I think I've spotted 3 or 4 batters playing that shot. Not much in the way of cut shots or drives for Ireland. Not a lot of boundaries with those shots as well. That shows the lack of confidence that they've had in this series. Of course, playing in the subcontinent. We look at the 6th wicket to fall. Orla Prendergast giving a catch too long on. And now back live. Another feature of this Ireland innings is the number of sweep shots that they have played successfully. They have timed a few, but generally it has brought over their dismissals as well.
I think at times playing too many sweeps gone against them. There were 2 fuller deliveries. They played those sweeps and paid the price. Probably they should use the feet often coming down the track to the pitch of the delivery. Yes, sweep shot definitely hampers the line and length of a spinner. End of another decent over. Ireland 127 for 6 after 37. Look at those economy rates up there. Marufa 2, Sultana Khatun 2.75, Shorna Akhtar 3.75, and we are playing a one-day international match here. We are into the 37th over. 6 bowlers used so far by skipper Nigar Sultana Jyoti. An experienced Nahid Akhtar comes back to the bowling. We're just talking about Ireland's batting. They're batting first for the second time in this series. They posted 193, batting first on the other day, an improved performance. But there is a pattern of Ireland's batting throughout the innings. If I mention about their run rate in the first match, between 1 to 10 overs it was 3.5, 11 to 20 it was 2.6, 21 to 30, 5.1, and here comes the catch. Between 31 to 40 overs, Ireland's run rate has been 2.9. So that's the area they have been struggling, even in the first game and also in this game as well. They seem to stuck a bit in the middle when they needed to rotate the strikes, and they lost quite a few wickets in this crucial stage of an innings.
Masih, you just mentioned the period before the 30th over. 5 point, that the run rate goes up to 5 at that time. So that's the more interesting part, that you have a period of 10 overs scoring at 5 and over, and then you relax a bit. In ODI cricket, there's no room to relax between the 30th and 40th over, because this is the last slot of 10 overs when you have the fielding restrictions with 4 in the circle, or 4 in the circle. Then you can get one more extra fielder in the last 10 overs. So Ireland is missing out. And today I felt that Nahida, Bangladesh's most consistent bowler, best bowler, she has gone for a few 6 boundaries from 6 overs. And this is perhaps the first over where she hasn't considered a boundary. So there was another chance for Ireland to latch onto that, but they've not done well against Bangladesh's leg spinners. End of the over there, 38 overs gone, 129 for 6 Ireland.
It's been a very good series for Bangladesh so far. They've already sealed the 3-match ODI series, winning the first 2 matches quite convincingly, must say. But Ireland have shown good progress from the first ODI. Once again, they're in a difficult position at the moment, looking to build up a partnership and look to post somewhere near 200, maybe over 200 will be a big psychological boost for them.
At this stage, of course, Bangladesh are right on top. 129 for 6 Ireland in 38 overs. They've lost a cluster of wickets in the last few overs. Looks like Sultana Khatun will bowl out. This is her 9th over. She's been very consistent with her lengths, and that's reflected on her, the number of runs that she has conceded. She's already picked up 2 wickets, and the batters have often been in trouble when she has pitched it slightly up and let the ball turn. Another chance, fell short of the mid-wicket fielder, Shorna there. There was no room for a dive there, but it was another good delivery that kicked on the batter.
A quick single taken, desperate dive from Elena Dalzell. Good running in the end.
Good running, mainly because Shorna was probably on her heels as she moved quickly in the end, but the batters were through. Ireland dugout will be on the edge whenever they try to take a quick single. There have been 5 runouts in the series, as far as I've heard. So that is one area where Ed Joyce, the Ireland coach, will focus on.
You mentioned about Ed Joyce, former English cricketer and also former Irish cricketer as well. Played successive World Cups for 2 countries. In 2007, he played for England. In 2011, he played for Ireland in the World Cup. It's a tough series for Ireland, and as a coach, 𝗏𝗏𝗂𝐻 will be looking for some positives as they travel to India from here. They've got a T20I series in hand after this ODI series. It's an improved Ireland side, I must say. Oh, brilliantly bowled. Outstanding bowling by Sultana. End of another over. 132 for 6 after 39. What a ball, Isam.
A dream of spinner's delivery. The batter did well not to edge it. Just look at Sultana's reaction after that ball. She couldn't believe it. That was an excellent delivery to finish her 9th over. Continues to be miserly as Bangladesh tighten the screw around Ireland's batting in the 3rd ODI.
It's been a very good phase for Bangladesh. Not just keeping things tight, they also managed to pick up a few wickets. It's a crucial juncture of the innings for Ireland. Rabia Khan bowled 7 overs, gave away 18 runs, conceding a wicket. 10 overs to go after this one. Business end starts. Will be interesting to see how the Irish batters go about from here on. Again, brilliantly bowled. Not sure whether to come forward or not. In the end, tangled herself.
Mazhar, this is the 19th over to be bowled by leg spin in this game. All 3 leg spinners have bowled very tightly. They've got a wicket each. And judging by the 3 leg spinners, Shorna obviously puts up a bit of a flight. Fahima bowls slightly quicker, and Rabia is the most interesting one for me. She plays around with the drift. The previous delivery was a great example. She goes a bit wide at times like this one, but that is also one of the reasons why perhaps Nigar Sultana Jyoti treats her like one of her wicket-taking bowlers, much like Nahida, much like Fahima, or much like Shorna in fact. Fahima and Sultana are likely to be her bankers, not giving away a lot of runs.
This has been the highlight of the leg spinners of this Bangladesh team. Not all of them are big turners of the ball, but they know their strength and weaknesses. Prefers to bowl onto the stump.
Rabia is a very highly rated cricketer around the world. A lot of commentators have spoken about her, a lot of observers have seen her do well in age group cricket and now improving herself through international cricket. She's gathered a bit of experience as well. It's not that she's new to the game, but she's slowly building her reputation as an all-rounder, especially her bowling. Another excellent way to finish the over. Ireland go 134 for 6 in 40 overs, with Elana Dalzell and Arlene Kelly struggling to put things together.
You can see the fall of wickets. 2 wickets fell on 123. They've lost wickets in crucial moments. That has hurt them a lot. We haven't seen a big partnership yet. Sultana to continue. Bowling really tight. Both the bowlers have been bowling at a very good line and length. And just talking about Arlene Kelly, born in New Zealand. That's too wide. Played for Auckland Stars, Arlene Kelly. And then moved to Ireland and was later awarded as Women's Player of the Year in the Irish Awards last year. Exciting prospect.
Absolutely, 𝗂𝗚𝗫𝐾𝐨𝑖 has shown a bit of improvement in every game that she's played in this series. She had a great 2023, following it up this year now. Mazhar, a couple of deliveries ago, I mean, you've seen how much turn there is on the wicket, the wide ball. That probably the bowler didn't intend it to be wide, but that shows that when we use the pitch for the third time in 7 or 8 days, it is going to be interesting. It is going to be an interesting contest.
It's a good toss to win for Ireland, must say. Gabby Lewis at the toss had no hesitation whatsoever once she won the toss. Just straight away, we'll bat first. Yeah, the Irish dugout.
The best time to bat in Mirpur, of course, around this time of the day.
Nicely swept. Good work in the deep. But the two batters will be able to take 2 runs. We've seen these sweep shots pretty often this innings by the Irish batters.
Finally, a bit of intent from the Irish batters. The last 7 or 8 overs have been absolutely dour. They haven't pushed the scoring at all. Now, finally, some runs from Dalzell and Kelly. Again, Sultana, you can't get away Sultana too easily. She'll come back. She'll bowl another good ball.
The leading wicket taker of this series, Sultana, 7 wickets so far. Again, that sweep shot, big appeal. Dot ball to end the over. After 41, Ireland 138 for 6.
On the last over, right?
With the spinners mostly operating in the Bangladesh innings, the cut-off time won't be an issue for them. Skipper Nigar Sultana Jyoti marshalling her troop. Just hear her out from the stump mic. She's a character. The way she instructs the players, the way she reads the batters, the way she instructs the bowlers, how the pitch is behaving and where to bowl or not. Just keep an ear on Nigar Sultana Jyoti. She's interesting.
Of course, she's interesting, but I think she's a very good leader. I think that's why we can call her a character, because she makes sure that everyone is on their toes.
𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗃. At one point, I thought Ritu Muni is playing, but no. It's 𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗃 wearing Ritu Muni's jersey. Confused a bit for a while. I was wondering, how could we miss Ritu Muni? Yeah, 𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗃 with the ball in her hand, bowling medium pace. Short ball pulled away. Not the best of deliveries. And the ball had enough legs to reach the fence for 4. A welcome boundary for Ireland after a while.
𝗂𝗚𝗫𝐾𝐨𝑖 goes after that one from 𝗵𝗂𝗃𝗃. Slightly short. Tries to bowl a slower ball from her grip that we just saw. Well played. Rolled her wrists over the ball. Goes for 4.
Nigar Sultana Jyoti using Pinky as a seaming option. We have seen Ritu Muni bowling those medium paces, adding that variety in the bowling lineup. Confirmation. 𝗂𝗂-𝗂𝗃𝗃 is out and 𝗬𝗼𝗧 in place of her. Correction, it's 𝗬𝗼𝗧 not wearing her jersey. It's her own jersey, 𝗬𝗼𝗧. We've just been informed. 𝗬𝗼𝗧. That's interesting, Isam.
Yes, it's a concussion sub situation here in Mirpur. So the news from the center is that Marufa is out with a concussion and 𝗬𝗼𝗧 has taken her place. Apologies for the confusion here. Ireland ends the 42nd over on 144 for 6. We have a change of commentary. 𝗂𝗏 Ghosh and Sabha comes into the commentary.
Fahima Khatun. Nicely played to the pitch of the ball. Long off is there. Murshida. Throw it back from there. Again back in the commentary box along with Nuzhat Sabah Firdoz. And just a gentle reminder for everyone that yes, there has been a concussion substitution. In place of Marufa Akhtar, it is indeed 𝗬𝗼𝗧 who has bowled the previous over. So, yeah, perhaps I think it was during that chase in the boundary line when she was trying to protect the boundary. She's got herself hurt. Oh, nicely swept. But cheeky was Alana Dalzell.
Alana Dalzell comes on strike after this single.
Played with soft hands. Back live. Looking for a quick single. Throw at the non-striker's end. It's nicely dealt by Fahima. 147 for 6. Now Bangladesh would be looking to put the nail in the coffin, finish things off as soon as they can. Coming down the wicket, placed it nicely. These two in the middle are in no hurry. They're happy to deal with in singles.
Yes, of course, especially after losing 4 wickets in just a matter of 26 runs. The Irish side has a lot of pressure piling up on them. Oh, that reverse sweep from Arlene Kelly manages to take just 1 run out of that.
Yeah, here's the attempt. Waited for the ball, played it late. Will end the over. After 42, Ireland women are 149. Giving it a bit of flight. Through covers for a single. Now, Alana Dalzell was the last moment inclusion in the Irish squad, the medium pacer. And it came after Jane Maguire was injured right before they were supposed to travel to Bangladesh. Sabah, times, last moment changes. prove to be lucky for certain players, waiting for the break, get the opportunity and make the most of it.
Yes, and Alana Dalzell, it's her first match here in this series, and this is her opportunity to prove herself. And with that, 150 is up for the Irish side.
He's looking to scoop it. Bat to ball, but straight to the fielder at short pine. 𝗃𝗺𝗠𝗧 there, in as the concussion sub for Marufa. Well, Bangladesh fans and the dugout would be hoping that Marufa recovers and it's nothing dangerous for Marufa Akhtar. Down the wicket. Again, quick single on offer. They get it easily.
The loss of 4 wickets consecutively in just in the matter of 26 runs has actually put a lot of pressure on the Irish side, and you can see that they're just trying to rotate the strike to just keep the scoreboard ticking.
Hit straight, off drive. And there is a fielder in the deep in the form of Shorna Akhtar.
The Irish side will do anything just to add runs to the scoreboard, especially while trying to keep their wickets in hand till the end.
Yeah, they'll try to bat out the 50 overs. Another single, 44 done. It's 153 for 6. But Jyoti still heavily relies on her. Just a few overs ago, I saw Jyoti running all the way and having a chat with Nahida. Will be bowling from the far end, pavilion end. Nahida Akhtar. The deep cover, long off. Outside edge, falls just short of 𝗃𝗺𝗠𝗧 and allows a single. Was a tough one indeed.
The frustration on the Irish side is piling up. The Irish batters are now trying their best to play the shots, but not being able to time it properly. There is an outside edge that falls just short of the player at the point. Again, high up in the sky, is there fielded? No. They managed to take one out of that.
It was in the air for a bit, but a gutsy stroke nonetheless. Positive from Ireland. Arlene Kelly in particular. Oh, in the air. Could have gone anywhere. Nahida might consider herself a tad bit unlucky.
Yes, absolutely. Nahida was actually expecting the ball to go a bit over to the onside, but it went to the offside, and she was a bit the batters are very much confused. Nahida is showing her variation in skills, and the batters don't know what to do at this point. They're trying to get those runs out of her, but she's bowling amazing.
Full toss. Put away in the gap. Will they come back for the second? No, they don't. Farzana Pinky rushing to put a throw in, and she does. Here's that delivery again. from a leading edge. Hit straight. Fielding of her own bowling.
Nahida Akhtar got 3 wickets in the first match and 1 wicket in the second match. Hasn't been able to get any wicket in this match. Trying her best. Oh, that's high up in the sky. Yes, an easy catch. Nahida Akhtar takes it herself. 7th wicket. Arlene Kelly, just 18. She was trying to hit that big, but the top edge goes up and Nahida Akhtar takes a wicket on her own ball.
Yeah, was not in position, not at the pitch of the ball, was looking for the sweep, then the straight drive, and then right on cue, Sabah, as you mentioned, that was going wicketless was Nahida in today's match. Takes up her 5th wicket in the series. Caught and bowled Nahida Akhtar. Arlene Kelly goes for 18 of 28. It's 156 for 7. Here's the wicket again. Was down on one knee, was thinking of the slog sweep, only to induce that top edge. And as we see the wicket again, there will be a fresh batter in. Speaking of a fresh batter, we have a Bangladesh legend amongst us. Opening batter, Tamim Iqbal Khan. A pleasure sitting beside. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon everyone. Now, first time in women's cricket. So yeah, looking forward to it. Bangladesh has been dominating in this series. They've won the first 2 games quite comfortably, and the brand of cricket they are playing is quite nice to see. Bit surprised that playing in a same wicket 3 games in a row. I was hoping that we'll see a different kind of wicket, because especially when our women teams goes overseas, they don't get too much assistance from the wicket. Where in Mirpur we all know that spinners play a big part. So when the series has already won, they could have played in a much sporting wicket. In my eyes, I think that could have benefited them.
Yeah, speaking of the wicket and having someone like you beside, can't help but pick your brain. You've played so many matches here. Being a used surface, from your experience, do you think it's going to be a tad bit difficult to bat in the second innings?
It depends. Sometimes second innings gets easier. Yeah, but Bangladesh has done quite well till now. They're probably looking to chase somewhere around 170, 175 at best. And the way Bangladesh is batting, I don't think it will be a big challenge.
A full toss. Nicely played, but straight to that fielder, deep mid-wicket. Pitch bit on the slower side.
Yes, and then I'm not too sure that how the quality is of spinners of Ireland. And Bangladesh generally plays spin all right. So that's the very reason.
End of the 46th, 159 for 7. This is what the batting scorecard looks like for Ireland. Gabby Lewis, the captain, leading from the front right at the top, getting a half century, but then getting out. Now Nahida will continue from the Thana end or the pavilion end. Hit straight in the air, but in the gap, and will get a boundary. Elana Dalzell, must need in one for Ireland. 4 runs to start the over. Mid-on was up in the circle and she took full advantage of it, did Alana Dalzell. Yeah, good shot. They had to pick it up. Current run rate 3.53. They've taken Nahida for a liking. Oh, good turn, big appeal and given. Sue Redfern does not hesitate to raise the finger, and Nahida gets her second. Alana Dalzell hitting a boundary, and then Nahida with a great response. Bit of flight, and a lot of turn. Was the back foot. The off stump still evident. Alana Dalzell goes for 19 of 44. Ireland lose their 8th at 163. Good comeback from Nahida. And Cara Murray is still there. Perhaps going to be Freya Sargent, who's the new batter in. It is. Good delivery.
This is the point I really want to raise is whether it's men's cricket or women's cricket, Bangladesh needs to start playing on good cricketing wickets, especially back at home. Because when they're touring overseas, they're getting good wickets, and where both the teams are struggling. If you see, the women's team has a lot of success. I still remember winning that Asia Cup. The men's team was actually training that day. We were on the dressing room supporting each and every ball. So the women's team has a lot of success. This is what they need to do when they have won the series. They should have played in a much better wicket in today's game to learn something. Yes, you're bowling spinners.
In the air, but falls safe. Coming back to that story, I remember watching that video. You all were hyped up and enjoying it in the dressing room.
Yeah, definitely. I think in Bangladesh cricket history, men's or women's, that's one of the biggest achievements that we have. And we were backing them fully. I still remember that the second run that somebody took, we were like jumping around, dancing around in the dressing room.
As you say it, just remembering that and hearing this from your mouth is giving me goosebumps right now. Not exaggerating a little bit even. But runs taken of the last delivery of Nahida's over. 47 done. It's 167 for 8. Couple of wickets for Sultana and Nahida. One apiece between Rabia, Fahima and Shorna. Marufa unfortunately has been concussion subbed. The professor will come back from the media end, but Tamim bhai, can't help but ask you, you've been a big supporter of Bangladesh cricket, be it men's or women's. Of course, contributed yourself in the men's side, but there are quite a few who look up to you even in the women's circuit. For example, the opener Mushida Khatun. You've quite often helped them with bats and whatever necessary.
I'm happy that I can contribute in any other way, because when I was young, I was always struggling to get good bats. Used to look up to international cricketers, asking them for bats, or my elder brother asking him for a bat. That's very close. That looks extremely close, but not given. Maybe pitching outside off. That could have only the reason can.
It is pitching out, and perhaps would have gone on to miss the off stump as well, even though she was quite deep in the crease, was 𝗂𝗧 Sargent.
High ball. Good ball, 5.
So coming back to our story, yeah. So I tried to help them as much as I can, because in cricket you need good equipments, whether it's a bat or a quality gloves, whatever. But bat is something that is extremely important, and for women cricket, it's a different size bat than men's. We are lucky that we have someone who is starting manufacturing bats in Bangladesh, in MKS, where two of our very own, Mehdi and Miraj and Imrul Qais, has set up a factory. So I hope in coming years we won't face that issue. But at the moment, these girls needs good bats, because they need to know exactly what weight they're using, what size of the bat they're using. That's actually nicely played by Harry Murray. It's nicely swept over mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, down on one knee. Nicely timed it off the middle part of the bat. Despairing effort in the deep. But again, the timing was too sweet for the fielder to prevent the boundary. To finish the 48th as Ireland move on to 173. Two more overs to go. Ireland are 173 for 8. 𝗂𝗧 Sargent getting a boundary in the previous over. Now, 𝗬𝗪, love to come back to you. You know, back in rehabilitation. We've seen you training during the previous match while we were commentating. We saw you walking down the boundary line in the air. But with the NCL and BPL coming ahead, where do you stand at the moment?
I'm just trying to get fit, because I haven't batted for a long time. It has been, what, 2 weeks, more than 2 weeks that I've started batting. You need time to get back to the rhythm. Extremely lucky that BCB has organized NCL T20, where I will be playing few of the games there, and I hope I'll be back to the rhythm. And that's nicely played by Murray. Nice use of the feet. It's very important in this kind of wicket that you use your feet, and she's doing exactly that.
Coming, called by someone who loves to use the feet against spin bowlers in particular when he's charging. Murray, your much needed boundary again. These are, only 9 deliveries left. I'm sure your fans and fans of Bangladesh cricket really look forward to seeing you back.
I hope so. That will give NCL will give me some game time, which is important. So I'm planning to play at least 4 to 5 games there, and then get ready for BPL. I think BPL will be good this time. Some good teams. Fortune Borishal has a solid squad where I will be playing. And I'm really looking forward to it. It has been, what, almost 5-6 months I haven't played a game. So really looking forward to it.
And so are we, without a doubt. 180 for 8, with 1 more delivery to go in the penultimate over. Sort of a check shot, but no danger. Single to end another over. Good over for Ireland. It was a pleasure having you in the box. 49 done. Ireland women are 181 for 8. Yeah, runs at the top, courtesy of the Irish captain, 52 of 79, couple of 20s, Amy Hunter and Orla Prendergast contributing, then Arlene Kelly and Alana Dalzell just short of their 20s respectively. But Cara Murray and Freya Sargent doing the job and carrying the team through and making sure they play out the full quota 50 overs as I welcome back Saba alongside Murshida Khatun will be bowling the last over. Down the wicket, misses it altogether, and easy stumping for Nigar Sultana Jyoti.
Cara Murray goes for 13 of 9 balls. The Irish batters are trying their best at this point to put any kind of runs on the scoreboard. They had scored, comes down the wicket, and it's an easy stumping from for Nigar Sultana Jyoti. Cara Murray didn't even look back. Faima Khatun bowled a slow ball, and Cara Murray knew that she had no chance going back. Gone for 13 of 9 balls.
It's 180 for 9. Yeah, she came down the wicket and still the ball also kept low. So, of course, good take from Jyoti. Nevertheless, slow and low, never easy to time these. And on a surface like this, the best way to go about it. The professor knows it all. Ample amount of experience. And Amy Maguire is the new batter in. Flighted, nicely swept in front of square. They'll only get a single. But after the collapse, Saba, say this because Ireland had lost 2 wickets, 123. It was the 35th over, 34th, 35th over. So from there, they managed to play out and bring the team to the 50th over.
I must say that players came after the collapse, had good presence of mind, and she comes down the pitch and plays it towards mid-wicket. She gets a 1 out of it. There is no chance for the Irish batters to play safe right now because they have to put a decent total on the scoreboard.
Yeah, at least they've managed to play out the full 50. Flight, sweep, deployed again. Through the gap, dive, spot on from Rabia. She is such a good fielder in making sure that she saves 2 runs as the Irish batters, they come back for the second.
Sweeps it. There was a chance of 4, but brilliant effort from Rabia in the deep. Managed to save 2 runs over there. Last ball of the innings.
Last ball it is, misses it altogether, and easy stumping for Nigar Sultana Jyoti yet again. Fahima gets her 3rd. Superb bowling. I think it was the wrong one. Amy Maguire had to go for a big shot, the last delivery of the innings. Few steps forward to the pitch of the ball, but misses it all together. Also seemed to be slightly quicker and a bit more bounce than previously, and easily done by Nigar Sultana Jyoti as she picks up and dislodges the bails, and Ireland women are all out at the end of 50 overs for 185. Again, to reiterate that they've managed to play out the full 50 overs, having collapsed in the middle. With the sort of start they got, they would have wished for something better. But nevertheless, it's still a decent total on the board. Having been all out, 180. 185, beg your pardon. Yeah, Gabby Lewis right at the top, 52. Couple of 20s by Amy Hunter and Orla Prendergast. 18 by Arlene Kelly, 19 by Alana Dalzell. Unbeaten 12 for Cara Murray, useful runs. And The rest are out in single figures. 185 at the end of 50 overs, but disciplined effort with the ball in hand by the Bangladesh bowlers. Yeah, just been informed that the spinners altogether for Bangladesh have bowled 109.5 overs. So yes, it's a spin dominant Bangladesh attack. Marfa Akhtar bowled only the 5 overs before getting concussioned out. Sultana Khatun 2 wickets. Nahida Akhtar tad bit expensive, but 2 wickets nonetheless. 3 for 43. Fahima Khatun outshines this bowling list. Shorna Akhtar and Rabia wicket apiece. As it stands, and as mentioned earlier, it's just 3 extras. Having won the toss, Gabby Lewis decided to have a bat first. We'll talk about that, but over to on the field for a flash interview.
Gabby, 185 all out. How do you see this score, and you think Ireland can make a feast of it?
Yeah, hopefully. I think, look, as the game's gone on, the wicket's beginning to break, so I think there'll be more turn towards the back end, and hopefully with us bringing in an extra spinner, we'll be able to exploit those conditions, and I think with a couple of wickets, we can definitely get into them and hopefully get a win.
Yourself getting that 50 right at the top, how was your experience getting back into runs in this ODI series?
Yeah, maybe a bit slower than I'd like. I think I'm someone that likes to take it on a bit more, but yeah, look, that's what happened today, and hopefully bringing some good form into the T20s.
Is this the sort of wicket where you bring down the pace from your medium pacers, or you tell them to bowl slightly quicker here?
I think it's just all about consistency, whether that's whatever they think, whether it's, go full and quicker at the stumps, or whether it's change-ups, but I just think it's about, the areas that we're hitting and just always keeping the stumps in play.
How has your experience been overall in Bangladesh?
Yeah, really good. We've had a great time. We've been treated very well, and yeah, looking forward to seeing another part of Bangladesh in Sylhet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mohammad Issam, along with the Irish captain, Gabby Lewis, who won the toss, decided to have a bat first. Marfa Akhtar began the proceedings as usual for Bangladesh, but Sultana Khatun is the one who got the first breakthrough, that one of Sarah Forbes, but then that partnership between Gabby Lewis and Amy Hunter worth 48 runs is the highest partnership in this Ireland innings. She batted well, Gabby Lewis, quite a few sweeps before Amy Hunter got herself out. The sweeping a delivery of Rabia, but Gabby Lewis looked confident and in some flair. Sweeps, reverse sweeps, playing a few off the back foot. That partnership with Orla Prendergast and Gabby Lewis before Gabby Lewis gave her wicket away to Fahima right after her half century, but then came Leah Paul, a couple of beautiful cover drives, then that run out where Leah Paul lost her wicket courtesy of Rabia and Nigar Sultana Jyoti. Brilliant throw, quick one in, but Orla Prendergast continued along with Una Raymond Hui before Shorna got the wicket of Orla Prendergast. Then Sultana getting another one, a few top edges, a few catches. Nahida getting her first wicket here, and then a few good shots from Kerry and Elena Dalzell before Nahida got her second, and a few important runs added at the end before 2 stumpings the very last over from Fahima's bowling. Freya Sargent was unbeaten at the end, but Gabby Lewis at the top, 52 of 79, Orla Prendergast 27 and Amy Hunter 23 contribute to the total of 185 for Ireland. 3 wickets for Fahima, couple each for Sultana Khatun and Nahida Akhtar. Bangladesh, of the 50 overs, require 186 to ensure a clean sweep in this Sinora Ireland Tour of Bangladesh 2024 ODI series powered by 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝐶. We'll be taking a short break and coming back with the Bangladesh run chase after lunch.
বান দিতে হবে
ক্লিয়ারের কারণে গ্লাসে ক্লিয়ার ও
target. So Ireland manages to score 165-85, and the target for Bangladesh would be 186. Gabby Lewis, skipper, top scoring with 50. It's going to be a tricky chase, must say. It's the same pitch that has been used for the first two ODIs as well. We have seen the odd balls keeping low and turning as well. But at the same time, the way Bangladesh batted in the first two matches, that will surely give them a lot of confidence. They've managed to post their highest ever ODI score in the first game, and then managing to chase down their highest successful one in the second match as well. Two openers, both in form for Bangladesh. Ireland, on the other hand, will be looking to make an impact and bounce back in the three-match ODI series, which they already lost 2-0. Bangladesh, on the other hand, the two openers, Murshida Khatun and Farzana Hoque-Pinckie, the two in-form batters. Farzana Hoque-Pinckie struck 250s in the first two matches. Murshida Khatun also provided a good start in the first ODI, missed out on the second. As the players are out there in the middle for the second innings. It's going to be an interesting chase for Bangladesh's point of view. And the template will be same. Spend some time at the crease up front, as I'm joined alongside Samit Qasim. Samit, what do you reckon? 186. It's going to be a tricky one, though.
It will definitely be a tricky chase. As you mentioned earlier, that this is now the third ODI being played on this wicket. So getting slower and slower, as you could see even in the first innings. At the beginning of the innings, the Bangladeshi bowlers were pushing the ball through a bit quicker, but as soon as they took the pace off the ball, it became much harder for the Irish batters to get the ball away. Farzana Hoque on one end will take strike for the beginning of this match, for the first ball of this innings. Two successive 50s for the in-form opener, and she will be looking to make it 3 out of 3 today. Orla Prendergast has the new ball.
Bangladesh and Farzana Hoque are off the mark right away. We spoke about Farzana Hoque's intent. She likes to spend a lot of time at the crease. Someone who loves to hang in there, play big knocks. Murshida, on the other hand, likes to play her shots, especially on the offside, loves playing those cover drives and cuts. But we have seen Øllar Prendergast setting her up in the previous game with the ball going away from the left-hander with a gully in place. It's pretty similar today as well. Got a gully in place at catching position. Backward point cover. Mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. The deep fine leg and deep third in place for the left-hander.
Very aggressive field inside the offside ring. Solidly behind that one.
As we mentioned earlier, Bangladesh had already sealed the series, winning first 2 matches. Bangladesh's series results since 2023, they lost to Sri Lanka 1-0, leveled 1-1 against India, won 2-1 against Pakistan at home, lost to South Africa 1-2. They've won a game in South Africa. They lost to Australia earlier this year 3-0. And with this series win against Ireland, it's their 6th ever bilateral ODI series win in this format.
It has been a while since the women's team has given us a Bangla wash to celebrate, however. So we hope to see one today, if they can bat as they did in the first 2 matches. Another ball solidly defended. Øllar Prendergast has been difficult to get away in the power play overs in the first 2 matches. Impressive outings on both occasions. Picked up a wicket in the last match, was wicketless in the first one.
It's been a quiet over so far after the single of the first ball. Mushida Khatun taking her time, adjusting to the surface. Quick run taken. She also gets off the mark.
It's been a hallmark of this series, actually, Mazahar, so far, watching the Bangladeshi batters go about their business. They've run very well between the wickets. You saw right there, just dropped with soft hands. Didn't go very far, but the 2 batters knew immediately that they wanted a single there, and they called each other through. Very good running between the wickets once again. Something that the Irish batters haven't done as well. Again, a solid forward defensive stroke there. Bangladesh, after the first over, are 2 for no loss.
Ireland will be looking to pick some early wickets. They're defending 185. Both the openers provided good start in the first ODI, as I mentioned. So Ireland will be desperate to pick up a wicket up front, put some pressure on the batting side. Freya Sargent with the new ball in her hand, with a slip in place. Loves to give a lot of flight. Deep mid-wicket in place and a deep cover for left-hander Mushida.
I'm sure Freya Sargent was sitting in the dugout during the first innings watching Sultana Khatun use the new ball with great effect, as that one has just turned around the corner. It's a quick outfield. It should have the legs to reach the boundary. 2 fielders in pursuit. Neither of them will get there. We'll have to wait to see if that hit the bat. Yes, it did. 4 runs for Mushida Khatun as she moves on to 5. Bit of extra bounce, it seemed, on that delivery. Yeah, just very nicely guided away into the vacant region at fine leg.
First boundary of the innings for Bangladesh. Again on the shorter side. Fielder does well in the end. That's an area Ireland will be looking to improve. Fielding hasn't been up to the mark throughout the series for them. They've dropped 3 catches in the first match. Missed quite a few runouts as well. The ground fielding at times was not up to the mark.
Absolutely, especially with the spinners operating. And today they have an extra spinner with Ava Canning not in the side today. They have another spinner. They will want to give that support to their spin bowlers by backing them up in the field. I'll come to get back to that point as this one is flighted up and just pushed away into the cover, into short cover. In the last ODI, Mazhar, Ireland used 4 different spinners. Arlene Kelly is the only one who went at a run rate of under 4 runs per over. Freya Sargent, 4.88. Amy Maguire, 5.37. And Laura Delaney, 6.29.
A single to end the over. Bangladesh 8 without loss after 2. Skipper Gabby Lewis made the permanent captain of the Ireland side from this series, taking over from experienced Laura Delaney. All Prendergast to continue. And a very good run taken. That's very good cricket from the 2 batters out there. That would release the pressure, ease the nerve, and even if they're not scoring boundaries regularly, that will help them to cope and adapt into the middle.
Especially with a bowler like Prendergast bowling, she gives very little away in terms of width or pitching the ball up too much, putting it in the slot. So really it's important to find singles wherever you can. And you can see now, as a result of 2 quick singles taken, Ireland have brought a fielder into a kind of shortish mid-on, sorry, to prevent that ball being dropped into the leg side for a quick single.
That's interesting field setup by skipper Gabby Lewis. So the idea would be to bowl roundabout middle stump or maybe off and middle. Ask the batter to play drive on the up. Nicely bowled. Gabby Lewis as captain led 9 matches for Ireland, winning 2, lost 7. It's a new start for her from this series as a permanent captain of the Ireland side. Moving away, Farzana Haq.
Kept a bit low, did that one. Perhaps a sign of difficulties to come. More challenges to face for the batters.
We have seen Nigar Sultana Jyoti padded up. She's been in very good touch in this series with a strike rate of over 100. As a captain, she's one of the most leading captain for Bangladesh. In fact, she is the leading captain for Bangladesh in ODIs. Played 28 matches as a captain, winning 9, lost 15, 1 tied and 3 no result. It's a very good over by Orla Prendergast. 8 without loss after 3. Freya Sargent to continue. As the fielder at long off just scampers through inside the ring at the very last moment. Deep mid-wicket, a deep cover in place. I think this series has helped Bangladesh to gain the confidence from batting's perspective. We spoke about the strike rates, the lack of intensity with the bat out there from the Bangladeshi batters previously. That was too wide.
Very good point, Mazhar. It's not just that they must have a high strike rate, but it's the way that the top order have batted as a unit in this series that's been very impressive. We've seen contributions all the way down the top five. Farzana Haq, as we mentioned, in both matches. Murshida Khatun in the first match. Sharmin Akhtar Shukti has had two very good outings. Jyoti has contributed. So it's a very solid top order, and that is really where the basis of your innings comes from in any format of the game. You have to have a strong top four, top five.
And especially when your openers or top three batters consistently scoring runs, it helps the other following like Nigar Sultana or maybe Shorna to play their natural game. We have seen many a times Nigar Sultana not being able to play her normal game because of losing early wickets up front. Good ball, this one's better. But in this series, we have seen how Nigar Sultana playing her own game with a strike rate of over 100 reflects the true style of a game that we have seen so far in this series. And someone like Sharmin Akhtar. Oh, that kept low. That brings a smile in Freya Sargent's face.
They don't keep that low in Dublin, I'll tell you that much. That is definitely a Mirpur special right there. And Freya Sargent will look to take advantage of this variable bounce and spin-friendly wicket.
End of over number 4, Bangladesh 9 without loss. Academy ground adjacent to the Sher-Bangla National Stadium in Mirpur. Some of the Irish players batting in the nets, probably part of the T20I squad. Both the teams will travel to Sylhet for the 3-match T20I series. We're hoping for an exciting game of cricket in Sylhet. Oh, there's the slowness of the surface. Not easy for the batters to pull that one. Seems like she was waiting for there for ages.
Yes, very early in playing that stroke. And that has a lot to do with, like you said, the slowness of the pitch. And that seems to have been a painful blow for Murshida Khatun. We'll have to have a look at it again to see exactly where it hit her. Oh, yes. Right in the arm, in the elbow, and unprotected over there. So that will definitely sting. As the physio comes out to have a look at Murshida Khatun to make sure she's okay. Bangladesh have already lost a player in this match to a concussion. Substitute Marufa Akhtar had to go off earlier in the first innings after bowling only 5 of her allotted 10 overs. You mentioned going to Sylhet now for the rest of the T20 leg of this series. We can expect to perhaps see some different conditions over there. Sylhet, in the recent past, we have seen, at least in terms of Bangladeshi grounds, offers a bit more pace, also a bit more scoring opportunities for the batters.
Definitely. It brings a fresh change as well for the players. playing in a different ground, different pitch, different surface, different venue, different atmosphere. And the crowds will come in numbers in Sylhet, that I can tell you. It boosts the morale of the players playing in front of the crowd. We were talking about Marufa off-air, Samit, about her pace. Her highest pace, her fastest delivery that she bowled so far is 127 kilometers per hour. But recently, had the opportunity to speak with her. Her pace reduced a bit, and she's working on it. And she dreams to become the fastest bowler in the world.
We might see the get a look at Jahanara Alam in the Sylhet in the T20 matches. And I think that's another good point that you made, is that they will get a bit more of a crowd in Sylhet. They don't get as much international cricket there, so whenever they do get a match, they do come out in numbers, and I think that's lovely for this team. As many might remember, the ICC T20 World Cup was supposed to be played in Bangladesh last month, or the month before last, and that was going to be a huge chance to display their skills in front of their home crowd. But due to some political issues, had to be moved to the UAE. Again, trying to play the pull shot. Again, missing it. This time, wasn't early into the ball. Seemed like that one might have been a bit quicker from 𝗿𝗚-𝗏𝗏, who really has done such a fantastic job mixing it up. We've seen when Bangladesh are bowling, that it is normally the spinners who are keeping the screws on and the spinners who are going for the wickets. But in this situation, it's the pacer who's really keeping the scoring under wraps. Again, this one's up in the air. Should be taken. It is. Again, tried to play the pull shot. This time connected, but not very well. Top edge, straight to the fielder, running in from short cover. An easy catch. And Murshida Khatun again departs today, having scored 8 runs from 16 deliveries. 𝗿𝗚-𝗏𝗏 strikes. She's bowled very well so far. Wicket was a due reward. A bottom edge there on the bat. And tamely up in the air. A simple catch for the fielder. Bangladesh have lost their first wicket. 9 runs only on the board. And that was caught by Sarah Forbes. And this was just after Murshida Khatun got a bit of a blow to her arm. The treatment, the time, maybe that played in her head a little bit. And then tried to rush things again, missed out, and Bangladesh have lost their first wicket.
Sharmin Akhtar Shupta, the new batter for Bangladesh. Ola Prendergast strikes early for Ireland. They needed to break that opening stand. And Murshida Khatun, as you mentioned rightly, that blow on her hand may have dampened her concentration. She tried to drag that one way outside the off stump and paid the price. Easy catch taken in the end. But Ola Prendergast, all of a sudden using her height to advantage, getting that extra bit of bounce. She's got a sleep in place for Sharmin.
Solidly behind that one, no run. This is the earliest that Bangladesh have lost, the lowest score that Bangladesh have lost their first wicket for so far in this series. The openers put on 59 in the first match, 15 in the second. This is the first time that they've got an opener out with only a single-digit score on the scoreboard. Oh, that was inside edge, just past the leg stump, and it has run all the way down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Fielder maybe saw it a bit late, couldn't get around to stopping it. Lucky runs off the bat of Sharmin Akhtar Shupti.
That was extremely lucky for Sharmin. Playing away from her body, getting that inside edge. And the extra pace helped the ball to reach the fence. A desperate effort in the deep. But the bowler won't mind though. It was a moral victory for 𝗂𝗚 Prendergast. An eventful over comes to an end. A wicket and a 4-run of the over. Bangladesh 13 for 1 after 5. Bangladesh lost their opener Murshida Khatun after scoring 8 of 16 deliveries, bowled by 𝗂𝗚 Prendergast, caught Sarah Forbes. Farzana Haq, who scored 2 half-centuries in the first 2 matches, is at the crease alongside Sharmin Shrutta, who just joined her. Freya Sargent to continue. On the shorter side again, but it's the slowness of the surface, Sameed, and keeping a bit low, making things difficult for the batters.
And Ireland have to recognize that this is now the time that the batters will struggle a bit out there. They've lost an early wicket. Ball is keeping low. Second innings of the 3rd ODI. The conditions haven't been hard as that takes the outside edge. It's beaten the fielder. Will it get to the boundary? No. Stopped well inside. They come back for 2. 2 more runs to Farzana Haq. This is, as I was saying, Ireland will really need to pick up a wicket here because these are the 2 informed batters for Bangladesh. Jyoti has been very good down the order, but these 2 are the ones who have set up the platform for victories in both matches so far. That one's defended solidly. And so now the Irish spinners in particular will want to make sure that neither of these 2 batters get to score too freely and put them under pressure and hope for a mistake.
Rightly pointed out, Sameed. 2 of the leading run getters of this series are out at the middle. Sharmin Akhtar before this game, 139 runs, averaging over 69. Farzana Pinky also scoring 111 runs. I was impressed the way Sharmin Shrutta batted in the first match, even in the second match as well. Maintaining a good strike rate and changed the tempo of the innings in the first ODI. And you'll notice even today, she'll look to score those quick runs and quick singles and doubles every now and then. End of a good over by Freya Sargent, just 2 from it. Bangladesh 15 for 1 after 6.
𝗂𝗚 Prendergast to continue here. She's in the midst of a lovely opening spell of bowling here. Picked up a wicket already. 3 overs, only 7 runs conceded, and she's caused all sorts of problems. Oh, that one's just played away. Could have been an edge there down to the 3rd, deep 3rd. The batters go through for a single. Gabby Lewis persisting with a slip for 𝗂𝗚 Prendergast, which is good to see. She has bowled well enough to warrant that slip fielder being there. She's troubled the batters on numerous occasions so far.
Very good bowling by 𝗂𝗚 Prendergast. We mentioned about her bowling ability, her batting ability, an outstanding all-rounder. She's been one of the top wicket takers and run getters for Ireland over the past couple of years. Adds a lot of variety in the bowling lineup. Outstanding fielder. Captained Ireland in few occasions.
Oh, that's in the air and just evades the fielder at short mid-wicket there. That was another pull shot attempted by a Bangladeshi batter. Another one from 𝗿𝗚-𝗃𝗃 that they couldn't get under. And lucky to get that just over the head of the fielder. As we see here, top edged and just behind Gabby Lewis, the captain.
There's a strategy going on against Farzana Haq-Pinky, bowling those short deliveries by 𝗿𝗚-𝗃𝗃. We've seen how Murshida Khatun also fell in trap of that short stuff. And now she's targeting Farzana Haq-Pinky. Sharmin Shrupta loves playing against Ireland. Scored 350s in 5 matches against this opposition. Over 50 averages.
Muted appeals from the fielding side, but that ball looked like it was comfortably going down the leg side. Yes, this will be a test of Farzana Haq-Pinky's patience and composure. However, she has been tested in the first 2 ODIs with both of these, and she has passed her test with flying colors. So once again, she has to buckle down and apply herself and survive these early difficult moments as that one's played away into the offside. No run on offer. It's been a very good start here. 7 overs gone, 17 for 1. Bangladesh.
Beautiful sight of this Dhaka. Freya Sargent to continue. Mid off mid on inside the circle. There's a deep mid wicket. A deep square leg, a lot finer for that sweep. No fielders on the offside patrolling the boundary. So she needs to be careful with those short deliveries outside the off stump. And that turned a bit.
She's bowled well so far, has Freya Sargent today. She's flighted a few, she's pushed through a few. Not turning the ball a huge amount, but you don't really need to turn the ball a huge amount in this Mirpur pitch. If you can vary your line and length, that is actually the key. It's not about being a big turner of the ball. As you see, perhaps the most successful bowler in Mirpur history is Shakib Al Hasan, who is not a big turner of the ball, just varies his line and length and pace, and that is really what gets you wickets on this track.
Slashed it hard. Was in the air for a while, but into the vacant space. Will it reach the fence? No. Fielder does well. A very good effort by the Irish fielder. Surely saved a couple of runs.
Excellent effort in the field. They will have another look at that, though, the third umpire, just to make sure that she dragged that in time. Here we go, having a look at it. Yeah, looks like she just about managed to. This angle will give a better understanding here. Yeah, I think that's fine, Mazahar. I think she did a very good job there. I didn't think that she would get there, but that was an excellent effort. And that is the kind of effort that you need in the field today if you're going to defend the score of 185 that Ireland have posted. Every run counts.
Amy McGuire, the fielder there. Exceptional fielding. These are the commitments that they need. As you mentioned rightly, Samit. Freya Sargent loves learning sign language and also baking.
short delivery there on the back foot quickly, but didn't manage to place it into the gap. Might feel she missed out there a little bit. Did Murshida Khatun. There's a big gap in the field there between Farzana Haq-Pinky, sorry, who might have felt that she could have gotten more for that shot. That one was off the outside edge. Despairing dive from the fielder, but went under her, and the batters come back for two. Good running by Bangladesh, taking advantage of the misfield.
7 runs off the over.
Amy Maguire fielded well, particularly in the previous over, definitely saved a boundary. Now Orla Prendergast will continue from this end. She's bowled well. Prendergast got the wicket of Murshida Khatun. Oh, good delivery. Right outside the off, and Farzana Haq thinking of poking it, as I'm joined by Nusrat Sabah Firdaus. Welcome back to the commentary box.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Orla Prendergast taking the run-up from the pavilion end.
Tad bit short, she's onto it. It's Farzana Haq-Pinky, nicely placed it away from the fielder, defined, and gets the boundary. Guilty of pitching it just a bit short, and Pinky bounces onto it for 4.
You have to be very careful when you bowl to a batter who has the dominant bottom hand and likes to play on the leg side. Just see a bit of short in length and she punishes it. It goes for 4 on the square of the leg. Prendergast might consider bowling Pinky a bit to the off. And
the president of the Bangladesh Cricket Board. He's just back of a length on this occasion. Correction made by Orla Prendergast. Sir Farooq Ahmed, president of the Bangladesh Cricket Board, along with some other dignitaries. See Bangladesh Cricket Board director and former captain Akram Khan also there in the president's box, all enjoying the 3rd and final ODI of the Sonora Ireland Tour of Bangladesh series, powered by 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Outside the off, exactly as you pointed out, Sabah. Perhaps too wide, and hence penalized by umpire Sue Redfern.
Orla Prendergast trying to make up for that 4. The wide was given because of the bounce and above the head of the batter. And as we were saying, that Orla Prendergast trying to make sure that she's bowling a bit off to Farzana Haq-Pinky. And this one was a good one. Manages to take 1 from the hands of short cover.
A quick single taken by the Bangladesh batters. It's a throw in, but Farzana Haq would have been safe. It's been a comeback of sorts. Very positive from Sharmin Shupta. Never looked like she's missed even a bit in recent times. Outside the off, full, and she's on it. Timing was good, but the fielder at point, I think it was Amy Maguire, who's managed to put a bit of a hand to it and slowed it down. However, the batters come back for the second.
brilliant shot actually from 𝗂𝗵𝗶, but good fielding at point as well. She managed to stop 2 runs from that one. Just that sound of the bat is something batters love to hear.
Yeah, that's the line, that's the length. Perfect delivery from Prendergast to end the over. 32 for 1 after 9. 𝗂𝗂 𝗏𝗏. Flighted delivery. Very first delivery straight to mid-on. Fielder there, so no run on offer. Farooq Ahmed, it's just been a few months he's taken over. Some positives already on display. Bit of variation from 𝗂𝗂 𝗏𝗏, bit flat, quick single taken. Good calling between Sharmin Shupta and Farzana Pinky. And what was on display, it's a good understanding between the two. But speaking of women's cricket in Bangladesh, they do have a lot of support. We had Tamim Iqbal Khan enter the commentary box. He mentioned the support he has. And also in the president's box, there was Halil Rasha Shuman, former captain of the Bangladesh cricket team, who's also the head of women's cricket in Bangladesh, seeing that women's wing, particularly in this series, the presence of the sponsors and in fact the boundary wedges and everything, quite colorful, isn't it, Saba?
Absolutely. And something that I want to point out here that I've been...
A big shot was in the air, away from the fielder at mid-on, and will get a boundary. Races away. Brave shot from Sharmin Shupta.
Came down the pitch, right onto the flight of that ball, took full control. There was a bit of chance of a catch, but fell short of that and raced it towards the boundary.
Flat down the leg, played with soft hands. Doesn't have enough behind it to reach the boundary, but the batters will come back for the second and 7 of the 10th over. Bangladesh are 39 for 1. Confirmation of the end of power play from umpire Sue Redfern. And at the end of the first power play, Bangladesh are 39 for 1. And of the 3 ODIs played in this Senora Bangladesh versus Ireland Women's Series powered by 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, this is the most the Bangladesh team has got in the first power play. 39 for 1. The first match, they did not lose a wicket, scored 27. And in the second ODI, Bangladesh were 27 for 1. So in that comparison, they fared well. Now we're going to see a change in bowling. And it's going to be Cara Murray. The leg spinner. Featuring in the side for the first time in this series. There's a deep point. Deep. And straight away, the deep point will come into play. She starts off with a short delivery and cut away by Farzana.
We've seen a change in strategies on the Irish side, as in the last two matches we've seen the Pacers opening the innings. In this match, the Irish captain brought way too wide signal from the umpire. And as I was saying, that in this match we can see that the Irish captain brought a spinner in the beginning just to make use of that slow pitch and keeping the batters on their toes.
A bit wide, but nicely fielded by Amy Maguire at backfoot point. Yeah, point Sabah. Perhaps just trying to use the slowness of the wicket to their advantage. Be precise with the grip. Does she get away with this one? Does she get? She does. She does. Not too far away from being called a wide. But deep point, deep backward square leg. Oh, quite short. And a deep mid wicket in place also. So she is going to pitch him short. No ball given. Slightly delayed. Bit of a consultation between the umpires, Sue Redfern and Shorturl Jessie. Yep, it's a free hit. The no ball has been signaled and due to the double drop. Now she pitches full and onto it. Cracking stroke from Sharmin Shupta to deep extra cover along the ground for 4.
That shot screamed elegance, the kind you can watch on repeat. Perfect use of that free hit, and not from none other than Sharmin Shupta on strike. That adds 4 more runs to the scoreboard of Bangladesh team.
That's a 21st boundary. Wide, not in control, Cara Murray. The 21st boundary in this series for Sharmin Shupta. That's how positive she has been with the bat in the middle. Cara Murray will be feeling the heat. Better length. Single on offer. And mentioned the 21 boundaries hit by Sharmin Shupta is the most hit by any Bangladeshi batter in a 3-match series.
That's incredible, because she has been out of the team after the India series in 2023. So she had to work a lot in order to get into the team. And she's just showing why she deserves a spot in this team. And that calls for an over. 11 overs done, 48 for 1.
Yeah, comparison after 11 overs, Bangladesh well ahead. 22 runs ahead, both the teams having lost a wicket apiece in the power play. But quite an expensive over. The previous one, bowled by Cara Murray. 9 runs in that over. Now, time for another bowling change. This time from the media end. I think it's going to be Arlene Kelly. It is Arlene Kelly And she's been used particularly from this end by Gabby Lewis. Getting her field right. There is deep backward square leg. There's no fine leg, deep third, and a deep cover. A bit of movement off the deck coming in towards the batter, but it was slightly overpitched.
Good bowling from Arlene Kelly. First ball of the over goes for dot.
Played with soft hands, just guided for a single. Now these two, the one in the middle, Sharmin Shupta and Farzana Haq Pinky, they put up 85-run partnership in the second ODI and 104 partnership in the first ODI. So they do have a good understanding of batting together. Through the gap, another single. It's quite important, isn't it?
Absolutely, and the current partnership that they have built up is 41. They're still going strong.
On drive, does she find the gap? Fielder does manage to get her hands on it, but still enough legs on the ball. Still timed nicely by Sharmin Shupta. Another boundary. This is superb batting. And she is dealing in boundaries, isn't she?
Just went in the line of the ball, managed to time it perfectly. There was a fielder, she got her hand on it but couldn't stop it, and the ball races towards the boundary for 4.
This is nicely played. A good comeback from Arlene Kelly. Now Ireland need wickets.
Of course they need wickets, and as early as they can get wickets, that would put pressure on the Bangladeshi batter side. But it's incredibly difficult for the bowlers to bowl to batters who have different specialties.
Watchfully played. Right behind it was Sharmin Shupta with a solid defense. Ends the 12th, 54 for 1 Bangladesh. Some familiar faces in and around the ground. Yes, the boys are in the West Indies, playing a test match there at present, but the rest left behind are working on themselves. While the women's game goes on, Farzana Haq Pinky has looked good this series. Easy pickings for her, and importantly, she's held one end together right at the top, ensuring a good start for Bangladesh.
Something that Bangladesh needs, absolutely. And Sharmin Shupta, they have been having good partnerships from the very beginning, and this is something that Bangladesh side depends on. This time a good ball from Kara Murray. She has struggled in the last over to get that line and length perfect. That turned out to be an expensive one, not because the batters hit her a lot of boundaries, but because she gave a lot of wide and a no ball.
This one kept low, but Shupta was behind it. But referring to what you said, Sabah, in regards to the pair in the middle for Bangladesh, Farzana Pinky and Sharmin Shupta. They've proved to be the most successful in terms of batting partnerships are concerned for the Bangladesh women. They've scored together over 600 runs. And that comprises of 450 plus partnerships and 100 plus partnership. One of the 100 plus partnership, of course, coming in this series, the very first match. So, you know, they have been instrumental. It's key. You know, you feel comfortable and at ease batting with each other. And input given by our statsman, Rifa Demil. The average partnership between the two is 33. Karamari. Flight. Along the ground, in front of square. Superb. 4.
Great shot from Sharmin Shupta. This time Karamura tried to hit that pitch a bit to the offside, but this time Sharmin Shupta was ready to play that shot. She judged every single ball, and this time she was ready and played that and raced towards the boundary. It's 50 partnership up for both of them.
Again in front of square. But this time the sweeper will come into play. So she will get only one single. 6 runs of the over despite a boundary. After 13, Bangladesh women are 60 for 1. Farzana Pinky and Sharmin Shupta again making their bats stock at the top. Still the captain Nigar Sultana Jyoti to follow. Shorna Akhtar, Shubhana Mustari. Fair bit of batting to follow. 60 for 1 in search of wickets. Arlene Kelly full length.
One of the most impressive thing about the Irish side is their fielders' movement. When the bowlers start taking the run-up, you can see that. They're very aggressive.
They're on their toes. Again, straight to the fielder. And how, you know, back to the Bangladesh batters, Sabah, how they complement each other. While Farzana Pinky stands and holds one end together, is doing the same. Facing a number of deliveries. Sharmin Shupta likes to be positive, hit her strokes. This one keeping low but well dealt with. And even though there is a deep mid-wicket, short mid-wicket for that shot if she hits it aerial. What has impressed me the most about Sharmin Shupta is that even with luring deliveries, she's played it along the ground. Specifically, the past few boundaries that she's hit. Run ball 33. That does not allow the scoreboard pressure to get onto your partner, neither the ones to follow.
That is actually a very important trait a batter needs, because once you play along the ground, you have those runs coming, you have those boundaries coming, but you're not playing those risky shots where you have a chance of getting out. So yeah, it's very important for all the batters out there.
Again, full outside the off. On top of it was Shupta. And it's very important that a team, and particularly in today's game, has a solid number 3. Right, who can switch roles. Because Murshida Khatun today got out in the 5th over. And then Sharmin Shupta came in. Yes, a bit of time to rehabilitate, and as Farzana Haq, you know, spends time, eats away a few deliveries, allows Sharmin Shupta to set in. And then starts scoring positively. Again, good calling, and it's like they know when the other one's calling for the run. But good over bowled by Arlene Kelly. Good pressure built. 2 singles of it. 14 done, 62 for 1. Ian Durant, the trainer on the right. Rashid Iqbal surely on his laptop, the analyst, taking notes. But above all, I think this would be a positive, a relief for the batting coach, Nasiruddin Farooq Shojib, along with the head coach, of course, Hassan Tilakaratne. The top order is clearing. Flighted. Played straight to the bowler.
Absolutely, because as we've seen in the last couple of series that our top orders have been struggling to get those runs and stay on the pitch for a long time, and that put a lot of pressure on the batters. And that's a short ball pulled away. Is there enough for a batter? No, that is stopped in the deep. They managed to take 2 runs out of that.
Yeah, they did manage to take a couple. I think Sarah Forbes was there in the deep. Good effort from her. Just slightly short. Wasn't that short altogether. But nicely shifting the weight behind it. Well fielded. Flight on offer. Nicely driven. But this is where Bangladesh has gained back control.
And one thing about the batters is that when you have flighted balls coming at you consistently, you lose that control. A wide ball, and as I was saying that when you have those flighted balls coming at you consistently, you lose that control and try to hit that big shot. And this is where the Bangladeshi batters come. They're playing along the line. They're not trying any kind of big shots. They're not in rush. Full control of the ball and the pitch.
Oh, bit of turn. Now, did that get some bat? Only time will tell, but as that races away and reaches the wedges, I think Sue Redfern gives it off the bat. So that was an opportunity for Amy Hunter. Not an easy one, but another boundary from the bat of Sharmin Shukta.
Just as I was saying that this kind of flighted deliveries often tempt the players, batters to come forward and play risky shot. There she goes. Came forward, tried to play that above the mid-on but missed it. She got lucky this time that Amy Hunter couldn't pick up that one, and it won for 4.
Flighted again, luring again, was in the air for a bit, but thankfully for Shukta through the gap. Quick single taken. Ends up to be a good over for Bangladesh. After 15, Bangladesh women are 71 for 1, and that calls for a change in the commentary box. It's going to be Mazharuddin Ami along with Mohammad Isam.
Bangladesh recovered well after losing Murshida Khatun early in the innings. Once again, it's Sharmin Akhtar and Farzana Haq Pinky building up a partnership for Bangladesh. Both the batters are looking really good. Release that early pressure that the Irish bowlers managed to give. Looking for the singles all the way, Sharmin Shukta. That's her intent. She has worked on her game sense, game awareness, match situation, how to deal with such situation, and has a range of shots.
They've looked very comfortable out in the middle today, more than they did in the last game or the game previous to that. Took a bit of time in that big partnership in the first game, but now looking very, very comfortable out there.
𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃, another prolific performer for Bangladesh. Likes to spend some time. So both the batters, two different type of batters, must say.
Yes, and you can see how 𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃 complements Sharmin Supta's stroke play. Doesn't go for the big ones, tries to rotate the strike, especially when Sharmin is playing the shots. That's how a partnership usually develops. Both batters can't really go after the bowling. It opens up some risky shots. So when you have one batter going after the bowling, you'll have the other one playing a sort of a defensive game, but at the same time rotating the strike, and that's what 𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃 is doing at the moment with Sharmin Supta.
It's been a very good over so far. 4 dot balls, and more importantly, it was right on the money. Bowling according to her field setup. There's a mid-off, long on. 2 fielders at mid-wicket position. Pretty adjacent. Interesting field setup.
Yes, I think they're following a trend where Bangladeshi batters have the tendency to play that drop kick towards mid-wicket. I don't know how much data they have on this sort of shot, but it must have been part of their homework to keep the 2 mid-wickets for 𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃 or Sharmin Supta. It has been quite a constant in this over.
End of a brilliant over, a maiden from Arlene Kelly. Bangladesh 71 for 1 after 16. And it's time for players and match officials to have a drinks break. Bangladesh 71 for 1 after 16. Players enjoyed a much deserved break. Seems to be under control for Bangladesh after losing Mushida Khatun. Both the two batters complementing each other, rotating the strike and make sure Bangladesh don't lose any more wicket. So far, it's been a quiet start up front. Mushida Khatun striking the first boundary of the innings, but she fell short by 𝗿𝗚-𝗂𝗏 trying to play that pull shot. Sharmin Shukla was lucky up front, but since then, she looked really good alongside Farzana Haq-Pinky. In-form batters, both making most out of it, and that has been a hallmark for Bangladesh's top order. The in-form batters making sure they use most out of their form and help Bangladesh to seal a 3-0 victory over Ireland in this 3-match ODI series. Cara Murray to continue. Flighted delivery to start off, making her comeback to the side after missing out the last two series against Sri Lanka and England.
Interesting load up from Cara Murray, where she shows the batter a grip. I'm not sure if that's the one that she uses at the end, but she does show up the grip before delivering that ball.
We spoke about Murray missing in the first two ODIs. She's been the leading wicket taker for Ireland over the last 3 years. The only Irish bowler to have 2 5-wicket hauls in ODIs. Register her career best bowling figures of 6 for 31 against Zimbabwe to seal an 81-run win in January this year. She's got a degree in sports studies at Ulster University.
Yes, Cara Murray does come with a bit of a billing. One of the higher wicket takers in Ireland's list of all-time wicket takers among current players.
Was in the air for a while. Lucky for her, the ball went past the fielder at point. Cara Murray, on her debut, she recorded an unwanted record of the worst bowling figure in women's ODI, conceding 119 runs in her 10 overs, where she picked up 2 wickets against New Zealand back in 2018.
Mazhar, we've talked about the Ireland players. Now we're going to discuss a little bit about the new development in the Bangladesh women's team's coaching setup. You have Rabiul Islam, the former fast bowler, who's now working as the fast bowling coach of the team. He's played 9 test matches, 25 wickets, a memorable performance in Zimbabwe many years ago, 15 wickets on that tour. He's now joined the team, working alongside Marufa Akhtar, Jahannar Alam, the pace attack. You have, of course, Nasiruddin Farooq, who's been a batting coach of the women's team for a while. And, of course, Rashid Iqbal, the performance analyst, and manager Ghulam Fayaz. So the BCB are trying to bring in a number of local coaches into the picture, and the latest of whom is Rabiul Islam. We can see him also helping out with the fielding drills. It's an interesting development, I think.
Very good point, Isam. Promoting the local coaches and former players, engaging them with various possible ways. End of the over, we'll talk about it in the next over. 74 for 1 after 17. 𝗂𝗏 40 of 46 deliveries. Farzana Hoque-Pincke 21 of 41. Elena Dalzell, the new bowler for Ireland, got into the side at the very last moment in this series. Yeah, you raised a very good point in the previous over, Isam, promoting the local coaches and giving those exposure. Recently, experienced coach Sarwar Imran was made the coach of the Bangladesh women's under-19 side. They're planning to introduce under-17 sides as well. Chief selector of the women's side, Sajjad Ahmed Shipon, alongside Shajal Ahmed Chowdhury, who's looking after the edge level groups. They've been going through a lot of places throughout the country, scouting new players. And I think the way Bangladesh women's team are playing in the recent years will surely encourage new young players to come up into the setting.
And you'll want local coaches to be on top of that, be on top of those changes in cricket. Slightly wide, but no calls from the umpire. I think Farzana Hoque was looking for that wide. As you just mentioned, Mazhar, it was quite surprising to learn that they have now brought up the under-17 team, which will now feed into the women's under-19 team. There's a regular women's under-19 World Cup underway by the ICC, so you'll need to boost that team, and then you'll have to feed the national team, the senior team, with those players as well.
Down the leg side, we'll look for two for sure. And they comfortably makes it. Elena Dalzell made her ODI debut back in 2022 against South Africa. Recently makes a comeback in the side against Sri Lanka. She smashed a boundary of the last ball, needing 4 runs to win, sealing an emphatic win for Ireland against England in September at Belfast. Nicely driven. Elena Dalzell became the first player from the northwest of Ireland to play a women's ODI since Julie Logue back in 1996.
Looks like a handy cricketer, batting down the lower order, bowling these disciplined seam-up deliveries. She's come up quite well in the over so far.
End of a decent over. 3 from it. Bangladesh 77 for 1 after 18.
Bangladesh have made a good start to the chase. They have reached 77 for 1 after 18 overs. Farzana Hoque unbeaten on 24, Sharmin Shupta unbeaten on 40. The only wicket to fall, Murshida Khatun on 8, with the team score on 9. So this partnership has gone on for a while.
Short ball to start with by Cara Murray. Sharmin Shupta looking really good yet again. Scored 94 in the first game and 40 odd in the second. Once again, she's on to her 40s. In fact, the 50 that she scored in the first game of 41 balls was the fastest by a Bangladeshi batter in women's ODI. Pulled away nicely and will get the boundary. A boundary after a while off the bat of Sharmin Shupta. And she finds the gap really well. There's a fielder placed at deep mid-wicket and the fielder at long on, but she makes sure The ball goes in between those two fielders.
Excellent shot from Sharmin Shupta. She's looked very confident, playing it elegantly as well. A pull shot, but through the gap and into the boundary.
A juicy full toss. Sharmin Shupta takes a single.
Mazhar, I want to ask you an interesting question. You've played at a higher level. Do batters on either end, they're on good scores? I'm talking about Farzana Haq and Sharmin Shupta right now. They are in line for the Man of the Series, Player of the Series award. Does it play on your mind? Say the last match of the series, or playing for a Man of the Match or a Player of the Match award, a match or a series award. Did that ever cross your mind? You've scored some runs. The other batter at the other end has also done something. Do you want to edge your teammate?
To be honest, it does. To be very honest with you, Isam, I used to have a competition with Marshall Ayub back in my playing days in the edge level.
Good of you to mention him as well.
Yeah, he's a very good friend of mine. Yeah, just going back to that point, it actually gives you a healthy competition within the team. And I've seen Farzana Haq-Pinky and Nigar Sultana Jyoti always fighting about runs, who's going to score most runs in this series, who's going to have 100. Farzana Haq already smashed 200s. Nigar Sultana Jyoti always looking for her maiden ODI 100. And now Sharmin Shupta joining in. These two have a very good rapport amongst each other. And that will surely go through their mind on who to become the player of the series. Two of the top run getters out there in the middle for Bangladesh. End of the over. After 19, Bangladesh 85 for 1. 85 for 1 after 19. Sharmin Shupta just 4 short of her 50. She's going to be her second 50 of this series. She's also scored a good 40-odd run knock in the second ODI. Farzana Haq, on the other hand, also smashed 250s in the first 2 matches. Also looking good, as usually taking her time. Elena Dalzell to continue. She's the sort of batter who finds the gap easily. Sharmin Shupta doesn't get stuck in the middle.
Yes, I was noticing that she's one of the few batters in this series who can play all around the wicket. So she's got that release shot towards the leg stump, towards the leg side. Whenever the ball has pitched on the leg stump, she's got all those drives too. But she also plays well on the offside. I think that is where I think her training with Mohammad Salahuddin comes in. She really worked hard at the Moscow Cricket Academy for several years. I mean, whenever I've been to that ground, I've seen her working hard, and she does play a lot of fast bowling in that academy. And now you can see that she's adjusted her batting to the exact type of bowling that she's facing. Ireland doesn't come with a lot of pace, but whenever they have erred outside off stump, she hasn't let them go that often. She comes in number 3. She does play around the wicket.
Nicely bowled. Ireland desperately need a wicket now. Match referee 𝗂𝗚-𝗂𝗃. And just going back to Ireland's bowling point of view, they desperately need to break this partnership, which is looking dangerous at the moment. They're defending a target of 184. 185 to get for Bangladesh. It's a quiet phase from a bowling team's point of view. Isam, you play a lot of cricket these days as well, though it's amateur cricket. But yeah, when you are around in the middle in this sort of situation, being a captain, what would you done in the middle, or maybe as a bowler? What's the mantra?
Yeah, it is a tricky time. Thinking about Gabby Lewis right now, she she would want a wicket at this point, want one of her bowlers to come up with the wicket, but also the type of ball that is right now, it's slightly a semi-new ball. You can't really do a lot with it, and even if there was a culture of developing a bit of reverse swing among the Irish bowlers, you still can't have that by this time of the innings, the 20th over. So it is that middle period in the one-day cricket that is often also criticized around the world when they talk about the death of ODI cricket, that this is the boring part of ODI cricket. But if you really get into the game, there's a lot of things to understand or get out of ODI cricket during the middle overs.
Good to see Sharmin Shupta walking towards Farzana Haq before this delivery and have a chat with her, probably calm her down. Bangladesh are doing really well at the moment. No need to do anything out of the ordinary.
The photographers are getting ready for Shupta reaching her 50. They have that special position that they usually take.
Tucks away on the onside as he reaches to 48 of 55 deliveries. End of over number 20. Bangladesh 88 for 1. Busy day here in Dhaka. Sharmin Shupta takes guard, just 3 runs shy of her 50. 2 runs shy, beg your pardon. Elena Dalzell to continue. Most runs for Bangladesh in a 3-match ODI series. Farzana Haq got 181 against India last year. I'm sure one of these two might go past that tally of scoring most runs in a 3-match ODI series for Bangladesh. Amy McGuire, the new bowler for Ireland, left-arm spinner.
Lots of flight on that ball from Amy as she comes in to bowl her first over in the 21st over of the innings. Sharmin Shupta is on strike. She retained the strike from the previous over, batting on 48 of 56 balls with Farzana Haq at the other end.
Amy McGuire, the youngest Irish women's cricketer to pick up a 5-wicket haul in ODIs. She picked up that 5-wicket haul during the 3-wicket win against England, the historic win for them earlier in September this year. Her elder sister Jane McGuire also plays for Ireland.
That was a full toss that Farzana drove towards long off. Sharmin doesn't look that nervous batting on in the 40s, late 40s. It'll be a big occasion for her, getting her second 50 in the series. Already she's got 96 and 40 odd in the last game. And there it is. Sharmin reaches her 50. The ball is rolling towards the boundary and touches the Toblerone. Goes for 4. Cause for celebration for Sharmin Shupta. Gets a second 50 of the series of 58 balls. Gets a hug from the teammate as well, from Farzana Haq as well.
Undoubtedly one of the most confident Bangladesh batters in this series. Consistent, calm, composed, plays for the team. You mentioned about she's not even nervous approaching her 50. Even when she was on 96, she tried to hit a boundary for the team's cause. She's someone who loves to play for the team, a very gutsy cricketer, hard-working player. As you mentioned previously, worked really hard on her batting with Mohammad Salahuddin, the current assistant coach of the Bangladesh men's cricket team. and she'll slowly open up a bit after reaching that landmark.
Yes, that monkey is off her back now. She can now focus on getting Bangladesh closer to the target of 186 runs. They're already 95 for 1, and it's a good timing for good for Sharmin to get the 50 right now. She's got a bit of time to even target a century, Mazhar.
End of the over, 95 for 1 after 21. Been a brilliant display of batting by Sharmin Shupta and also from Farzana Haq, both playing two different roles. While Sharmin Shupta is a busy cricketer, always looking for runs, Farzana Haq on the other hand, keeping things calm, take her time in the middle and build up a partnership, which is more important from Bangladesh's point of view. And this is how Sharmin Shupta reaches to her 50. That's her 4th 50 in 6 matches against Ireland. So she surely loves playing against this opposition.
Yes, particularly this series, she has looked very confident from the word go. The 96 was unlike many of the innings that she has played before, but she's quite experienced as well.
And I must mention, it's a great comeback by Sharmin Shupta. She was out of the team, managed to make a comeback after over a year, and made a statement right away.
I think Mazhar, a team like Bangladesh, trying to develop into a mid-table position in world cricket, they need top-order batters to get 100-run partnerships regularly, and that's what Farzana Haq and Sharmin Shupta are doing in this series. They look like they have batted together for a while. You know, the first match they had that partnership, even in the second ODI, they had a bit of partnership, and now it's reached 86. So 3 partnerships in 3 matches. You want your top order to have solidity, and you want those players to be consistent. And one of the things that Bangladesh cricket, regardless of male or female, consistency in top order batting is a very hot topic.
That was wide. Too wide. Just going back to your point, batting had been a concern before this series for Bangladesh. Many raised question about the strike rates of Farzana Haq. But I think it's fairly enough from Farzana's point of view to play out those deliveries, building that base for Bangladesh's innings to put up a good total. And you mentioned about the partnership, which is very important. She's playing a crucial role from the other end to ease things up for Sharmin Shupta. And this is how Sharmin Shupta reaches to her 50. She was lucky at times, but most of the time she was courageous, not afraid to use her feet, goes to the pitch of the delivery, played some delightful looking strokes, and at times lucky as well. Pounced onto her back foot, plays that late, a well-deserved 50 for Sharmin Akhtar. Again, a wide delivery.
Yes, Shupta obviously looks like a very accomplished batter. The shot that she reached with her 50, for her 50, that I think symbolizes her form, her approach in this innings, especially her confidence, the way she went on the front foot and manipulated that slightly slower ball towards third man for a boundary. The power she generated from that tick, almost, not really a big shot. That tells you that she's got her thing going. She knows what she's trying to do.
And her ability to play all across the ground is a signature of her batting. As we have seen in the first ODI, she struck 14 boundaries, 4 on the either side, 7 on the either side, beg your pardon. Again a juicy full toss. Protection down there at the deep for 𝗂𝗚𝗚.
The flow of her bat tells you that everything is going quite well. And I'm going to talk about the 100 that's coming up. There's likelihood that if she does go after this attack at some point, she will have that in her radar. There's a bit of bounce there from 𝗂𝗚𝗚 to finish that over. Bangladesh are 98 for 1 after 22 overs.
Six bowlers used so far by the Irish skipper. And it's been a struggle, I must say. Not enough runs on the board. And the way the two batters out in the middle playing seems a walk in the park for Bangladesh to clinch this match and seal a whitewash win over Ireland. Spoke about Bangladesh, must mention the tough challenges that the Irish players are facing here in the subcontinent. They will be traveling India after the series. So yeah, it's a great learning curve for them.
Yes, and the interesting thing that the Irish will pick up once they're in India is that conditions in India and Bangladesh are actually quite different. They're not going to face similar wickets. I mean, when they go to Sylhet, they're going to see slightly a color of wicket that they might see in India. But a lot of the players who come to the subcontinent often say that subcontinent may be clustered together as one region, but Sri Lanka is different, Pakistan is slightly different, and I've heard many players say that Bangladesh is very different from other subcontinent pitches and conditions. So Ireland is in for a pretty hard time in India, even if they understand the conditions in Bangladesh.
Nicely bowled by ehimZ, not afraid to toss the ball up. But Farzana Haq is someone who's not going to get tempted by those flighted deliveries. Talking about Farzana Haq Pinky, her coach Akinu Rahman Roshu in Gaibandha first spotted her. Her brother used to play first-class cricket as well.
ehimZ loading up to bowl. Mazhar, you've seen that Amy does flight the ball. That's a very interesting way to bowl. I mean, in modern cricket, you don't really see a bowler flight it so much.
The best thing is Farzana Haq and Sharmin Shupta are using their feet now. 100 comes up for Bangladesh after 23. "91-run partnership between these two batters of 112 balls. They've maintained a healthy strike rate, must say. Ever since Charmin Shupta walked into the crease, made things easy for Farzana Haq at the other end after losing her partner Murshida Khatun up front.
These two batters have looked comfortable at the crease. They have a measure of the Ireland attack. They're batting on cruise control, as they say.
Swing and a miss. She needs to be careful. Quite a few times, even in the previous over that she faced, trying to play that drive. Perhaps waits for the ball till the last moment and guide that to third, rather going for that drive with front foot coming a lot in front. That's better.
And Elana Dalzell seems to be a very, she seems to have enough variation in her bowling. She's rolling her finger on the ball. She did bowl 2 awkward wides, but I think that's because it's not getting out properly. But every delivery that she's trying to bowl a cutter or a slower ball, trying to mix it up. But the point should be trying to keep it on the stumps, because if the ball does keep low, there's a chance of a leg before or a bold dismissal in play.
Again, a loopy one, tempting Farzana Haq. But the 2 wides that you mentioned, Elana Dalzell actually tried to bowl a lot quicker on those 2 deliveries. Bang in the surface. Probably her line was not right. But the idea was right, to surprise the batter all of a sudden with a quicker delivery. If I were the captain, I would have bring a slip in place now.
Yes, exactly. You need wickets. Bangladesh don't really have a lot of runs remaining in the chase. You want to put something in the road. Make sure that you get 2 or 3 wickets at this point, but this partnership is slowly becoming the sort of effort that a better team usually wants from their top order.
Going down the leg side. How many wides did the Irish bowlers bowl today?
Mazhar, the 2 mid wickets are still in place.
I have no idea, Isab. I have no idea. She's bowling outside the off stump most of the time, and with 2 fielders at mid-wicket position. I don't know what's the plan going on.
And both are inside the circle next to each other. Let's see what they have in store now.
Just been informed by Rifa Temil, 7 wides so far in this innings for Ireland.
Rifa Temil has been very helpful as the resident statsman, stats guru.
Such partnership helps the dressing room to relax. They've already sealed the series, but the hunger is there. Those 2 points that Nigar Sultana Jyoti mentioned in the toss. Moving on to the championship, ODI championship. Quick run taken. Farzana reaches to a 30. End of the over, number 24, Bangladesh 103 for 1. Bangladesh need 82 more runs to win this game. They've already sealed the series. Looking to wrap things up. with a 3-0 victory over the Ireland side. That will give them a big confidence after that 3-0 defeat against Australia earlier this year in March at home.
Forced it off her back foot towards deep cover for a single. Farzana Hoque has rotated the strike in the right way that a batter should bat with someone who's dominating at the other end, like Sharmin Supta, 56 of 67 at the moment. Farzana Hoque is not too far behind, but she's trying to keep the batting in shape.
Isam, we mentioned about Ireland's run rate while they're batting innings in various stages of the innings. Bangladesh's point of view, while batting first, obviously they're batting second today, while batting first, between 1 to 10 overs it was 2.7, and it gradually increased. Between 11 to 20 it was 3.30, 21 to 30 it's 5.70. It's a very crucial phase of an innings where Bangladesh manages to accelerate their run rate, which is the reason why they were able to post their highest ever ODI total of 252 in the first ODI. And even in the second game, while chasing, between 1 to 10 their run rate was 2.6. It jumped up between 11 to 20 to 4.4. Between 21 to 30 it was 3.8, and 31 to 40 it was 6.8.
And Mazhar, you'll notice that that change in run rate, or the increasing run rate, has a lot to do with wickets in hand, and then you have your wickets in hand, you're trying to bat slightly faster, then you get the momentum. I think what you're reading out to us is actually momentum throughout the innings. The way they chased in the last game also, you know, they upped the ante in the last 10-15 overs of the chase. Here too we can see that they're not playing dull cricket, they're playing according to the merit of the ball. They're picking singles, the field is spread, they can't really find a lot of boundaries, but they're keeping the momentum.
Just 2 runs off the over. Bangladesh 105 for 1 after 25. "105 for 1 after 25. Just going back to the discussion, Isam. The point was to make sure that Bangladesh don't lose wickets up front, and then they can accelerate if they have wickets in hand. And Bangladesh did exactly in all the 3 matches, must say, till now. They started off slowly, but slowly, gradually they increased their run rate. It's never easy batting in this surface, with the ball not coming onto the bat.
Yes, you forgot about that. This wicket isn't the best of surfaces for batting, especially third ODI, second innings, and third ODI, second innings of a series where all the matches have been played on the same pitch. So kudos to the Bangladesh batters for sticking to it. These 2 batters have made sure that throughout this chase, they've already crossed the 100 mark, and they have about 80 odd runs to win, and they've kept it in shape.
Now on the leg side, White Given had the opportunity to speak with the batting coach of the Bangladesh women's team, Nasiruddin Farooq Shojib. The only thing that he said was, we worked on our game sense, on our mentality, how we think in the middle. That had changed a lot in terms of their shot selection, game awareness, reading the situation right.
Another wide there. Yes, when you talk about Nasiruddin Farooq himself, was quite a stylish player, I remember, left-hander. He's been working with the Bangladesh women's team for a while now. And yeah, I mean, if they have all the shots in the book, that doesn't necessarily mean that they know how to apply it. So it's the work of the batting coach and mentors to discuss the game sense, with the batters, and to use those shots whenever the situation demands.
up and over, and they will scamper through for the second. Just talking about 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃, stylish left-hander. He used to play for Dhaka Division and Boishal Division. Scored 2,957 runs, 65 matches, 600s. Used to be a very stylish batter. Was in the Bangladesh squad, but never played for Bangladesh. Been in the age level groups as well, played for the Bangladesh A team.
3 wides in the over. Yes, 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. At one time, I remember back in the early 2000s, he was the only top order left-hander. Very few top order left-hander, and that too quite stylish. So I was a bit of a fan of his batting. And it's good that he's giving back to Bangladesh cricket in this way. You know, you have a lot of resources for men's cricket and boys cricket. He was one of the first coaches to get into the women's game and develop their batters. And as you're saying, developing the game sense. So now that he has worked on their technique, on their ability, on their talent, now is the time to apply it properly.
Full toss and put away. Put away in style. It was never easy to put that away. It was a bit higher, but Sharmin Shupta adjusted really well. And the fielder at mid-off had no chance to stop that one. Powerfully struck by the right-hander.
She's been waiting for that one. This has been a pretty poor over from Elana Jalzel. 3 wides. Now she comes up with a full toss, and Sharmin Shupta was waiting for that one really bad ball that she can smash. Opened it up on the offside. It was a slower ball again, not come out right from the hand, and gone for 4 through mid-off.
I mentioned about Farzana Haq-Pinky scoring 181, most by a Bangladeshi batter in a 3-match ODI series. Sharmin Shupta just gone past her. She has now over 200 runs in this series. It has been an outstanding comeback from this right-handed batter. At the moment, her batting average is 98.
Reward for her hard work to come back, Mazhar. Fantastic 3 innings here. The 100 partnership was also up. For the second time in the series, these two have added 100 partnership, and it reflects on how Bangladesh have batted in the series so far. Quite confident in the middle overs.
Interestingly, amongst those all top partnerships for Bangladesh, Farzana Haq-Pinky is always there. Another wide of the over, 4th. Elena Dalzell is having a tough time with the ball. "12 wide so far in this innings for Ireland. Too many, especially when you are defending a small total.
This has been a really long over from Elana Dalzell. Kept a little low. Bangladesh 26 overs gone, 115 for 1. We have a change of voice. We have Samit Qasim and Shravannoy Ghosh coming up.
Thank you very much, Mazhar and Isam. Bangladesh in a very dominant and controlling position. 106-run partnership after losing the first wicket cheaply off 130 balls between Farzana Haq and Sharmin Shupta. Oh, down the wicket. Missed it, but got the outside edge, and this could run away all the way to the boundary. No, the fielder will catch up to it, bring it back, and the batters have crossed for 2 more runs. A very good afternoon to you, Shamunnoy. How was your stint at the end of the first innings there with Mr. 𝗂𝗵𝗂𝗂𝗂?
It was a good one. It was something to cherish, sharing the commentary box. Likes of him. Well bowled by Amy Maguire. Just back to the cricket at present. Induced that outside edge of Farzana Haq-Pinkey. But thankfully for the batter, no damage done. But of course, you know, one of the best, in fact, one of the best openers Bangladesh men's cricket team have ever had. Was thinking of coming down the wicket yet again and adjusted fair bit of bounce. And recently has started his career as a commentator also, so it was nice. And got to ask him a few questions about his comeback and all. You were here. Hope you enjoyed it.
Absolutely, it was a pleasure hearing from him, especially alongside the likes of you. The next ball comes in, patted away. Speaking of Bangladeshi openers, Farzana Haq-Pinkey in this series has shown what a valuable asset she is as an opener for this Bangladesh women's side. Maybe not the headline grabber in terms of playing the flashiest or most aggressive knocks out there. As she comes down the wicket again, and that could be close. Are they asking for a stump? I think they're asking for a run out there. It's going up to the third umpire. We'll just have another look at that. I might have cursed Farzana Haq-Pinkey right there. We'll have a look here in the replay.
Speaking of commentators' curse, only time will tell. Mohammad Kamar Zaman, the TV umpire's got a job to do. Checking the front foot first. Amy Maguire. That's valid. Not in danger of overstepping at least. Now, Pinky, the past few deliveries, has tried to come down the wicket. Yes, the pitch is slow, and then this one kept low. The previous one bounced on her. It's a good take by Amy Hunter. Now, is she back on time? On her way back, as Amy Hunter looking to dislodge the bails. Is the foot placed? The bails haven't. Now it goes off. TV umpire, I think we'll check it again. Yeah, need to go frame by frame and need to make sure when the bails go off. Is the foot placed or not? Foot still in air. Bails not taken off yet. Is it placed now? I think the foot, a part of the foot is placed, and then the bails goes off. TV umpire just wants to confirm with the frame back.
It's a difficult one, this one. It's very, very close. But if there is a benefit of the doubt, it usually does go to the batter. So just, yes, it does look like the bails were dislodged after the foot was placed. Looking at this frame now, we still await the decision of the third umpire.
I have a feeling, you know, just the frame before this one, when the bails haven't gone off, the foot seems to have been placed by Pinky. Now I think the TV umpire is ready with the decision. Will be on the big screen. Not out, it is for Farzana Haq-Pinkey. So not really a commentator's curse, nothing to worry about, Samit.
And since I was praising her, she actually did a very good job to get herself back in there. She was quite well down the wicket. The keeper had the ball gathered quite cleanly. She did very well to get her foot back in time. Now she was at full stretch there, almost doing the splits. Farzana Haq-Pinkey. So very good piece of work.
Yeah, apart from her innings in itself, I think she had this to worry about.
Absolutely no, but she has had an excellent series so far. Like I said, maybe not playing the most aggressive knocks, but she has anchored one end and allowed her fellow batters to flourish from the other end, which Sharmeen Shupta has taken full advantage of.
Yeah, complementing each other. The more I say is less between Farzana Haq-Pinkey and Sharmeen Shupta. Amy Maguire well bowled again. Lovely delivery. Bit of turn, bit of bounce, ends her fourth over. After 27, Bangladesh Bangladesh are 117 for 1. Gabby Lewis finally got some runs off the bat today, but who seems to have stolen the show is 𝗂𝗏 I've actually been impressed by how Freya Sargent also bowled throughout the series. Yes, she didn't get any wickets today, but with the target in mind, Bangladesh batters are batting with some determination not to give the wickets away. Calculative risks taken, chosen the deliveries well. But despite being an off-spinner, she's bowled well. Freya Sargent has got wickets in the past 2 matches.
Absolutely, and I think when you consider that they have a tour of India coming up after this, especially for the spin bowlers who maybe are not used to getting as much time out there as they are today. Down the wicket, straight back down the ground. Lovely shot from 𝗂𝗏 pierces the 2 fielders at long on and long off, straight down the wicket. Use of the feet once again. Maybe didn't get exactly to the pitch of the ball, but she's seeing it so well at the moment that it really doesn't seem to matter. It's a football for her out there. 10th boundary of 𝗂𝗏's innings today as she moves on to 67 off 77 balls.
Perhaps missed out on that one. She's picked her deliveries quite well. The previous one was full. She was down on one knee. When you hit it that straight, no danger whatsoever. Bit of turn appeal from behind the stumps in front as well. Shahira Zakir not interested.
Not given as a wide either, so that must have clipped the pad, according to the umpire. They say when someone is in good form against a certain team that they have their number down. 𝗂𝗏 not only has the number of these Irish players, she has their home address and she has their passport numbers as well, the way she's playing in the last 2 matches and again today.
And just to clarify that, I think it just brushed off the thigh pad of 𝗂𝗏. We'll end the over. 28 done, 121 for 1. None for 26 so far for Amy Maguire. They're pitching it up now. And with mid-on and mid-off inside the circle, the bait's there, the challenge is there, that go on, hit me up and above the fielders. Straight to the fielder.
That's one of the many things that Farjana Haq-Pinky has done so well throughout this series. No matter how much bait has been tangled in front of her, she has played within her limits, within her game plan. And that is why she's been so successful in these 3 matches so far.
Oh, played it late and whiskers away from that off stump. Was down delivery. Flatter, looking to play it late but missed it altogether. Farzana survives.
Very impressive bowling from Amy Maguire so far today. She has looked the most dangerous of the Irish spinners, as that one is cut away to deep cover point for a single. Amy Maguire, almost with 2 balls left to complete 5 overs, has only given away 14 runs, but wouldn't she just love to add a wicket to those figures today? Appeal for LBW, but that one probably just hitting outside the line of leg stump.
It probably would have slide down the leg. Yeah, impact also. Spot on, Sameed. That's what they're playing for. Outside the off, but within the limits. Dot ball to end the over. Good one from Amy Maguire yet again. The Bangladesh are 122 for 1, and it's time for drinks.
আজকে 33 of 73 34 এখন sure এই দুইজন যদি শেষ করে আর 100 হবে এই দুইজন নট আউট হবে সে will get 40 off matcher only other there are no other contenders Sultana Khatun bowled well today 2 for 29 with a good ball 2 so
Side of the vicinity. We are here in Midpur for the 3rd ODI of the Sonora Island Tour of Bangladesh 2024, powered by 𝗏𝗏𝗏. It is the ODI series, 3rd and final one. Bangladesh require 64 of 126. They have already ensured the series win, but it's going to be a clean sweep unless Ireland come up with something special and can take wickets. They need a lot of wickets. But Bangladesh, courtesy of Farzana Haque-Pinkey and Sharmin Shupta, are on the driver's seat. And that doesn't help Ireland's cause.
Freya Sargent bowled well at the beginning of the innings today. She started off very well, but then Sharmin Shupta came to the crease and took a bit of a liking to her. And since then, she hasn't quite been able to replicate her performances. Oh, that was a good delivery there. Just turning away from Farzana Haque, beating her outside edge.
Yes, these are not familiar conditions for the Irish team. Down the wicket. Oh, hits Sharmin Shupta on the way. Otherwise, there was a huge possibility of bisecting the two fielders, mid-on and mid-off, both inside the circle.
That looked like it could have been quite painful for Sharmin Shupta. We'll have to take another look and see exactly where that hit her. But it was a very firmly struck shot from her batting partner at the other end, Farzana Haque-Pinkey. And although Sharmin Shupta tried to take evasive action, it ended up hitting her somewhere on the foot, or perhaps on the back of her leg. We'll have a look here. Ball comes in, it's squatted away down the ground. And oh yes, that looks like it just hit her on the bottom of her foot, maybe on her heel there. So an unprotected part of her body.
Yeah, it was the left foot, and that's why she's taken the shoes off, the left shoes off. The magic spray will come out, and yeah, it does. Right on time. It will go on, but she's looked so good, Sharmin Shupta. Just coming back to that, Samit, you know, not necessarily familiar conditions for the Irish team. Batting difficult, slow and low, Mirpur surface. But then again, if we rewind back to the first ODI, you know, they've been guilty of dropping a few catches. Here's the impact again. But, and today, they've been guilty of bowling quite a few extras. Yes, they don't have the adequate runs required on the board, but they will be guilty of not being disciplined.
Absolutely, that's a very good point that you make, Shaman, because if you'll recall in the first ODI, you're right, they did drop a couple catches early on in the Bangladesh innings, which could have put the team under a lot of pressure. And then once they got past that phase, you could see that their body language dropped a bit. Consequently, today, when Ireland were batting, Bangladesh also dropped two chances of two batters who were going along quite nicely. However, they didn't let that get to them. They didn't let it affect their body language. They were still upbeat. They knew that they were creating chances, and that if they kept bowling tight and putting pressure on the batters, that the wickets would come. So it's a big difference in how you approach the game, your mentality. So Ireland have a lot to learn from the way that the Bangladeshi cricketers have approached this match. Other than going away from this series thinking that they've been outplayed, they should perhaps go away from this series trying to think of where they've made one or two small mistakes, that if in the next series, if they don't make those mistakes, that they can capitalize on those opportunities the way that the Bangladeshi players have in this series so far.
A bit of bandage, some tapes on the left foot of Sharmin Shupta. She's really, really rocked the series with the bat. Lady on a mission. She has actually led it up with runs being scored. But just coming back to Ireland, as you said, Sam, it's spot on. But what's still a positive for the visitors is that they are so young. The average age being just 23 or below. the entire team and the experience they're gaming, and as you rightly reminded that they are to follow up with an India series, all the experience they will gain now, give this team, give this lot a few years, and they might just come back to haunt you.
Absolutely. If they can keep this unit together, if they can keep them, get them exposure at more matches in places like India, like Bangladesh, like Sri Lanka, then I see no reason why this team can't go a long way. They have a good collection of pace bowlers, spinners, some talented batters. The next ball comes in, the first after the break for the injury to 𝗂𝗏 And I don't think that was Farzana 𝗂𝗏 intention, but I think that might be the only way to have slowed 𝗂𝗏 down in this match so far today, is to hit her on the foot.
At this time, she finds the gap. And perhaps it's the previous stroke that prompted her to make sure that she finds the gap for 4. Farzana 𝗂𝗏.
This time made sure she hit it wide enough away from her batting partner at the other end and easily bisecting the field for 4 more runs. Farzana 𝗂𝗏 has been trying to come down the wicket quite a bit in the last couple overs against spin. This time really getting it right.
Full toss, down the wicket again and smashes it through mid-wicket. Farzana 𝗂𝗏, back-to-back boundaries of her bat.
Poor bowling there from Freya Sargent. Seems to have lost control of that one completely. High full toss, could have been called a no ball even. And gone all the way for 4. Well punished by Farzana 𝗂𝗏.
Well adjusted by Freya Sargent on this occasion. Nicely tucked away off the pads. They'll be happy with the single. Good over, courtesy of Farzana 𝗂𝗏. This one, 9 of it. After 30, Bangladesh Tigresses are 132 for 1.
So I had to look there.
Yes, Ames!
Look there, had a look there, and then
Come on, Ames, come on, Ames!
total try.
You're wicked here, Ames! Yes, Ames!
I wanted to. Where did you look? You looked.
Come
No,
on, Ames.
no, that one, that one.
Oh, you looked there?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll have it.
More visible.
Farzana 𝗂𝗏 on strike against the left-arm spinner. You mentioned that hit in the previous over is probably the only thing that seemed to slow down the lady on the screen, Sharmin Shukta. Inside out. Now Farzana 𝗂𝗏 might just be saying that, hey, that's one of the few deliveries I'm looking to hit for a boundary, and she came in the way.
Yes, I think up until that point, their communication has been spot on. But a little confusion there in the last over. This one looks like it just within the margins. Not called a wide by the umpire. Amy Maguire halfway through her 5th over now, still only 14 runs conceded. By far the most impressive of the Irish spinners today, as that one is guided away into the offside for no run on offer there. They might be a bit more cautious about their running between the wickets now that Sharmin Shukta has taken a blow to the foot.
Comes down the wicket, goes aerial, up and above, over mid-on, and that will race away for another boundary as Farzana 𝗂𝗏 inches closer to her half-century. Will be 3rd one on the trot if she does get to that milestone.
Again, good footwork from Farzana 𝗂𝗏. We have noticed in the last few overs that she has been trying to use her feet a bit more to the spinners. Didn't get it quite right at first, but now in the last 2 overs, she's done so very successfully on 3 different occasions.
This time moves the front leg away. Nice sweep along the ground. This is superb from Farzana Haq as she brings up her third 50 on the trot. What a player. And what an innings. Batting with responsibility from on the top. 51 of 89. Well batted Farzana Haq. The end of the over. Bangladesh 140 for 1.
There's another look at that lovely sweep shot that Farzana Haq-Pinky played to get to her 50, her third successive 50 in this series. These two batters for Bangladesh have really just been outstanding. They've basically batted Ireland out of the series between the two of them.
Absolutely, absolutely. You're right about that, Samid. Again, I know we probably use the same words. Oh, hit straight downtown. Seems as if Sarah Forbes got a finger to it, but it was still hit so hard. Charmin Shupta is now just racing along with Farzana Haq. Look at them. They're having the time of their lives.
Seems like a bit of friendly competition out there right now between the two batters to see who can knock off the most of these runs. Straight down the ground, straight through the hands of the bowler. It's been a hallmark. Ooh, that one bounced more than once before getting through to the keeper. That will leg by signaled by the umpire. It's been a hallmark of, as we look at that again, oh yes, it did bounce twice. Shades of Mohammad Ashraful to A.B. de Villiers in that delivery right there. Oh, that is given a no ball. That is confirmation that that is a no ball due to the fact that it did bounce twice, and it will be a free hit.
And right after the signal of the free hit, long on drops back. There is a deep backward square leg. And for the ones wondering, it is because of the double drop. The second drop was not within the crease. So it is a no ball, a free hit. Oh, whoa, whoa. Now what would that be? Now the batter did take a few steps forward. No ball again. So extra runs, free hit is still on for Bangladesh and for Farzana Haq.
Completely lost control of that one there, did Sarah Forbes. And this one again, it's a wide and it's a no ball because again it's bounced twice before reaching the batter. And maybe time for the captain to come over and have a few words with her bowler, just as she's doing right now, just calm her down a little bit. It is just Sarah Forbes' first over of this match, already gone for 5 runs off of 3 deliveries. As she loads up again, free hit still on, and this time she's come down the ground, played it straight to the fielder, no run on offer.
Now the partnership between the two is worth 139. Short, pulled away. Does she find the gap? No, she doesn't. Make it a 140-run stand between Farzana Haq and Charmin Shupta, the highest in this format for Bangladesh. This partnership ongoing. In fact, this is the best partnership for Bangladesh for any wicket. Between Farzana Haq and Sharmin Shupta, the previous was 127. Now, end of the 32nd, that also brings up the 150 for Bangladesh. 151 for one. Nope, perhaps. Oh, yeah, due to the no balls, a few more deliveries to go. This one short, moves the front leg away. Square leg is in position. Will get another run. Batted so well. Now, this will be the end of the over. And Bangladesh are 151 for one. Calls for the change in the commentary box. Mazzuddin Omi along with Mohammad Isam.
Been a brilliant batting display from Bangladesh, especially the two batters out there in the middle, Sharmin Akhtar and Farzana Haq. Farzana Haq again comes down the track in the air and dropped. Dropped at mid-off. She covered good enough distance, went to the ball. Gabby Lewis, the skipper, in and out.
Bit of a surprise that Gabby Lewis took such good catches in the last match. 2 good catches, and this one was a simpler chance. Spilled out from her grip. Nothing really working for Ireland at the moment.
Both the batters seems to be in a hurry now, trying to finish things up quickly.
No need for it. No need for it. They can just stick around till the end, playing cricketing shots.
Comes down the track again, and this time loses her wicket. The partnership has been broken finally, and it's Farzana Haq Pinky eventually departs after scoring 52 to break this partnership of 143 by Amy Maguire. Beg your pardon, it's Sharmin Akhtar Shupta. Tried to cut loose. Wanted to go over that mid-off fielder. But in the end, a very good knock from this right-hander. Sharmin Akhtar Shupta made sure Bangladesh go closer to the victory. And the crowds are loving it. Despite the fall of wicket, they are sensing a win for Bangladesh. They've already sealed the series and now looking forward for a clean sweep.
Slightly unnecessary, the shot. It was on. It was a flighted delivery. She could have posted it anywhere. I think it was also because of that injury she suffered a few overs ago. That was hampering her a little bit. But she would rue that dismissal, given how much momentum they held in that partnership. Again, look at the delivery from Amy Maguire, flighted delivery. She was not in any position to play it wherever she wanted to. She wanted to post it over mid-wicket. It's a simple enough catch for the point fielder.
Skipper Nigar Sultana Jyoti comes into the middle and plays her favorite sweep shot to get off the mark.
Yes, now it is up to Jyoti and Pinky to finish up the innings with 30 odd runs required at this point, making sure that no more wickets fall and Bangladesh have a healthy chase.
Just mentioning about Jyoti, she played with a lot of freedom in this series. Strike rate over 100 in the first 2 matches that she played. It's an ideal situation for her to finish the game for Bangladesh. Again, looking for that sweep. This time it goes fine. Doesn't have enough legs to reach the fence, but they will take a couple.
She already looks like she's timing the ball quite well. End of the over. Bangladesh 156 for 2 after 33 overs.
Floodlights are on and the sunglasses too. It's good to see kids coming in, enjoy the game of cricket.
That's what you want to see, father bring the daughters to watch women's cricket, encouraging them, and the players inspiring these kids to play for Bangladesh in the future.
𝗂𝗂-𝗂𝗃𝗄 will surely look to finish the game unbeaten. She has batted really well throughout the series. In fact, she becomes the first Bangladeshi batter to score 350 plus total score in a bilateral series. Showed a lot of consistency, grit, determination, hunger.
And also answers the question about her strike rate maybe. There's been a lot of talk about that. But when it comes to ODIs, especially on these type of pitches back home, at home, 𝗂𝗂-𝗂𝗃𝗄 just showed exactly how to bat. For a batting lineup that is often under pressure, that is often in trouble around the world and also at home. They didn't have a great series against Australia, but these 350s are going to encourage 𝗂𝗂 and the rest of the Bangladesh batting lineup.
And I think the team management won't mind though, 𝗂𝗂 playing that role, that anchor role. As you mentioned, there are many occasions in the past where the Bangladeshi batters struggle up front, losing quick wickets. Nigar Sultana Jyoti is looking for that big stroke. As you mentioned previously, it's not really necessary at the moment. Probably the fielder at mid-on inside the circle prompted Nigar Sultana Jyoti to go over her head.
And Mazhar, with the cover fielder up and there's no one behind her, a safer shot is over the cover fielder to the same delivery, rather than going over mid-wicket, trying to go over mid-wicket. That's from a technical point of view. I think the straighter you try to play slower deliveries and cutters, safer it is for the batter.
She's batted well in this series. Nigar Sultana Jyoti often had to come out when Bangladesh lose 2 or 3 early wickets up front. Had to play that anchor role. But in this series, courtesy of the starts the openers gave and the top order, sloppy. Scampers through for another run, overthrow. End of the over after 34, Bangladesh 160 for 2. Comes down the track, takes that on the full, one bounce over the fence for 4. 𝗂𝗂 Haq-𝗭𝗵𝗂. Outstanding batting.
Keep going here, Ames. Keep going here, Ames. Right behind you, Ames.
Oh, and given. Trying to play too many shots and eventually pays the price for Farzana Haq-𝗭𝗵𝗂. It's finally dismissed by ehimZ coming down the track after smashing a boundary of the previous ball. ehimZ comes in and takes the wicket of Farzana Haq-𝗭𝗵𝗂 after scoring 60 of 95 deliveries. Premeditated, got a glove on that one, and wicket-keeper takes a very good catch in the end. Is it too little too late for Ireland?
Certainly Bangladesh are just 21 runs away. Farzana Haq-𝗭𝗵𝗂, the batter that she is, the consistent batter that she is, she would have liked to finish it, but as you mentioned, Mazhar tried to play too many shots of that one delivery. She went down the wicket, stopped, tried to play a late cut, caught in two minds, perhaps a little exhausted, perhaps tiredness crept into the shot. She had just smashed a boundary, but she will regret it getting out on 60, would have wanted to finish it with the asterisk next to her score, but nothing doing. It's Subhana Mustari who's come to the crease to join her captain Nigar Sultana, hopefully for Bangladesh to put the finishing touches on this chase.
Farzana Haq-𝗭𝗵𝗂 and Sharmin Akhtar recorded the highest ever partnership of 143 runs for Bangladesh in women's ODI history. This series has been a confidence booster. As I said previously, partnerships were there. But as you mentioned, Farzana Haq-𝗭𝗵𝗂 will be really disappointed to get dismissed without finishing off the game. This is an area the Bangladeshi batters would surely love to work on, how to finish the game, remain there till the end.
Firm drive there from Nigar. I would say it was a good save from the bowler Amy Maguire, because otherwise with the mid-off fielder up, it would have been a boundary. Nigar looking solid there. Another wide. That wide count just keeps going up. Bangladesh now needing less than 20. 19 required to win, with 15 plus overs. I suspect Nigar Sultana just mentioned that there might be something towards mid-wicket now. She got her wish fulfilled, pulled away, running towards the boundary and reaches the boundary for 4. Just as she wanted it. She's got a boundary. The score moves to 171 for 3.
It was too short, and Nigar Sultana Jyoti had enough time to play that over the fielder's head at short mid-wicket. She indicated Subhana Mustari just before this delivery. She's got vacant spaces on the onside. Good cricket by the captain. End of another over after 35. Bangladesh 172 for 3. Bangladesh are just 14 runs away from the victory to clean sweep the series. They have already won the series. Skipper 𝗬𝗎𝗓 is at the middle alongside Shobhana Mustari. Trying to play that late, guide that towards deep third. There's a fielder inside the circle at short third. The Bangladesh team management will be really happy the way Bangladeshi batters have batted throughout the series. We mentioned about the game sense, game awareness, where they worked on before the series and how they displayed their batting in the middle was remarkable.
And the way Bangladesh have played in certain pressure moments, I would say, in the second ODI, when they were chasing, even in this game, 185, not an easy target on this pitch, but the professionalism that they've shown in the way they've chased this total will bode well for the cricket team and its management and the coaching group. They'll be very confident going into their next series against the West Indies in a couple of, I think, a month's time, in January probably.
We mentioned about the Dhaka Premier League, the NCL. The board is also planning to stage Bangladesh Cricket League in 3-day format in order to play test match cricket. The more they play these longer version games, they would know more about their game, especially from batting's point of view.
Yes, Maza, that will be the next frontier for this women's team to play their first test match. They already have the test status, but they haven't prepared themselves to that level, to that point where they can play a test match. So that is in the horizon, I'm sure. That is what the cricket board will be thinking of, giving them the next target to play a test match, to qualify for the World Cup directly if possible as well. The next year's World Cup to be held in India. For that, they needed this 3-0 win, and they need, I think, one more win in the West Indies to confirm their straight, direct qualification. End of the over, Bangladesh 175 for 3 after 36 overs.
It was a brilliant partnership between Farzana Haq and Sharmin Shupta, adding 143 of 172 balls. And the current partnership between Shobhana Mustari and 𝗬𝗎𝗓𝗠𝗬𝗎, run a ball 10. Bangladesh also need just 10 more runs to win this game. It's been a professional performance from the Bangladesh team. They batted well, they bowled well, they fielded well throughout the series. The team management will be happy. At the same time, there will be few areas the Bangladesh team management would want to work on before they travel to the West Indies.
Master, would you say that Sharmin Shupta's runs are the biggest gain for Bangladesh in this series?
Again, too short, too short. They're still checking whether the ball bounced twice or not before the crease. We've already seen twice the bowlers bowling this sort of deliveries. Yeah, just going back to your question, Isam, I think it's one of those positives that Bangladesh was hoping for. Probably just gone past the crease. It's a legal delivery, I reckon. But the umpires will need to check it once more. I think it's okay.
Yes, Bangladesh have put up a very professional fight in this series, and remarkable how Supta has come back with those runs. Farzana Haq-Pinky showing her consistency. Nigar Sultana showing her prowess as a wicketkeeper and as a middle order bat who can finish chases. She's done it once. She's here now with 10-15 runs required. Less than, I think, 10 runs required, yes. So these are all positives.
Up and over the head of the fielder at mid-off. Nigar Sultana Jyoti has been eyeing to play that shot for a while, and finally she manages to hit that one down the ground for a boundary.
Just 7 required now. Bangladesh are on the move to finish it very quickly here at the Sher-e-Bangla National Cricket Stadium.
Just going back to your question, Isam, I think the opening pair of Mushida and Farzana Haq also provided great assurance right up the order for Bangladesh. It's a new opening pair for Bangladesh, I must mention that. These two batters have added a few good starts for Bangladesh in the recent times. It's a settled opening pair that the Bangladesh had been looking for, providing those confident starts, giving that platform for batters like Sharmin Shupta, Nigar Sultana Jyoti to play their natural game. Once again, coming down the track, there's a fielder at deep, patrolling the boundary. 180 for 3.
Just a shot away, a 6 away from a victory. Kārā-Mārā's return to international cricket hasn't been great. 40 for none from her 5.4 overs. Sobhana Mustari looking at mid-wicket and looking quite intent, with a lot of intent. Probably targeting that area because it's now empty too. That'll be hard to hit to mid-wicket. That's a wide, way outside off stump. I think the bowler, to her credit, she's also trying to avoid that shot from Sobhana Mustari.
I think this is one more area that the Ireland team would want to work on. They've given away too many extras. This is a difficult delivery to play, Sam.
Have a look at Sobhana Mustari's reaction. She just cannot believe that she hasn't cleared it, but it's a very hard ball to hit. Just before the second bounce, I think. I think the umpires are going to check if it actually had bounced twice. Have a look. That's the first one. Yes. Yes, it's a second bounce. Unusual, Mazhar, to see a group of bowlers bowling these double bouncers in a match. A number of them. I think this is the 4th one that we have witnessed today.
You're a natural.
Have a look again, Mazhar. One bounce. Yes, I would say it was a second bounce.
It's a legal delivery, Sam. No signal from the umpire, though.
Surprising.
Yeah, just going back to your question about those deliveries, I don't want to sound harsh, but the Irish players are a bit exhausted and tired. It's a big change in terms of the weather and condition compared to Ireland. They would feel a lot hotter here in Bangladesh, though it's winter coming here. End of the over. 3 more runs to win for Bangladesh.
Mohammad Kamruzaman, the TV umpire for this game, had a lot of work to do. Number of double bounce deliveries, a few run-out calls, stumping call. Busy day for the third umpire.
Just looking at the stance of Sobhana Mustari and the trigger movement, she reminds me of Mahmudullah Riyad.
Yes, there is a resemblance there, as you mentioned there. A setup, trying to hit down the ground that Mahmudullah is so good at. And these players, they train in the same setup almost every day. So, you can pick up these things watching them up close. I mean, you can watch Mahmudullah on TV and try to imitate Mahmudullah, but to use his technique, you'll have to see it up front and see how he uses that setup or that stance that Mahmudullah has or any other batter has.
Cut away, and she will get a boundary, and that's it. Bangladesh go on to win this game quite convincingly in the end by 7 wickets as they go on to clean sweep Ireland in this 3-match ODI series, 3-0. Sobhana Mustari striking that winning shot for Bangladesh. Nigar Sultana Jyoti remained not out on a runner ball 18. It's been a disappointing series for Ireland. It's a tough one as well for them, coming into the subcontinent, adjusting with the conditions. But Bangladesh remained clinical throughout the series with the bat, with the ball, and also in the field. They have shown great character. They played as a unit. And I must mention about their batting, it has improved a lot since their 3-0 defeat against Australia earlier in March this year. They needed to win all the 3 matches to gain those points in order to directly qualify for the upcoming ODI Championship and the World Cup next year. And it's been a clinical performance by Nigar Sultana Jyoti and her troop.
Much needed for the Bangladesh women's team to win this series, to change the mood of the team after the World T20 campaign, the Australia series defeat. An absolutely clinical performance, as you mentioned, Mazhar. A much needed one, and a happy camp. They were expected to do well against Ireland, expected to win 3-0. That would always be there, the expectations on a Bangladesh team, regardless of which level they're playing. But to live up to that, only the players can tell you how difficult that would be. And Nigar Sultana Jyoti's team has done significantly well and have shown a lot of improvements in this series.
It was Bangladesh's 6th ever bilateral ODI series win in this format. It was also Bangladesh's 2nd ever clean sweep victory in a 3-match ODI series. The last time they did was against Zimbabwe back in 2021. So it's been a great, great series for Bangladesh. The team management, the coaching staff, the players who were not in the playing 11, all deserves applause.
And Mazhar, the series was won by 11 players. I don't think they've made any changes after the first ODI. And that is another step towards progress for a cricket team that is developing into a mid-range, a mid-table side in the ICC rankings. To have that consistency in selection, 11 players playing the same, all 3 matches and winning it. The batting card is in front of us. Farzana Haq, 61. Murshida Khatun was out early for 8. And then Farzana and Sharmin made that record-breaking 143-run stand for the 2nd wicket. Sharmin making 73 of 91 before Nigar Sultana Jyoti and Sobhana Mustari finishing it up with runnable scores of 18 and 7. Sobhana hitting the winning runs as Bangladesh clinched the game with 12.3 overs to spare.
It has been a disappointing performance with the ball. Never easy defending a low target, but they tried hard. Picked up the early wicket of Murshida Khatun, but since then, as you mentioned, the partnership between Farzana Haq and Sharmin Akhtar Shupta took the game away from Ireland. It's a learning curve, as we mentioned earlier. We'll get back to that, but at the moment we have to go downstairs for the flash interview with 𝗬𝗏𝗂𝗏𝗏.
After another comprehensive win for Bangladesh and a clean sweep of this series against Ireland 3-0, I'm joined here by our leading wicket taker for this series, 7 wickets in 3 matches, Miss Sultana Khatun. Sultana, কেমন লাগলো আজকে আপনার বোলিং করতে মাঝখানে?
আলহামদুলিল্লাহ যে আমি আমার বেস্টটা দিতে পারছি আমার টিমকে। আমার টিম যেমনটা আমার কাছে চাচ্ছিল আমি চেষ্টা করছি কোচের প্ল্যানিং অনুযায়ী বল করার জন্য, ক্যাপ্টেনের প্ল্যানিং অনুযায়ী বল করার জন্য। আর ক্যাপ্টেন আমাকে যেভাবে বলছে আমি ঠিক সেভাবে করে আলহামদুলিল্লাহ ভালো কিছুই হয়েছে।
হ্যাঁ, মনে হচ্ছিল আপনি অনেক চিন্তা ভাবনা নিয়ে বোলিং করতে নেমেছেন আজকে। আপনি একটু বলেন তো মিরপুরের মতন একটা পিচে সাকসেসফুলি বোলিং করার জন্য স্পিন বোলিং করতে কি করতে হয় আপনার?
আসলে উইকেটে গেলে তো প্ল্যানিং ছাড়া কোনো কিছু সম্ভব না, কারণ আপনি যখন বোলিং করতেছেন আপনার একটা ব্যক্তিগত একটা প্ল্যানিং লাগবে, সাথে আপনাকে আপনার ম্যানেজমেন্ট যেটা বুঝাই দিচ্ছে আপনার তো ওই অনুযায়ী করতে হবে। যদি ওই অনুযায়ী না করতে পারি দেখা যাচ্ছে আমি ফেইলার। আমি চেষ্টা করছি, ক্যাপ্টেন আমাকে যেভাবে বলছে যে তুমি এইখানটা বল করো বা বলে ফ্লাইট দিও না, আমি সেম টু সেম কাজ করার ট্রাই করছি যে না ঠিক আছে ক্যাপ্টেনের কথা অনুযায়ী বল করি।
আচ্ছা, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on your 7 wickets. Good luck in the future series.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sultana Khatun, the highest wicket taker of the series with 7 wickets, bowled brilliantly throughout the series. Bowled with the new ball, also with the old ball later in the innings, giving those important breakthroughs for Bangladesh. As I mentioned earlier, it has been a clinical series for Bangladesh. We have the short report card here. Bangladesh go on to chase the target of 185 with 13.3 overs to spare, 12.23 overs to spare, beg your pardon. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 once again showing great character with the bat. But first up it was Farzana Haq and Murshida Khatun. Murshida missed out today while trying to play that pull to all Prendergast up front. But since then, it was 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Farzana Haq-𝗫𝗏𝗄 adding that record partnership for Bangladesh for the 2nd wicket. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 played some delightful strokes all across the ground. Never shy of using her feet, so does Farzana Haq-𝗫𝗄. She was lucky at times, but showed great character in the middle. Constructed their innings really well, both the batters. First up it was 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 striking her 2nd 50 of the series, and then Farzana Haq-𝗫𝗄 also joining 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 with a flurry of boundaries to reach her 50 as well. She smashed her 3rd 50 in 3 matches in this series. Using her feet, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 eventually got dismissed. Farzana Haq-𝗫𝗄 later followed her. With Freya Sargent and Amy McGuire picking up Farzana Haq-𝗫𝗄. Then Nigar Sultana Jyoti finishing things up with Shobhana Mustari hitting that winning shot for Bangladesh to clinch a comprehensive 7-wicket win over Ireland. Right? Ireland's keeper Gabby Lewis winning the toss, opting to bat, posted 185. With skipper Gabby Lewis top scoring with 52 and all Prendergast scoring 27. Faima Khatun picked up 3 for 43 from her 10 overs. Sultana Khatun and Nahida Akhtar picking up a couple each for Bangladesh. In reply, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 top scoring with 73 of 91. And Farzana Haq-𝗫𝗄 scoring 61 of 99. Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the skipper, remained unbeaten on 18. Amy McGuire picking up 2 wickets as Bangladesh go on to win this game by 7 wickets. Right, we'll go for a short break. When we come back, we'll have the presentation.
Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation party of the Sonora Bangladesh Women versus Ireland Women Series 2024, powered by 𝗏𝗏. Today was the third and final ODI of the series, where the Bangladesh Tigresses have won the match by 7 wickets by chasing down 186 in the 38th over and sealed the series with a clean sweep 3-0. Congratulations to Bangladesh women's team. And commiserations to the Ireland women's team. First and foremost, let me introduce the presentation party. The very left, we've got Mr. M.A. Mahmood, Marketing Manager, Square Food and Beverages Limited. Next to him, it's Dr. Jasmine Zaman, Head of Marketing, Square Toiletries Limited. Followed by Mr. Farooq Ahmed, Honorable President, Bangladesh Cricket Board and Chairman of BPL Governing Council. And next to him is Mr. Nazmul Abedin Fahim, Director, BCB, and Member Secretary of BPL Governing Council. And finally, last but not the least, Mr. Mohammad Akram Khan, Director, Bangladesh Cricket Board. Thank you all for joining us, the presentation party. First and foremost, I'd like to invite the Ireland captain, 𝗂𝗵𝗄𝗎, to come and have a few words, please. Gabby won the toss yet again, got the opportunity to bat. Where do you think it went wrong?
I think we lost wickets at crucial periods throughout our innings. But look, there was still some positives to take. I think little partnerships here and there that maybe could have taken us on, but we just maybe lost wickets where it was in crucial periods. But definitely some positives to bring into the T20 series. Yeah, surely some positives there. But it felt like as if you just got used to the conditions and everything just went on too soon. I think every game I think we adapted a bit better, and I think bringing stuff forward that we've learned from this series into the T20 series.
Mm-hmm. And to mention some of the positives.
I think we adjusted well with the bat, and I think we know what works well with the ball, and kind of taking those small positives into the next series. And what about the ICC Women's Championship as far as this is concerned? It's been a good championship for us. I think there's been some ups and downs, but we've had a really successful summer, and we knew it was going to be hard coming out here playing in alien conditions for us, but we definitely showed some glimpses of what the future holds for our team. And surely, and referring to that, you've got a very young side, and I can't imagine what this side would be like if you give this a lot together a few years. Yeah, definitely, and I think I can't wait to see the girls play in the 19s World Cup, and they've done brilliant here, and I think it's great to have World Cups like that in place for them to go out and showcase their talent to get in the world stage. Tough luck for this one. All the best for the T20I series. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the captain of the Ireland women's cricket team. Now we've got a few awards to give away, but first and foremost, it's for the Sonora Player of the Match. Now, the Sonora Player of the Match is one such player. Yes, we had a few contenders, but it's one such player who's actually lit up all 3 of the matches and batted with responsibility. And even though she had a bit of time off, did not really seem like it. It's none other than Sharmin Akhtar-Shupta, who scored 78 of 88, 11 boundaries, who will be collecting the USD $500 check to be jointly handed over by Dr. Jasmine Zaman and Mr. M.A. Mahmood, and a crest to be handed over by Mr. M.A. Mahmood also. That's not it. It will be followed by the Sonora gift hamper to be handed over by Dr. Jasmine Zaman. Give it up for Sharmin Akhtar-Shupta. আমি জানি আপনি ভালো আছেন, কিন্তু প্রথমে জানতে চাই পা ঠিক আছে তো?
আলহামদুলিল্লাহ ভালো আছে।
হ্যাঁ, কারণ প্রথম দিন একটা ইনজুরি ছিল, সেকেন্ড দিনও একটু স্লিপ করেছিলেন, আজকে তৃতীয় দিনেও বাম পায়ে বলটা লেগেছে।
ভালো আছি আলহামদুলিল্লাহ।
ভালো আছেন আলহামদুলিল্লাহ। এখন মাথায় যখন সবকিছু ভালো, তাহলে শরীরেও সবকিছু ভালো। দেখেন, একটা স্বপ্নের মতো বিষয় যে ফেরত আসা, এই যে বলি যে কামব্যাক স্টোরি আমরা বলে থাকি, বলাটা অনেক সহজ, কিন্তু করেছেন কতটা, এটা নিয়ে স্বপ্ন দেখেছেন মাঠে করার আগে?
মাঠে করার আগে আসলে তেমন কিছু না, আমার টার্গেট যেটা ছিল সেটা হচ্ছে এই টুর্নামেন্টে হাইস্ট রান করা আমাদের টিমের হয়ে। এইটা টার্গেটটা ফুলফিল করতে পেরেছি, এর জন্য হ্যাপি লাগছে।
এইটাই টার্গেট ছিল?
হ্যাঁ, আপাতত এইটুকুই টার্গেট ছিল। টিমের জন্য 3টা ওয়ানডে ম্যাচ আমাদের আসলে পয়েন্টটা অনেক ইম্পর্টেন্ট ছিল এবং আমি হাইস্ট রানার হইতে চেয়েছিলাম আমার টিমের হয়ে।
211 রান করেছেন, হাইয়েস্ট রানার অবশ্যই হয়েছেন টিমের হয়ে। সেকেন্ড ম্যাচে একটুর জন্য হাফ সেঞ্চুরিটা ছুটে গেছে, ফার্স্ট ম্যাচে 4 রানের জন্য সেঞ্চুরিটা ছুটে গেছে, বাট পার্সোনাল মাইলস্টোন থেকে বেশি দলের জন্য খেলেছেন। পুরো দলের থেকে কতটা সাপোর্ট পেয়েছেন ফেরত এসে?
ইচ অ্যান্ড এভরিওয়ান সবাই আমাকে সাপোর্ট করেছে, স্পেশালি কোচিং স্টাফ বলেন, টিমমেটস বলেন, সবাই আমাকে সাপোর্ট করেছে এবং সবাই চাচ্ছিল যে আমি ভালো খেলি।
এবং ব্যাটার্সদের মধ্যে বা টিমের মধ্যে কি একটা হেলদি কম্পিটিশন বিরাজ করছে?
হেলদি কম্পিটিশন বলতে আমরা ব্যাটার্স গ্রুপ আসলে চাচ্ছি যে সবাইকে যেন পুশ করতে পারি এবং ব্যাটার্সরা রান করলে আসলে আমাদের টিমের আমরা অনেকগুলো ম্যাচে আসলে ব্যাটারদের জন্য হেরে যাই। তো আমরা চাচ্ছি যে আমরা যেন একজন আরেকজনের থেকে বেশি পারফর্ম ভালো করি। যেমন পিঙ্কি সবসময় চায় যে আমি বেটার পারফর্ম করি, আমি ওকে পুশ করি, হ্যাপি আমাকে পুশ করে, আমি ওকে জ্যোতি সেম, অল দ্য ব্যাটার সেম।
হ্যাঁ, এভাবে করে ডাউন দি অর্ডার আসতে থাকে। আশা করব যে এই পারফরমেন্সটা আরো দীর্ঘায়িত হয় এবং ওয়েস্ট ইন্ডিজে গিয়ে ওই পারফরমেন্সটা থাকে। আপনি যদি কিছু বলতে চান দর্শকদের উদ্দেশ্যে।
ইনশাল্লাহ এটা বজায় রাখার চেষ্টা করব। আর আমাদের 3টা ম্যাচে যারা কষ্ট করে খেলা দেখতে এসেছেন তাদেরকে অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ যারা আমাদেরকে স্পন্সর দিয়েছেন এবং সেই সঙ্গে ধন্যবাদ আমাদের যারা গ্রাউন্ডসে কাজ করে, বিহাইন্ড দ্য সিনে যারা আমাদের জন্য কাজ করেছে তাদের সকলকেই ধন্যবাদ এবং সেই সঙ্গে আমার টিমমেটদেরকে।
থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ। প্লেয়ার অফ দ্য ম্যাচ Sharmin Akhtar Shupta, and just to sum it up, she mentioned that she had a personal target of scoring the most runs in this series, which she did, which she ended up doing, and they have a healthy competition within the batters of the team, always pushing each other. Farzana Pinky mentioned the captain, Jyoti as well, obviously healthy. That brings me for the next award, which is for the Sonora Player of the Series. The winner will get USD 1,000. Now, we all had a tough job in our hands. We know that Shupta, highest run scorer, Sultana with 7 wickets, Nahida with 6 wickets. However, we had to keep into consideration the opener who was consistent and held things together at the top. Consecutive 50s, back-to-back 50s. It's none other than Farzana Pinky. Now, yes, she will get the USD $1,000 check, jointly handed over by Mr. Farooq Ahmed, Mr. Nazmul Abidin Fahim, Mr. Mohammad Akram Khan, and a crest to be handed over by the BCB president, Mr. Farooq Ahmed. Also, and that's not it. It's followed by the Sonora gift hamper to be presented by Dr. Jasmine Zaman. পিঙ্কি, একজনের টার্গেটের কথা শুনলাম, আপনার কি টার্গেট ছিল?
বিসমিল্লাহির রহমানির রহিম। আমি আসলে সুপ্তার টার্গেটটা ওই রকম ছিল, আমারও পার্সোনালি এরকম ছিল, বাট আমি ওর কাছাকাছি যাইতে পারি। আমার 2টা 100 টার্গেট ছিল, তো কারণ আমি জানি আমার রোলটা অনেক বড়, বা আমার এই 100 না করলে আমার আসলে নিজেরই তৃপ্তি ছিল না, কারণ আমি অনেক কষ্ট করছি, প্লাস সুপ্তার সাথে আমি অনেক ডিসকাস করছি। বিষয়টা হচ্ছে আমি প্রথম সময়টা নিচ্ছি যে আমি আসলে কীভাবে খেলতে পারবো। আমার আসলে তখনই টোনটা মনে হচ্ছে যে আমি আসলে অনেক লম্বা খেলতে পারবো, বাট বেসিক্যালি আমি খেলতে পারি নাই, আরও বড় রান করার ইচ্ছা ছিল, বাট যা হয়েছে আলহামদুলিল্লাহ অনেক ভালো লাগছে।
ওয়েল, এই যে কনভারসেশনটা যে হয়, এই যে আপনারা যে কথা বলছিলেন, তখন কি কথা বলছিলেন? এবং মাঠেও একটা পর্যায়ে আমাদের মনে হচ্ছিল যে কথা হচ্ছে কে এগিয়ে যাচ্ছে, হঠাৎ একটা অ্যাক্সেলারেশনের মনোভাবও আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছিলাম। একটু যদি আমাদেরকে সবাইকে বলেন।
না, আমার প্রথমে যখন হ্যাপি চলে গেল তখন আমি একটা চিন্তা করছি যে সুপ্তার সাথে আমার একটা লম্বা পার্টনারশিপ করতে হবে, কারণ আমি এখান থেকে সুপ্তার সাথে একটা লম্বা পার্টনার অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট একটা হতে পারে। এজন্য আমি ওকে বলছি যে লম্বা খেলতে যাই, 5 ওভার করে খেলতে থাকি। আর ডাগআউট থেকে আমাদের আসলে কোচেসরা বলতেছিল যে 5 ওভার খেলে যাই, অবশ্যই একটা ভালো হবে, এবং ও একটা ভালো টনে আছে, আমি একটা ভালো ছন্দে আছি, এজন্য ট্রাই করছি যেটা আমরা করে যেতে পারবো। ওর প্রতি আমার প্রতি অনেক আত্মবিশ্বাস ছিল দেখে আমি করতে পারছি।
আমি জানি না আপনাদের জানা আছে নাকি, আপনাদের যে আজকে দ্বিতীয় উইকেটের পার্টনারশিপ যেই জুটিটা ছিল সেটা কিন্তু হাইয়েস্ট এভার বাংলাদেশের হয়ে ওডিআইজে। সো আপনাদের দুজনের মধ্যে যে এই যে যুগলবন্দিটা হয়, আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ডিংটা ভালো, এটার কোনো সিক্রেট?
এটা সিক্রেট আছে, অনেক বড় একটা সিক্রেট আছে, কেন ও আর আমি প্রচুর ব্যাটিং করি। এটা হলে আমাদের সবচেয়ে বড় একটা মানে বড় একটা জিনিস আমরা 500 700 1000 বল খেলতে পারি তো 300 বল এটা আমাদের কাছে আল্লাহর রহমতে অনেক ইজি বাট আমরা ওই পেশেন্টটা রেখি এজন্যই আমাদের আসলে বলগুলো অনেক ইজি হয়ে গেছে খেলার জন্য
নিশ্চয়ই অনেক শুভেচ্ছা অভিনন্দন কংগ্রাচুলেশনস আপনাকে
থ্যাংক ইউ
And to sum it up, what the player of the series, Farzana Haq-Pinky, just mentioned, that she does have a spectacular partnership, a great understanding with Sharmin Shupta, which helps them deliver from time and time again. Now, I would like to invite the captain, fantastic Nigar Sultana Jyoti, to come up for some words, the Bangladesh captain. Jyoti, clean sweep, 3-0. Ekta tick box done.
Yes, it's been wonderful how actually players contributed themselves in the middle, and we always talking about our batting. So far in this series, I think they have been doing well, and the top order getting runs, and bowlers also doing well. So it's been a wonderful series.
Yes, and we mentioned the batters, but I would like you to mention the fielders and the bowlers again, because of the role they played, limiting the opposition to a restricted target.
Yeah, definitely. How they actually bowled today, it was wonderful because it was a good track. Though initially, because they batted really well and they had a few partnership. So, but I think the fielders are playing their role, and how exactly the Rabia bowled really well today. Faima bowled really well. Maybe neither didn't get the opportunity to bowl really. But I think yeah, so far each and everyone doing their job, and they were enjoying in the middle. This is the important thing, and they all knew that we have each other, so this is important.
Yeah, everyone's enjoying, so are you. But how much easier or how much flexibility do you get the middle order and the lower order? You performed well in the previous match. Shorna fired quick runs also. How much does it help?
See, it's very important when your top order getting runs. It's really help the others to bat around them and bat freely. So we had that opportunity in this series. I think me and Sean are able to play our own game. So it was very crucial for us to get some confidence before a crucial series.
And in terms of the ICC Championship and the West Indies series coming up, I know you have a T20 series coming up ahead, but in terms of target, referring to this format?
See, we had a very good series, we know that, and we wanted to carry forward this to the West Indies series as well, because we know each and every points are very valuable, because we don't want to play the qualifier, to play the ODI World Cup. I think each and everyone wants to play the ODI World Cup directly, so that's why we are focusing in our next target, and now we are trying to focus on the next, like in T20 series, that we have to play well as well, and we have to play as a team.
And I'm sure you will try your best. Wish you all the best for that. But before that is the big moment. I'm not going to keep you anymore. Thank you very much and congratulations. The big moment, you can go and collect the trophy.
Thank you so much.
And finally, if you just want to say something for the fans.
Thank you so much. বাংলাতে বলে মনে বেটার অনেক অনেক সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ আমি জানি ফ্যামিলি ফ্রেন্ড যারা এখানে আসছেন আমাদেরকে সাপোর্ট করছেন এবং আমি বলবো স্পেশালি বলবো যারা রেগুলার প্রত্যেকটা ম্যাচে আসছেন আমি জানি আনকন্ডিশনাল সাপোর্ট দিয়ে যাচ্ছেন এবং যারা আসলে টিভি তেও দেখেছেন এবং স্ট্রিম করেছেন আমি বলবো যে উইমেন্স ক্রিকেট গ্রো করার পেছনে আপনাদের অবদান অনেক বেশি সো এইভাবে আমাদেরকে সাপোর্ট করে যাবেন যেন আমরা বাংলাদেশকে প্রাউড করতে পারি থ্যাংক ইউ
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain of the Bangladesh cricket team, collecting the trophy from the Bangladesh Cricket Board President 𝗂𝗏 Ahmed, the Senora Ireland Women's Tour of Bangladesh 2024 ODI Winners' Trophy. To the Bangladesh captain Nigar Sultana Jyoti on behalf of the entire team, as Bangladesh win the series 3-0. Congratulations.
Bangladesh are the winner of this three-match ODI series, Senora Bangladesh Women's Tour of Ireland Women's Tour of Bangladesh 2024. It has been a clinical performance from Nigar Sultana Jyoti and her troop. Farzana Haq-Pinky, the player of the series, Sharmin Shupta, making a comeback in the side after over a year, displayed great battership in all the 3 matches. Sultana Khatun, the highest wicket taker for Bangladesh. Nahida Akhtar, also amongst the wickets. It has been a clinical performance for Bangladesh in the 3-match ODI series, clean sweeping for the 2nd time ever in this format of the game. The top scorers, Sharmin Akhtar Shupta with 212 runs, the first ever Bangladeshi batter to score over 200 runs in a 3-match ODI series. Player of the series, Farzana Haq, scoring 172, and Amy Hunter from Ireland scoring 91. It has been a difficult series, one-day series for Ireland. Must mention, Bangladeshi players came up with a positive frame of mind right from the start. Sultana Khatun picking up 7 wickets, most in the series. Nahida Akhtar, 6 wickets. Laura Delaney with 3 are among the top 3 wicket takers in this series. It has been a struggle for Ireland with the bat and also with the ball. They need to work a lot on their fielding as well. I'm sure they will be hoping to bounce back in the 3-match T20I series after this one, as we will travel to Sylhet for the 3-match T20I series. The 3-match ODI series is done and dusted, Bangladesh winning all the 3, with the first T20I series in Sylhet starting from 5th of December, the second match on 7th of December, and the third and final match of the T20I series will be played on 9th of December in Sylhet. Right, it has been a wonderful series so far. We're hoping for some more action in the T20I series as the Bangladeshi players are enjoying their time with the trophy. And it's time for us to say a very good night from the Sher Bangla National Stadium in Mirpur.